Hi, I'm Freya from England. Before you hear my story, like and subscribe to For Eve. I was born to super rich parents who were extremely competitive. They wanted to be the best at everything and would include me and my sister Olivia in the race to prove the world how great our family was. You're both learning to play the piano. Be ready by next week. The one who plays the best will go on a yacht while the other stays home. Got it? Yacht? It's boring. I'd rather stay home and write poems and stuff. Poems? Are you trying to give me a heart attack or something? Why can't you develop better taste like your sister? Perhaps focus a bit on playing chess? Or perhaps ballet if you want to go all artistic. Ugh, never mind. I'm sure Olivia's the one who's going to win the yacht trip anyway. Well, in my mom's eyes, I was never good at anything. My parents barely noticed me. But Olivia, oh, she was Miss Perfect and the most annoying. And for some reason, her life's mission was to always remind me that she was better than me. Come on, Mom. It wasn't like Freya ever had a chance against me. Tell me, dear sister, why are you like this? The only one I was close to was my grandma, who always encouraged me to do whatever made me happy. Grandma always wore a beautiful bracelet that jingled that her grandma gave her when she was a kid. She always told me how it brought her good luck and promised to give it to me one day. Once when I was 12, Mom and Dad wanted Olivia to participate in a chess competition, just because Dad's business rival's son was participating too. Olivia, I need you to win this one. There is no other option. We want to teach that guy a lesson. Our family is the champion of this town. I could have asked Freya, but you can't count on her. I know. Don't worry, Mom. I got it. I'll make you proud. I promise. Whatever. It wasn't like I was remotely interested in pleasing Mom anyway. Although Olivia was good at chess, the pressure to win had her going crazy. She started drinking coffee and kept reading books about chess. It was insane. One night before the competition, as I was going to my room, I saw Grandma in Olivia's room hugging her. Oh, sweetheart, don't worry. I know you'll win this one. I don't know if I will. I am so nervous. Can I have this, please? You only love Freya and never even think about me. If you'll give it to me, maybe I'll win. Please, please, please. Oh, all right. Here you go. As Grandma gave the bracelet to Olivia, I felt green with jealousy. How could Olivia get the one thing that Grandma promised to give me? She can't always win. So later that night, I sneaked into Olivia's room and threw the bracelet out of the window so no one could find it. In the morning, I woke up to find Olivia running around the house trying to find the bracelet. When she couldn't, she had to go to the competition without it. Later when she returned, I learned that she had lost. Mom and Dad were furious, but Olivia was more worried about losing Grandma's bracelet. She thought she was now jinxed because of losing it, and it made me feel terrible. I had always thought I was above all of the jealousy and competitiveness, but I wasn't. I was just like Mom, Dad, and Olivia. Maybe worse for throwing away Grandma's precious bracelet. So I told my grandma the truth, and she looked so disappointed, but she eventually forgave me and told me there was nothing more precious than me. One time when I was 15, Mom and Dad took us out to a really fancy hotel, and there I heard people clapping. It was a show, and people were coming on stage and sharing their poetry. Gathering courage, I also went to the stage and took the mic. The moment I opened my eyes, I know it's time to start the fight. I don't want to, but I have to. Can they never see that I don't want to? As I went on, people loved my poetry, and I knew I wanted to become a poet when I grew up. When I told Mom and Dad about it, they totally freaked out. But we wanted you to get into a good university and then become a doctor or something. No one is impressed by your sad poems. I didn't want to impress anyone. It was something I was doing for myself. So I just started writing and would always participate with poetry groups and perform on the streets. One night, a boy stood in the crowd, and when I was done, he clapped the loudest. Every night I performed, I saw him. One night, he stayed when the rest left. You write the most beautiful words I've ever heard. And I should know. Why's that? Actually, my parents are in the music business too, and alright, I'm sort of a singer myself. But I'd die before asking my parents to launch me. Usually, talentless rich kids who want to be singers write their own lyrics, and it's always about breakups or how awesome their life is. But your stuff, it's deep. It's got soul. Thanks a lot. So tell me, since you watched my free show every day, when am I gonna hear you sing? I do owe you a song.
but it does look like you're making some good money off your free show.
Well, I have to make my own money. I can't take anything from my parents.
Oh, I get it. Here you go.
The guy's name was John, and I knew he thought I was poor, but it was better than telling him I was from a family that hated what I did. Soon, John and I started meeting every night. We both loved sitting together as we read the verses from my notebook. It was something I could do with him forever. But then one day, he told me he was leaving.
I got accepted into this boarding school for artists in LA. They have awesome programs for musicians and poets too. Maybe you can apply next year. I'm sure your work can get you a scholarship.
And I did. I was thrilled, but when I told Mom and Dad, they just rolled their eyes.
Oh, God.
Poets make pennies. Just take up fashion designing or something else. Why do you always have to be so difficult? But Mom, it's my passion. Some passion that won't pay the bills. Fine. If you want to waste your time, just remember, we won't have anything to do with you. You will not get a dime from us. As if I needed you guys. I don't need anything from you. Freya, I have always supported you. But this is madness. As a hobby, it's fine. But going to another country for, of all things, poetry? What will people say? Daughter of the richest man in England is a street-performing poet? Oh, I didn't care what Mom had to say. But Grandma? I couldn't believe she'd taken their side. It was at that moment I just snapped. You too?
Why am I surprised, huh?
First, you gave the bracelet you promised me to Olivia. Now you want me to crush my dreams and be my parents' slave? I can't believe this. I have made my decision, and I'm not turning back. I had to leave school in a week, and no one was talking to me. But the night before my flight, Olivia came to my room and looked a little worried. I know I haven't been the best sister, but please don't go. Ever since I've been cursed, I can't seem to concentrate, and Mom and Dad are always angry at me. Cursed? Gosh, was she still hung up on that? Olivia, I can't live here. And you're not cursed or jinxed. I was the one who threw Grandma's bracelet away. What? How could you? Do you even know how much it affected me? The guilt of losing something so cherished by Grandma? I was just so jealous. I wanted you to lose. I didn't think it through. I am so sorry. I want to be better. Oh, shut up. You think you're so above us all. But the truth is, you're pathetic. Olivia, I knew what I did was terrible. She was right to hate me. So I packed my bags and quietly left for my new school. At the new school, John was 2 years my senior, and we went right back to where we left off. We even started dating. But in his last year, he had less and less time to spend with me. When his graduation came closer, we broke up.
I have to move back to England. Mom and Dad need me to step up and handle the business. So, I guess...
It's goodbye? I guess so. I'll really miss you, but I know you'll do great. It was so painful to see him go, so I unfollowed him from all my accounts and poured myself into my poetry. When I graduated, I was determined to make it big. I released a book of my poetry while I was waitressing at a nice restaurant. I was so happy to be in LA and even brought Grandma to live with me. I had visited once on Christmas and we patched things up, and she realized how serious I was about being a poet. One day when I was at work, a blast from the past visited the restaurant. John, what are you doing here?
Freya, this is crazy. You stayed here after graduating? I never knew that.
Yeah, I think this city suits me.
It sure does.
After my shift ended, we sat and talked for hours. I even showed him my poetry book. He loved it and told me he could talk to some producers in LA and get me into the industry.
There's a famous singer looking to open this weekend. You can perhaps open for her with your spoken word and poetry. Your words? Kid, they got soul. Here you go, an advance payment check. All the best.
Outside the producer's office, I ran up to John and hugged him tight. I'm so sorry, I got carried away.
No worries, I loved it.
Saying that, he leaned in and kissed me, and I felt my heart somersault. A few days before the show, I got the most unexpected text ever from Olivia. Mom and Dad are driving me crazy. I want to meet you, sister. I'm in LA. Let's catch up. Olivia hadn't spoken to me since our fight, and even when I went to visit my family on holidays, she ignored me. Hearing from her was great. I invited her to the restaurant the very next day. I also called John and he was on his way. I really wanted him to meet my sister. I'm so happy you're here. Me too. So tell me, how did you get that show opening gig? I saw on Instagram that you're opening for a famous singer. How the heck did you pull that off? Huh? Oh, so that's what you think of me. Duh. Mom saw the post first and was somewhat happy. And it made me so angry. I learned some time ago from a friend that you were a waitress, so I just wanted to take some pics in this tacky outfit of yours and show it to Mom. Now I'll be her favorite again. Olivia, you are pathetic. I wanted to kick Olivia out of the restaurant, but right then John walked in and seeing us both, he looked shocked.
Olivia, what are you doing here?
My heart nearly stopped. John knew Olivia? But how? Oh, so you're playing for the other side now? Dating Dad's business rival's son? That's low. He is the one who beat me in that stupid chess game.
Freya, what is this? Olivia's your sister? You're the daughter of a business tycoon and work as a waitress? And that performing on the streets thing? Were you trying to make a fool of me the entire time?
This is amazing. Sister, you are successful and very cunning. You bagged a rich boyfriend to pay your bills. And I know his parents are into the music business too. Did they pull the strings and get you that opening act? And I thought you wanted to make it big on your own. But still, I'm gonna come and see the show to laugh at how royally you'll fail. Shut up, Olivia.
Wow, I don't even know what to say. You betrayed me, Freya. Why?
John, listen to me. I didn't lie. I just didn't tell you the entire truth.
That's called betrayal.
Saying that, he left. That night, I cried my heart out to Grandma. I was heartbroken. I figured John would have my opening canceled at the show, but he didn't. So I decided to quit myself and return the payment check to the producer. When I got to the venue, I went straight to the producer. I'm sorry, I can't...
She can't wait to go on, right, Freya?
John was here, with Grandma. What are you doing?
Your grandma contacted me and explained everything. Freya, I realize you never lied to me. It was just me assuming things. I've known you for quite some time, and I know how hard you work. You deserve this. You deserve to do what you love.
You really think so?
I believe so, but we're in a hurry now. I saw your sister in the audience with your parents. I believe she's here to see you fail. So go on and show everyone how good you are.
And I did. When I was done, I even got a standing ovation. I was so happy, and seeing John backstage, I rushed and brought him on stage. Let's do it like old times. You and me together. My words, your voice.
Yeah, let's do it.
It went amazingly well. When the show ended, Olivia and my parents found me. Olivia's face was red, and she couldn't even look me in the eye.
I still think this whole poetry thing is a waste of time, but you do seem to be quite good at it. Your sister is such a failure, but we are proud of you.
Thanks, but I don't need your approval. I do what I love to do. Olivia, you are not a failure. You are a beautiful, independent woman. Always remember that. Stop being Mom and Dad's puppet. Do whatever you love, whatever makes you happy. Saying that, I held John's hand and walked away, as Olivia and Grandma both smiled at me and gave me a thumbs up. That was the day I felt so proud of myself for every single decision I had ever made, from cutting off people to changing my priorities.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm about to tell you how working with My Story Animated was the worst decision of my life. Geez, this channel. So I'm not here to only talk about them. I have a story of my own, and it's not a very happy one. I'm the oldest child in a family of 5 girls, and all my sisters are my half-sisters. Each one of us has a different dad. Mom really loved having daughters, but she said men were annoying and she didn't want to live with any of them forever. But sadly, I was the ugly daughter. But I'm not ugly. It's just that I'm not as pretty as the rest of my sisters, who are pretty. Like real freaking models. Don't get me wrong, I love myself now, but when I was a kid, it really affected me. People would stop to laugh and talk with my sisters, and they completely ignored me. One day, Mom was reading something when she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, this book says that ugly people are usually smart. That explains your ugliness. God takes beauty and gives brains. This is how it works. Well, meet my mom. She's dumb, but I still love her. Why am I saying this? Because the year I started 2nd grade, it was my sister's first day of school, so Mom came with us. My teacher saw us all together and said, "Oh, you're Sarah's mom. But these can't be her sisters. They're very different. Oh, Sarah is adopted." Ugh, Mom was always like that, but she wasn't getting away with it this time. I immediately whipped out a copy of my birth certificate. Look, I swear I'm her biological daughter, but she keeps telling everyone I'm adopted because she's too dumb to accept that I'm different. Mom glared at me, but I stepped on her foot. Accidentally, of course, and went to class. Well, let me tell you, anyone can pass the first and second grade. But it's when I got to the third grade and things got harder that I found out the worst possible thing. I wasn't even really smart. When Mom saw my report card, she cried out, "Ugh, ugly and stupid? So then what did God give you? It can't be charisma. I mean, look at you. Maybe a good heart, Mom? Maybe I don't judge people based on their looks?" Mom then started entering my sisters into beauty pageants, and they always won something. Once she came and said that since my sisters were like princesses, I should be the maid and serve everyone around. I glared at her. "You wish!" and went to my room. 1 year later, we found out that my sisters weren't just beautiful, they were also really smart too. Like so much smarter than me that I started making my second half-sister, June, do my homework. And my grades started getting so much better. When Mom found out, she went insane and said that I should find a job to make myself useful. But I have to tell you guys, I'm one of the top 10 laziest people on earth. But Mom has another word to describe me. "You're just useless, Sarah!" I spent the next few years of my life doing nothing really meaningful. I'd mostly just stay in my room watching videos on YouTube and shows like Hannah Montana. Until one day, Mom told me that she was taking the older sisters to the salon, and I had to babysit the youngest toddlers. The minute she left, I went straight back to my room. The toddlers followed me and asked me to take them to the park. "Oh, yeah, sweeties, of course. Just after I take this nap." I was lying for sure, and I wasn't going to take them anywhere. Hours later, I woke up to my mom screaming and sobbing. The toddlers were missing. "Your sisters are lost because of you!" "Oh, no, no, they're too pretty. Someone could have kidnapped them and put them in a beauty pageant already." "Ugh, Mom, take a chill pill. They're at the park." But to my utter horror, they were not. And I just went crazy with guilt. I started looking for them everywhere. 2 weeks passed, and they were nowhere to be found. And for the first time in my life, I realized Mom was right. I was only an ugly, stupid, useless girl. After 3 weeks, we finally found them. A blind old man had found them and had been taking care of them. The social services said that Mom wasn't qualified to raise us because of my sister's incident, and they'd be taking all of us away from her. My sister started crying, and Mom looked at me hatefully. "I wish I'd never given birth to you." Mom paid almost everything she had to the lawyers until she won the case, and eventually we didn't have to leave her. But she never spoke to me again, and my sisters all resented me, except for June. June came to me one day and said, "Sierra, some people are just born unlucky, but there is no point crying over it, sis. Just find out what makes you happy." I was in 9th grade back then, and I decided to find a job after school. I applied for a job in a clothing store. When I got there, I saw a beautiful blonde girl waiting for the interview. Just then, the store owner came out and said, "Hey, you, pretty girl, you're hired." "But you didn't even interview me." "There's no need. You're, not very attractive for this job. But you look like a smart person. I'm sure you belong in a lab or something." "But I need this job so badly. Mom paid a lot of money for the lawyers after my sisters." Hey, where do you think you are? The Oprah Winfrey Show? I don't care about your stupid problems. You're not pretty. Like, at all. So leave." What a total jerk! I got really mad, so I spat at his face. To my surprise, the pretty girl walked up to him and spat at his face too. And then we both left. I never found a job, but I found a boy. And he was cute. One day, I invited him to my house, and when he got there and saw my sisters, he said, "Oh, they're prettier! Not fair!" And just like that, he left. What a total jerk. I decided not to date any boy ever again. When I graduated, I decided to go to any college just to run away from home. I heard someone say that animation was an easy subject, so I studied that. And wow, that was such a difficult subject. By the time I graduated, My Story Animated was looking for animators. I didn't really like their content, but I needed the job, so I applied and got accepted. I started animating for them, and it was amazing at first. I loved knowing that the videos I'd worked on were being watched by millions around the world. Loads of people left comments about how much they liked my animation. And for the first time in my life, I felt like someone saw me, and I wasn't invisible anymore. I was really happy and proud of myself. That is, until one morning, when I woke up to see tons of YouTubers making fun of My Story Animated videos. They left the meanest comments and said that the stories were stupid. I realized these smart people were right, and My Story Animated was a crazy channel. So I messaged the boss, "Hey, your videos suck. I quit. Bye." Then I started following other channels, especially the ones who'd attacked My Story Animated. I was sure they would have better content, but soon enough, I discovered that they proved nothing useful or worth watching, and I was really beginning to regret my decision. Of course, Mom went insane when she found out that I'd quit. At least My Story Animated entertains people, and their content changes people's lives in some way. Why can't you be like the strong girls who send their stories to the channel? They always overcome challenges eventually, unlike you good-for-nothing loser! Remember I told you that Mom was dumb? Well, for the first time in my life, she said something that actually made sense. So I decided to contact My Story Animated the following day. But I never got around to it because that same day, I had a terrible car accident. When I woke up, the doctors told me that my legs were hurt and that it might take me a long time to be able to walk again. When Mom heard that, she had the most incredible thing to say. "Oh, I thought you'd be the one taking care of me when I get old. You couldn't even do that, could you? Now I'll be babysitting you." I just lost it and started yelling at her. "Who asked you to? I don't need you. You never treated me as a real daughter. You never loved me. Just leave my life." She shrugged and just left. June stayed by my side, though, and helped me with everything. I felt helpless, and I knew that my life was even more meaningless now. But June said, "Meaningless? How? Sarah, I envy you." I couldn't believe that my super gorgeous, smart sister was envying me. Me? "You have the opportunity to be part of My Story Animated family and help tell people stories from around the world. You can help give a voice to so many girls dealing with all sorts of obstacles. And you call that meaningless?" I immediately contacted My Story Animated, not only to work with them again, but also to share my story with the world. Fortunately, they agreed to take me back. As I kept working hard, my animation also got better, but my legs weren't getting any better. June used to take me to the park to make me feel better. One day, I found some young girls watching one of My Story Animated videos. "Hey, I work with that channel. Actually, you're now watching a video I animated." The girls were stunned. They oohed and awed and showered me with questions. Then they started hugging me and asking to take pictures with me. They also asked for my autograph. I felt amazing, and I felt I have a great power to help change the world. But Mom knew I was back to work and started calling me for money because all of my sisters found jobs and left her alone. I yelled at her, "You deserve what's happening to you. Don't contact me ever again." I was really happy at work, but the mean comments on my videos never stopped. One day I asked the boss, "Don't all these hateful videos and comments affect you?" "Yes, but there are plenty of people who love us and impatiently wait for our videos. Haters are just very judgmental people who see the world as black and white and think they are right about everything. And when they don't understand something, they just call it stupid or bad or ugly. And that is just bullying." I immediately thought of Mom and how she always thought I was useless, stupid, and ugly. Mom was a bully. My mom is a bully. Months later, I got better and was able to walk again, but I still thought about what the boss had said about bullies. So I decided to contact Mom again. I went to her house. She looked miserable and started crying the moment she saw me. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry for everything I've done to you. All your sisters left me after everything I did for them. You're the best child I ever had. You never complained. I was so unfair. Forgive me, my child. Forgive your mama." She then got on her knees and was about to kiss my hand. I took my hand away and helped her get up. "It's all good now, Mom. I'm here, and we have an entire life to make up for the lost time. I forgive you, Mom. I really do." Tears rolled down my cheeks while I hugged her, and she cried on my chest.
Hi, I'm Valerie from Portland. Please like and subscribe. I didn't know anything about my parents, except what the warden at the orphanage always told me. She said she found me on the doorstep one night with a note, "This is our 12th daughter, and she's a weak little thing. Take good care of her because we don't wanna." Growing up, I felt angry that my parents had abandoned me because I was weak. And so I decided I'd be the strongest girl ever. I loved running and swimming, and could easily beat the older girls. And I was scared of no one. This made me a natural leader at the orphanage. If anyone had a problem, they'd come to me, especially if it involved bullies. There was a reason everyone called me Miss President around here. Well, that's because I told them to, but I'd earned my title. Like once when I was 13, I was about to join the queue outside the bathroom for taking showers when I saw this mean girl kicking others and pushing her way through. I ran forward and jumped on her. This is your last warning, you weasel. If I see you bullying anyone again, you'll wish you'd never been born. All the girls started cheering and chanting, "Valerie, Valerie, Valerie!" I looked up and stared at them, and they immediately switched to, "Miss President, Miss President!" Just then a girl came running and told me the warden had called me, and the warden told me to pack my stuff because I'd been adopted by a really big politician. Her manager was here to take me. Wow, this girl looks so strong and confident. She's perfect. "Come, baby. Your brand new mommy can't wait to meet you." Please don't call me baby. My friends and enemies call me Miss President. I was glad to finally get a family, but the girls were really sad to see me go. Then I saw the manager had come for me on a freaking helicopter. It soon landed in the grounds of a huge mansion. I was led to a dining room, and sitting there was a gray-haired old lady with a strict face. Seriously? My brand new mommy looked like an ancient tortoise. And she didn't even look happy to see me. She barely spoke a word, and anytime I slurped my soup or dropped a fork, she glared at me. When I jumped off my seat to leave, she banged her fist on the table. "Enough of your bad manners. You can't just leave without asking to be excused." Okay. Excuse me, I'm going. Sit down. I'm not done eating yet. But I need to go. Why? Because I feel a fart coming. The old lady spat out her food. "Were you raised by gorillas? That's such a disgusting word. So unladylike. Don't ever use it again. Next time, say the noise that comes from behind." I burst out laughing, but she was serious. Okay, a noise is about to come from behind. So if you don't want to hear it, I gotta go. And with that, I ran. This old woman was whack. As I was running down the hall, I suddenly bumped straight into someone. I looked up to see a lady with the sweetest face. "You must be Valerie." "Oh, I'm so happy you're here, darling." She pulled me into a hug, and it made me feel all warm inside. As she walked me to my room, she told me her name was Amelia, and the old lady was her mother. "She's the one who adopted you, but I've always wanted a daughter too. You can call me Mom if you want to, whenever." I almost wanted to, but I needed to trust her a little more. My room was 5 times bigger than the shared one at the orphanage, and I squealed happily as I looked through the closets. Now this was a wardrobe fit for Miss President. Later that evening, I was asked to dress up and go downstairs to the old lady, and I was surprised to see her surrounded by reporters, and she was smiling at me.
"Ah, here she is, my lovely new granddaughter. God has blessed me with so much, and I wanted to pay it forward. That's why I've adopted Valerie. I hope this sets an example for everyone to open their hearts like I have." Then she started smothering my face with wet kisses. Ugh, so gross. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she was a fake. I didn't like her one bit, but thank God I had Amelia. I loved spending time with her, and soon enough, she got me enrolled in a fancy school. On the first day, I walked into the classroom to a rather shocking sight. Everyone was gathered by the window as a blonde girl was throwing out laptops. They all clapped each time one hit the ground. "Whoa, what are you doing?" They all turned around to stare at me. "Destroying my MacBooks because Daddy said he'd buy me the latest one if the old ones don't work." "Who are you, an investigative journalist?" "I'm the new girl, Valerie, but you can call me Miss President." She stared at me like I was crazy, then started laughing. "I know why you look familiar. I saw your interview with that old crow who adopted you.
Daddy knows her, and let me tell you, she didn't adopt you because she wants to love you. It's only to make her look good in front of people. That wasn't a shock, but it still hurt to hear her say it in front of everyone. Ugh, I know that. I only agreed because I get to live like a princess. Who cares about love? And of course I make her look good. I mean, look at me. You're really lucky you have a family because, trust me, no one would ever choose you from an orphanage. The girl looked livid, but the teacher walked in and everyone flew to their seats. I found out the mean girl's name was Julie, and she kept giving me nasty looks all day. Julie was one of the most popular girls, but it wasn't because she had any amazing qualities. She was just a big bully, and the other kids feared her. A few days later, she walked into the cafeteria and climbed onto a table. Hey guys, great news! Your favorite gal Julie has modeled in her first campaign. Yay! So everyone come and get my autographs now. She sat down while her minions distributed her photographs, and everyone lined up to get them signed by her, except me. Valerie, I don't have all day. Why would I want your autograph? I'm not a fan. Oh, you poor orphan. I understand why you're jealous. I'm prettier, more popular, richer. You're not richer. Yeah, I googled your family. Mine's definitely richer than yours. And suddenly, Julie lost it. She took out a thick bundle of her $100 bills from her bag and started tearing them up. Want to see how rich I am? I can just tear up money and not even care. Hey, don't do that. You could give it to someone poor. Just stop it, you brat. With that, I pounced on her. We ended up in a huge fight that landed us both in detention. But it was totally worth the slaps I'd given her. A few days later, we had a field trip by a lake, and suddenly we heard someone screaming. One of the girls was in the lake, struggling to stay afloat. Without a second thought, I jumped in and got her out of there safely in minutes. Oh my God, I slipped into the water and I can't swim. You saved my life, Valerie! By the time we got back to school, the news had reached the principal and she praised me. She even called fake grandma to tell her I'd be getting a medal for bravery. And when I got home, fake grandma hugged me like I was her favorite person. Oh, Valerie, how lucky that girl fell in the lake. You and I will do a lovely photo shoot once you get your medal and some interviews. Let's hope more kids at school keep having accidents so you can keep playing the hero. She was such a selfish toad. But I stayed quiet because all I cared about was being close to Amelia. She hugged me tight and said she was so proud of me for being brave. The next day at school, I was walking down the hallway and I saw Julie showing everyone her photo shoot. But as soon as the girls spotted me, they all came running. Before I knew it, a huge crowd was gathered and some girls had lifted me on their shoulders. All hail our school hero! 3 cheers for Valerie! Hip hip hooray! Could you change that to Miss President? 3 cheers for Miss President! Hip hip hooray! And just like that, I'd replaced Julie as the most popular girl in school. I was soon selected as the school's swim team captain. And when I led our team to victory in the nationals, I received a celebrity's welcome. All this was driving Julie crazy. But the last straw was when she saw my picture was selected for the school's magazine cover. She walked over to me at lunch with a copy, threw it down, and started jumping on it. This is ridiculous. You, an orphan from nowhere, is the face of our school now? I'm a model! I didn't put my face on that magazine, Julie. The people have spoken. The people are morons. I don't know what they see in you, witch. She leapt forward to attack me, but suddenly the others held her back. You think we're morons? Thanks for clearing that up, Julie. You're a jerk, and we've never liked you. We've had enough. They picked her up and threw her in the large garbage bin outside. It was epic. But when I got home, my mood quickly turned sour when I found fake grandma shouting at Amelia. Why did you tell my cook that she could take a week off, and you gave her money without my permission? Mama, she's worked with us since forever, and she's really sick. She's probably lying. Even the servants know you're a stupid, weak fool who'll believe their fake stories. I'd heard enough. Stop shouting at Mom. Being kind isn't a weakness, and you're such a hypocrite. You pretend to be nice for the cameras, but you don't care about anyone.
How dare you talk to me like this? Have you forgotten where you came from? I can send you packing this minute.
But you won't, because you need me to win the elections. Yeah, I know your polls have gone up since I arrived. If you misbehave with Mom again, I'll stop doing all the shoots and interviews. You got me? Fake grandma looked like she was about to explode, but she stormed off. Amelia sat down and I wiped her tears. I'm so sorry she treats you this way. Please don't cry.
Oh, Valerie, that's not why I'm crying. I'm just so touched that you stood up for me and you called me Mom.
And I realized I finally had. I've wanted to since the first day. You are my mom, and I'm so lucky. A few weeks later, fake grandma had planned a huge party for some important guests. I knew she just wanted to parade me around as her charity case, but I didn't care. I'd never been to a party, so I was looking forward to it. I managed to escape her for a while, and as I was eating in a corner, a boy approached me.
Valerie, right? Been seeing your face all over the news lately, and I gotta say, it's a really pretty one.
I was gonna tell him to buzz off when suddenly I spotted Julie and her dad among the guests, and she was glaring at me with murder in her eyes. Maybe she liked this boy, so I pulled him close and kissed him. When we broke apart, Julie had marched over to us. How dare you kiss my boyfriend? Your boyfriend? He didn't mention you when he was flirting with me, and he really enjoyed that kiss. You should kick his butt, Julie. I'm gonna kill you! And she jumped on me, but I was much stronger and I had her pinned on the ground in seconds. Daddy, help! Her dad completely lost it when he saw us. He started screaming at fake grandma that he was pulling out all his money and support from her campaign. He stormed off with Julie, and the old woman grabbed my arm and dragged me to the other room.
What have you done? Why must you always act like a savage from some jungle?
If Julie's dad doesn't support me, I'm ruined. Go beg him for forgiveness. Fix this. I'm doing nothing of the sort. I have my pride. You'll do it, or you'll leave my house immediately. Then I'll leave your house immediately. And I'm going with Valerie. I'm not living here without her. You want to run after this filthy orphan? Fine. But you won't ever get a single penny from me, you hear? And don't you ever show your face here again. Don't worry, Mama. I won't. Enjoy your house and your money. Mom and I packed our bags and left for good. I'm so happy you came, Mom, but I'm sorry you're poor now because of me. Oh, Valerie, we aren't poor. I've been saving for years. We're not as rich as Mama, but we'll be very comfortable. I stared at her in shock. I don't understand. If you had money, why didn't you leave that awful place before? Sweetheart, she's bullied me since I was a kid. I was always afraid of her and could never stand up for myself. But you, Valerie, you just amaze me. You're the bravest person I've ever met. My life changed the day you came into it, and I'm stronger now because of you. I flung my arms around her, and I'm so much happier now because of you. I love you, Mom. Hi, I'm Olivia from Ohio, and my crazy story will make you rethink your circle of friends. But before we get started, don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom screamed perfection, and I know what you're thinking. Every kid thinks their mom's perfect, but mine actually was. She was a successful lawyer, had won multiple awards, and everywhere she went, people would trip over their shoelaces to get a glimpse of her. Next to her, I looked like an ogre that no one noticed. People didn't even believe I was her daughter. When I was 10, Mom and I were taking a stroll in the park when this man walked up to us.
I was watching you from across the park, and I have to say, you're gorgeous. Do you mind grabbing a cup of coffee?
Thank you, but I'll pass. You see, I'm with my daughter.
It's so sweet of you to adopt this kid and call her your daughter. Goes to show that you're more than just a pretty face.
And you're a bigger moron than you look. I kicked the man hard in his shin, and he started whining like a baby. Mom apologized, dragged me back home, and gave me a big lecture on being polite. But I didn't care. All I wanted was to look pretty like Mom. So the next morning, I woke up early, took a pair of scissors, and gave myself a haircut. I thought I looked pretty amazing, until Mom saw me and screamed like a banshee.
What have you done, Olivia?
It's cool, right? Now I look just like you.
You look like a shaved raccoon. Mom rushed me to a hairdresser who tried his best, but there was hardly anything left for him to do.
The next day at school, everyone pointed and laughed at me. It was so humiliating. Things didn't change much even as I grew up. I was an A-grade student, but wasn't half as popular as the pretty girls in my school. Then one time in 9th grade, I saw this MSA video where this girl used makeup and it totally transformed her face. And I was hooked. I saw a bunch of makeup tutorials to get my look right, and when I was done, I looked like a totally different person. Mom and I had a wedding dinner to attend that night, and people couldn't stop complimenting me.
Oh, you're so pretty. Like a fresh lily. Just like your mother.
I'd never felt so visible, and it was all because of makeup. It made me feel so pretty and confident. I got better and better, and by 16, I started my own YouTube channel where I taught makeup. One of my videos went viral overnight, and I got famous. Girls in my school flocked around me asking for makeup tricks. That eye makeup you did was flawless, Olivia. Your foundation technique is to die for. Make a TikTok with me, please. The girl pulled me into her camera's frame, but just then someone pushed her away. It was Mia, the head cheerleader and the most popular girl in school. Ew! Please don't drag Olivia into your dirty TikTok videos. She's a YouTuber. She's literally royalty. Hi, babe. You know who I am, right? Let's hang out for lunch. And by the way, cute dress. I was stunned as Mia led me to her table and introduced me to all her friends. One of them was Max, the school football captain, and my all-time crush. He pulled out a chair for me.
You know, Oliver.
Olivia.
Potato, potato. Anyway, you know, I'm something of a YouTuber myself. I'm a fashion stylist, art curator, singer, songwriter. I do it all. I work very hard.
That's amazing. My mom says hard work is the key to success.
Oh no, sweetheart. I mean, I work very hard on myself. It takes effort to look so flawless. Want to go on a date with me?
The most popular guy in school was asking me out on a date. So obviously, I said yes. Max and I hung out a bunch of times, and I was totally crushing over him. At school, I was finally in the cool league now. Mia and I went shopping, to parties, skipped school for movies. It was so much fun. But between hanging out with friends and making YouTube videos, I could hardly concentrate on my studies and failed a test. Mom found out, and she wasn't too happy.
Skipping classes? Flunking tests? What's happening to you, Olivia?
Relax, Mom. It's just one test. Besides, it's high school. I'm supposed to have fun.
You're also supposed to be getting into college, and I don't see that happening with these grades. You're acting like a totally different person.
And maybe that's not such a bad thing since I'm tired of living under your shadow, Mom. I'm my own person, and I know how to make my own decisions. Saying that, I rushed to my room. I felt kind of bad for being so rude to Mom, but I was too mad to apologize. But Mom didn't give up, and the next day at school, she asked one of my teachers to assign me a tutor to help me with my studies. I was waiting for my tutor in the library when a really nerdy girl walked over to me. You're Olivia, and Grace, your tutor. Let's start. Grace pulled up a chair, and I couldn't help noticing her mismatched shoes. Yeah, I know my shoes don't match. It's just the other one was wet and I was in a hurry. And before you ask me, yes, I only own 2 pairs of shoes because that's all you need. Now, let's start with science. Grace and I worked all afternoon, and I could tell she was really smart. We were just wrapping up when Mia showed up with Max. OMG, this is your tutor? Where did you get that dress? It looks like it was made out of your grandma's curtains. Wow, what a cool guess. She was giving her curtains away to Goodwill. I told her I could get a use out of them for another 10 years. You're such a dork, man. Right, Olivia? Yeah, totally. I shamefully joined in as Mia and her friends made fun of Grace. I thought Grace would act out and throw a book at us or something, but she simply smiled and walked away. Later that day during gym, everyone was in the pool while I just sat outside and reflected on how I'd behaved with Grace. She was trying to help me, and I'd been a jerk to her. I was lost in my thoughts when Max walked up to me.
You're not coming in?
No, I'm scared of water.
Oh, don't be a scaredy cat.
Saying that, Max started pulling me into the water. I wasn't ready for him to see me without my makeup on, so I started pulling away, but he just laughed and splashed water on me. My heart started beating faster, and I was about to pass out when Grace came to my rescue. "Let her go, you moron." Grace took me to the bathroom as I tried catching my breath and shoved a paper bag into my hands. I don't want to throw up. Just breathe in and out. You just had a panic attack. Oh wait, you know what? My mom had this super amazing way of dealing with panic. With that, Grace hugged me tight and started rocking me back and forth. "Snuggle, snuggle up, little baby, no need to fear. Mommy's here, we'll soon be out and you'll be free." Okay, I'm fine. Thank God my makeup is waterproof, or it would have been a disaster. That's what you were worried about? I thought you were scared of water. Thanks for saving me. And listen, I'm sorry for acting like a jerk earlier. I was mad at Max for days, but he apologized a million times, so eventually I let it go. Grace and I continued hanging out for our tutoring sessions and slowly became friends. Even my grades were up again, and Mom couldn't be happier. I'd never met anyone like Grace before, and I was fascinated. While everyone dressed up in fancy clothes, Grace would wear what made her comfortable, no matter how silly she looked. While we shopped for expensive stuff from malls, Grace made her own jewelry and hardly ever used makeup. But I could tell Mia hated Grace. She was always passing death glares at Grace and hardly missed an opportunity to comment on her hair or clothes. Then one day, I invited Grace over for lunch at my table. We were eating when Mia spoke. "Guys, so you know how my mother is a tea leaf reader from India, and she was amazed by my reading yesterday. She says it means I'm either going to be very rich or very famous." As if. Excuse me? You have a problem with what I said? Logically, yes, I do. How can crushed wet leaves predict your future? They can. I have photos. You can see it's clearly written that my future is... I guess your future's garbage because that's what I see here. You know what you should really see? A mirror. Maybe that's when you'll know what a freak you are. Why do you hate me so much? Because you're a nerd and a loser, and I don't understand why you're even sitting with us. All I am is different, and maybe you're too close-minded to handle something you don't understand. There she goes with that psychology talk again. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Told you, Olivia, she's a certified weirdo. You're so unreasonable. An unreasonable jerk. Mia got furious and pushed Grace off her chair. Grace fell and broke her glasses. She then got up and pushed Mia away, and the two of them got into a huge fight. It took all my strength to pull them away. I dragged Grace to the side. "What is your deal?" She hit me first. "You insulted her. She called me a weirdo." "I thought you didn't care about what people said." "I don't, but I also don't like being humiliated publicly. You want Mia to like you so bad, you don't even have the courage to take my side even though I'm right." "That's not true." "Tell yourself that." Grace stormed off, and after that day, she simply stopped talking to me. She canceled our tutoring session and totally ignored me in class. Meanwhile at home, Mom told me something shocking one day. Apparently, one of her clients was suing her for presenting false evidence in a case, and Mom ended up paying really heavy damages. Mom and I had savings, but with the rent, school fees, and other expenses, we needed to figure out a way to get some money in. That's when Mia gave me a way out. My aunt's starting a herbal makeup line, and I'm sure she'll pay you a lot of money to endorse her products on your channel. If you want, I can talk to her tonight, and we can start shooting ASAP. Sounds great. Thanks, Mia. Of course, darling. What are friends for? The next day, I met Mia's aunt, and she agreed to pay me $1 million for the endorsement. We started shooting right away, and everything was on track. The video was uploaded a week later, and everyone loved it. The money I got was enough to get Mom out of trouble, and she was back in business. But a week later, I woke up to people screaming outside my house. I checked my phone and was shocked to see people calling me a liar, a cheat, and I was facing a lot of hate on social media. My heart sank reading all the comments. Apparently, Mia's aunt used cheap chemicals in her skin line, and people were complaining of severe skin issues. I immediately pushed an apology video saying that I had no idea, but no one believed me. Since Mia's aunt wasn't answering my calls, I rushed to Mia's house to get an explanation when I saw she was having a party. I instantly spotted her on the porch making out with Max. What the heck, Max? I thought you liked me.
I did, but then I saw what a fraud you are, and I don't want your tainted reputation ruining mine.
I'm not a fraud. Mia's aunt is, and now she's not even answering my calls. And you, Mia, go on record and tell my followers that I had no idea those products were harmful. And why should I do that? It's not my problem that you didn't do your homework. You should have checked those products before endorsing them. I trusted you. We were friends. And I did you a favor as a friend. But yeah, that aunt of mine's always been kind of shady. She wanted me to be the face of her fraud line. Imagine the horror if I would have said yes. Aunt needed someone stupid and popular enough to spread the word about her brand, and you stepped up. Now, if you're done, you're interrupting my date, and I'd like you to leave. Mia went back to kissing Max, and I was furious. I noticed a cat litter in the corner of the kitchen, and I picked it up and dumped it on Mia's head before storming out of the stupid party. I was in the parking lot when I saw Grace waiting for me. What are you doing here? I wanted to make sure you were okay. And look, I recorded the whole conversation with Mia. Upload this on your channel, and everyone will know what lying pieces of poop Mia and her aunt are. And then what? I know how horrible cyberbullying is, and I don't want another person to go through it. So you're just gonna let this go? Nope. We'll show this video to the police and let them take action. And after it's all behind us, there's something else I want to talk about on my channel. I've spent my entire life feeling invisible and not good enough, and makeup was my way to get noticed. But I just attracted shallow, awful people like Mia and Max. The only people worth having in your life are those who don't make you feel like you need to be someone else to be accepted by them. Did you hit your head on the way out? You're sounding like me. Well, you're the one who showed me that originality is our biggest superpower. So that's what I'm going to do. I still love makeup, but I won't lose sight of who I am as a person anymore, and I won't hide behind it. If I can become popular once, I can do it all over again. You with me? Always. Great, because I'm gonna need your help, and your macaroni necklace too. Hi, I'm Nancy. And this is the crazy story of my life events that turned me upside down from being a poor maid to becoming the Prince Charming's girl. I was just a baby when my parents died in a car accident. My aunt took me in, and even though she was a poor single maid with not much to get by, she loved me like I was her own. Once when I was 4, Aunt came home on Christmas Eve looking bone tired. But when she took off her hat, I almost fell down in shock. Her long, beautiful hair was all gone. She looked like a boy. Don't look so worried. It'll grow back. I sold my hair because I didn't want another Christmas to go by without you having a present. She took out a beautiful necklace with my name on it and put it around my neck. I couldn't believe she'd done this for me. Aunt would always leave me with the neighbors when she went to work. But once when I was 6, they had to go out of town and she had to take me with her. My jaw dropped when I saw her workplace. Our whole house could fit inside the hall of this mansion. Now I see why you're so tired all the time, Auntie. You need a car to get around here. The lady of the mansion overheard me and laughed.
Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie? Why don't you come meet my son, Jeff?
Just then, a boy my age walked up to me and gave me the warmest smile. Hey, wanna go play in my room? Yes! And that day was the day that changed my life forever. I met my best friend. I loved hanging out with him, and I begged my aunt to take me with her often. Soon enough, Jeff's mom arranged for his private tutor to teach me too, so now I had a reason to go every day. As I grew older, my aunt started paying more attention to my looks. One day, she came home with a bag full of cheap makeup.
You're a pretty girl, Nancy. You have to always look perfect when you're hanging out with Madame's boy.
But Auntie, we're friends, and he knows what I look like. Why would he care about my face? But she wouldn't hear a word, and after that, I always had to go to the mansion with a fully done-up face. Over the years, I realized that I had totally fallen in love with Jeff, but I knew I was just the maid's niece, and he'd never feel the same way about me. Once when I was 14, I fell really sick and couldn't go to the mansion for a week. But when I was alone at home one day, Someone rang the doorbell, and I was shocked to see that it was Jeff.
Nancy, I was really worried about you.
And with that, he suddenly hugged me. I totally panicked. I pushed him aside and ran to my room. Gosh, I looked so pale and terrible. I quickly applied makeup to my face and hurried downstairs.
Why are you wearing makeup?
Because I'm not pretty enough without it.
Nancy, please go and wash your face. Can you do that for me?
Okay, but will you promise to be nice?
I promise.
When I came back with my washed face, Jeff put his hand on my chin and held my face up.
Nancy, you're so beautiful.
As he pulled me closer, I saw his eyes were tearing up. We kissed, and there were fireworks exploding in my head. He told me to take care of myself and left. I was excited and nervous about seeing him the next day. But when we got to the mansion, I saw his mom was busy supervising some men as they were taking out furniture from the house. She called me and handed me an envelope.
This is your aunt's salary. A little something for you too. I'll miss watching you grow up, Nancy.
What's happening, ma'am? Where's Jeff?
He left last night because he transferred to a high school in Paris, and I'm going there too. Maybe we'll see each other again someday.
She pulled me into a warm hug and then walked away. I was so scared, thinking I'd never get to talk to Jeff again. But he emailed me a week later, and we wrote to each other every single day. His life in Paris seemed amazing. But soon, the emails got less and less frequent, till they just stopped altogether. He seemed to be really busy with his new life, and I figured it was time for me to move on with my own. By the time I graduated from high school, I was working 2 jobs, as a cleaner at the mall and a librarian's assistant. One day when I got home, I found out that my aunt had broken her foot. I slipped at work, and the doctor said I can't work for weeks. I can't afford to lose that job, Nancy. You won't, okay? I'll go instead. The next day, when I was cleaning one of the guest rooms, I came across a portrait of Jeff. As I touched it gently, a high-pitched voice suddenly made me jump out of my skin.
Are you drooling over that dork? Well, you're just the maid, so I guess you don't have any standards. That's my stepbrother, and I have yet to meet a bigger loser than him.
Jeff had a stepsister? No, I was just cleaning.
I was still talking? Don't interrupt me. I'm Linda. That's Miss Linda for you. And now my mom and I live here, so I don't know why his ugly portrait is still around. You can throw it in the trash on your way out.
I didn't have the heart to throw it away, so I snuck it into the dusty old attic and prayed she'd never go there. One evening, just as I was heading out of the mansion for work, Linda popped out of nowhere.
Ninny, come with me. It's an emergency.
I followed her to her room to see piles of dresses on the bed.
I'm hosting a party tonight, and I have to look amazing. You have to take pictures of me in every outfit so I can let my followers on Instagram decide.
Miss Linda, I'm sorry, but I have plans with a friend and...
Friend? Where does a maid even make friends? Is there a maid school you went to?
No, just a regular high school.
Listen, I don't have time for this. Cancel your stupid plans because you're supposed to help with the party. Didn't Mom tell you? Now, chop chop, start my photo session.
As if all this wasn't bad enough, I accidentally dropped a glass of juice on one of her friends, and she went ballistic.
OMG, this is literally the easiest job on the planet. First, your dumb aunt slips and breaks her foot, and now you're being such an idiot. Does stupidity run in the family?
I turned around, grabbed my stuff, and ran out the front door. I was never coming back here. Just as I stepped out, I bumped into someone. Jeff? His adorable smile lit up his face, and he pulled me close. But suddenly I pushed him away. No, you just cut me out of your life. And now you decide to walk back into mine and expect me to welcome you?
I know you're mad, and I'll understand if you don't want to forgive me. But Nancy, I've missed you so much.
So, why didn't you stay in touch?
I tried, but I had Dad watching me like a hawk. He did his best to make sure I wouldn't contact you because he felt you were distracting me. I'm so sorry.
I looked at his face and I knew he was being honest.
Can you please just hug me now?
We hugged. He whisked me away to a beautiful viewing point on a cliff, with the whole city glittering beneath us and the stars above us. He gently drew me close and kissed me, and in that moment, it felt like everything was just right. The next day, I really didn't want to go back to work, but I did for Aunt's sake. When I got there, Linda was already screaming at some maids. The minute she spotted me, she went off on me.
Here comes another idiot. Did you think elves and fairies were going to come at night and clean this mess? It's still waiting for you. Get to it. Now!
Before I could speak, I heard Jeff behind me.
Knock it off, Linda. You can't talk to Nancy like that.
Oh, I see. You're in love with this maid. Well, history really does repeat itself. Our dad also married way below his league when he chose your mom. Now it's your turn.
Don't you dare say anything about my mom or Nancy, and you can't treat her this way.
Oh yeah? Watch me.
And with that, she walked up to me and slapped me, and I just snapped. I pushed her to the ground, and just as I was about to punch her stupid face, Jeff pulled me away. Linda's mom came running at the commotion, and she fired me on the spot.
I don't want you or your aunt to ever set foot in this house again.
When I went home and told everything to Aunt, she burst into tears. Please don't be upset. I promise I'll find another job. But just then, Jeff spoke up.
You don't have to. Please, let me help you. I love Nancy, and you worked for us for so many years. It's the least I can do.
I tried to refuse, but Jeff just wouldn't take no for an answer, so I accepted his offer till I found some work. Soon after, I got into college and also started a part-time job. As much as I wanted him to stay, I knew Jeff had to go finish his studies in Paris. We kept in touch as much as possible, and some days I missed him enough to cry. On the day of my graduation, he didn't show up because he said his flight was delayed, and I felt really sad. But when I got home, I saw a brand new car outside, and Jeff hopped out of it. Suddenly, fireworks erupted in the sky, and Jeff took out a box from his pocket. Wait, what? He was going to propose? But when I opened it, I saw car keys inside.
It's for you, babe. And here, this too.
He handed me a letter, which was an offer to work at his dad's company. I squealed with joy and kissed him. Just a few weeks after I'd started working, I landed a big client for the company. Everyone gathered around in the conference room to congratulate me, and I rose from my seat. All those years when I was a maid, I could only dream of working in a place like this one. Some dreams really do come true, and I'm so grateful.
Snap out of it, you idiot, because you don't belong here. Unless you're carrying a mop and cleaning the floors.
We all turned around to see Linda, who looked mental. But just then, Jeff raised a toast to me, and so did everyone else, completely ignoring her. After working for a few months, I started noticing errors in the accounts, and I discovered that Linda had been embezzling a huge sum of money from the company. When I went to Jeff with all the proof, both Linda and her mom were immediately kicked off the board of directors. Jeff and his dad thanked me profusely, and soon after, he moved me and my aunt to his mansion. A year later, I was feeling really nauseous for a few days, and it turned out that I was pregnant. Jeff's family was overjoyed, and 9 months later, we welcomed our daughter, Natasha. Unlike other kids, she couldn't complain about not being invited to our wedding. Natasha was the flower girl at the ceremony, and Jeff and I had the most beautiful wedding day ever.
Imagine being on a date at the best restaurant in town, and then the waiter trips and drops his tray full of live lobster, and one of them pinches you. And this is not even the most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to me. Let's take it from the beginning. My mom was a Red Cross advocate for women's rights, and my dad was her bodyguard, so they were always off to this gala or the other, and they left us back with an army of nannies. And when I say us, I mean me and the Chaos Crew, also known as my 5 younger siblings. Food battles, mud fights, glitter bombs, they were so extra. Even Mary Poppins would snap her little umbrella and shuffle up a chimney to escape from them. Every time another nanny left, we got the talk.
I'm disappointed in all of you, but especially you, Martha. You're the oldest. You should lead by example.
I haven't done anything.
Exactly. How are you supposed to become a leader of the future if you can't even lead your siblings?
If you were home teaching us instead of running around, I wouldn't have to take charge.
What I do is important.
More important than your family? When Mom didn't immediately reply, my heart shattered. I rushed to my room and locked it when Mom came to talk to me later.
Martha, I'm sorry. Of course I love you.
Then don't go.
I have to. But we'll talk when we come back, I promise.
Maybe it's better if you never come back. It was like fate really had a twisted sense of humor and heard me. Mom and Dad did not return from their last trip to the Amazon. I felt like it was my fault that they didn't return. My punishment. The police sent out search parties and even used drones to look at their plane that disappeared, but they couldn't find anything. It's a lot, right? But stay with me. You've already liked and subscribed, haven't you? Don't cry. Mom and Dad will come back. Dad's a tough bodyguard and Mom's faster than a tiger. bigger. I'll take care of you in the meantime. I'll be a leader, Mom, just like you wanted. Please come back. But I was only 15, and I knew nothing about adulting. I was suddenly surrounded by lawyers asking me questions and making me sign things. Just pretend you know what you're doing and you'll be fine. Yeah, it wasn't fine. One of my mom's lawyers turned out to be a total snake. He conned his way into getting guardianship over everything, and then he kicked us out and took control of all the assets. You can't do this!
Oh, what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over the sound of all the money you just signed off to me.
Wait until Mom and Dad are back. They'll send you to jail.
You mean when they come back from the jungle? Well, I've got a fortune to spend. Goodbye.
I was super angry, but I didn't have time for it. The Chaos Crew had turned into a miserable bunch, and I needed to take care of them first. Right, first step, let's find a place to live. We all put our birthday cash together, and it was enough for a couple of months' rent. Finding someone willing to rent to a group of teenagers was quite a challenge. So I had this crazy idea to dress up like an old lady and somehow managed to get us a lease. Luckily, it was still the summer holidays, so I had time to take up all the gigs I could find, like a plant manager, where I literally had to water plants, cornfield pollinator, and even party entertainer. These children are wilder than my siblings. Let it go! Let it go! Ah!
Here, let me help you up.
At least my colleagues are all kind. My siblings pitched in as well. They baked tons of cookies and sold them, pretending to be Girl Scouts. And they muddied everyone's cars at night so they could offer a wash-up service in the morning. At a premium, of course. Who knew that being little devils would come in handy? By the time school started, I had turned 16, and we had all transferred to public school. I was so nervous on the first day. And then I got to class, and all the desks were already taken. Now I'll have to stand in the corner like a potted plant. But then a girl sitting in the last row waved at me. She was dressed in this bright orange shirt with space buns, and her desk was hidden under a pile of comics. Come here, we can share. There's a desk under all that? Where can I get a chair? We'll share mine. By the way, I'm Bree. You can call me Brilliant. Bree was a weirdo, but she was also pretty awesome. She gave me all her notes and knew all the juicy gossip. That girl there, her mom works in marketing, so she always knows the latest discount codes. And that one there, don't talk about her nose. We became best friends, and eventually I told her about my story. I want to save up enough cash so I can find my parents. You're so strong. I want to be like you. You're perfect the way you are. I'm not. I'm almost 17, and I've never had a boyfriend. Everyone I confess to just rejects me, and Darius doesn't even know I exist. Darius was Bree's crush and the captain of the school's chess team. Are you sure he's the right guy for you? He is the one. I can feel it. And this time, I'm going to get my confession right. Bree's plan was as crazy as she was. She got dressed up as a chess piece and painted the whole club room as a giant chessboard with a banner that said, "Will you be my checkmate?" But when Darius walked into the door, he freaked out.
Where is it?
What?
My chessboard! There was a game I've been playing since I was a freshman!
We just moved it. There? Darius was so furious, he wanted to call the principal. And then one of his friends intervened. I didn't see who he was because I was too busy pulling a crying Bree away. Thank you, mysterious dude. After that, Bree was done with the guys. And honestly, I had my own problems to deal with. Like the time I was getting out of the shower and this gigantic cockroach came out of the drain. I screamed and hit it with the shampoo bottle, but then even more of them started crawling out. Eek, it's an invasion!
Oh yeah, it happens. Why do you think the flat was so cheap?
We tried spraying them with gas, but the crawlers kept multiplying. We need a new flat ASAP. Martha, wise up and ask for a raise. But when I showed up for my part-time gig at the party entertainer company, the door was sealed off with bright yellow FBI tape and the entire place cleared out.
Oh man, I loved this job.
At least you get to keep the costume.
What costume? These are my normal clothes.
That is very creative. I never thought I'd meet someone more colorful than Bree. Hey, wait a second. Cute, smart, and probably colorblind. He's just perfect. Jasper, how would you like to meet a friend of mine? The moment I introduced Bree and Jasper, it was insta-love. They were like two very colorful peas in a super bright pot. And shortly after, they started dating. Martha, you are a lifesaver. I was seriously starting to think I'd be a crazy cat lady forever. And it was an easy match. You have so much in common. A couple of months later, it was Jasper's birthday party, and he introduced me to his sister Trinity, who was like a Wednesday to his Enid. Wow, and they came out of the same womb. I can't believe someone like Jasper found such a cute girlfriend, and I'm still single. All the boys care about is looks, and no one cares about brains. As I watched Trinity cut marshmallows into cubes and stack them into perfect columns, I realized there was at least one boy who could appreciate her, so I texted him. Oh, I hope I won't regret this. The party was in full swing when, what's Darius doing here? Actually, I invited him. What? Trust me. Hey, Darius. Hi, this is Trinity, and she likes cube-shaped marshmallows.
Round marshmallows almost make no sense.
Finally, someone who gets it. And just like that, Darius the ice cube started melting. See, I told you he wasn't the right one for you. She is. OMG, you're right. You're like the matchmaking queen. I realized how happy Bree's words made me. Helping other people is so cool. But fate was once again ready to kick me down because I got a call from the hospital. What happened? They're saying my brother picked up a sandwich from the bin, but it had some glass in it and now he needs stitches. This is all my fault. If we had more money, he'd never pick food from the bin. And now how am I gonna pay for the operation? We don't have insurance. I even tried to call the snake lawyer, but...
Oh, I love that you think I should care. Bye.
Luckily, the operation was a success, and my brother was okay. When I got to the hospital and asked for the bill, the receptionist told me it had already been paid.
It was a young guy. There, he's just walking into the elevator.
I tried to catch up with him, but the elevator doors shut in my face. Gosh, I swear his back looks so familiar. Who is he? Thanks to my mysterious angel, the accident had resolved well, but it had shown me how much I needed a new job. After Darius and Trinity became a thing, the whole school was buzzing with the rumor that I was the one who set them up. People were begging me to find them their perfect match. Every time I opened my locker, I was buried in a pile of profiles and love letters. How do I fix this? I'm happy to help, but I can't keep doing this for everyone. I gotta focus on finding a new part-time job. Well, why don't you open a matchmaking agency? But I feel bad to ask people to pay for love. Then only ask for a donation from the successful ones. And who knows, maybe you'll find the right match for yourself as well. Right, like I have time for that. But Bree is right. This is something I'm good at. I should at least try. So the next day, I got Bree and Jasper to help me throw my first matchmaker party. By the end of the night, the donation box was bursting with cash, and everyone was coupled up. Almost everyone. As I stepped into the bathroom, a girl ran up to me, and she was dripping wet. How could you match me up with that dimwit? I told him, pass me the water, and he poured it on me. Him as in, I checked my notes. Kuro? Kuro was one of my top candidates. 1 year older than me, and a looker. Plus, he aced all his classes. Oh, and he loved hamsters, and gaming, and, well, to be honest, I might have stalked his online profile a bit. Can't help that he's so cute. And then he called my mom your grandma. It has to be on purpose. I'm sorry, I'll find you a new match. How about Timothy? Thankfully, Timothy was a total catch, so the girl was happy, and my reputation was saved. My agency was killing it, and my siblings and I finally moved out of Cockroachville. But to track down Mom and Dad, I needed some serious cash, and that meant tackling my biggest issue. Kuro, what's up with him? On paper, he's a catch, but every girl I set him up with comes back with a nightmare story.
He took me on a boat trip and we almost sank.
We went ice skating, but he didn't know how to stop, and we crashed.
We tried a cooking class and he somehow managed to burn the spaghetti, set off the fire alarm, and evacuate the entire restaurant.
He's ruining my perfect score. How can someone be really that clumsy? Maybe you need to find out by yourself. Bree was right. So I bought a wig and contact lenses and set up myself for a date with Kuro. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he tripped on his own feet and crashed into the waiter, and everyone was looking at us. But instead of being angry, I just smiled. So Kuro, tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm kinda clumsy. I'm sorry.
It's not so easy to scare me. I mean, I survived a cockroach invasion.
A what?
So I told Kuro everything about my horrible flat and crazy summer jobs. He laughed and then got back from the toilet with a whole roll stuck under his shoe, which then led to the lobster accident, which I told you about already. And gosh, he really is a menace.
You're giving up?
Never. The second date was better. We only got a batch full of super salty popcorn. The third date was almost normal. And by the fourth, I realized he'd done nothing clumsy. Wow, I guess he was just nervous. I started to get so comfortable around him that I even told him about my mom and dad's disappearance.
Don't lose hope. I bet they're still out there somewhere.
I know they are. If it hadn't been for that awful lawyer.
What lawyer?
After I explained how we got conned, Kuro was super mad.
I can't believe he can get away with something like that.
He's a lawyer. Who is the police gonna believe?
There must be some evidence.
The more I listened to Kuro, the more I realized he was right. I didn't have time or money before to go after him, but now it's time for the Chaos Crew's return and get our revenge. That night, we went to our old house and stuffed some old rotted beans in all the air vents. Less than half an hour later, the people inside were opening all the windows. Stage 2, go! Dressed up as a cleaning crew, my siblings rang at the door while I sneaked through a window. It was dark, but I grew up in this house. I know it like the back of my hand. I waited until the Chaos Crew started to fill all the vents with flour, making everyone cough, and then I went into the study. Okay, focus. He won't leave around a folder with evil plan written on it, but as I looked into a drawer, that's exactly what I found. As I scanned through the pages, everything became clear. My parents! I can't believe they—
Drop that!
I looked around to see if there was anything I could throw at him, but he had me backed into a corner.
I thought I smelled a rat. Now be a good girl and—
Conk, the lawyer dropped, and behind him was Kuro holding a big law book.
The power of knowledge, eh?
OMG, thank you. But how did you find me?
I might have followed you? Sorry, I was worried.
While Kuro tied him up and called the police, I whipped out the phone and called the the number I had found in the evil plan folder. Sugar Leader's Bakery? Yes, I have to place an order for 27 cinnamon rolls. Thank you. Please work. Please work.
Attack!
Mistaking Kiro for a bad guy, my siblings jumped him, and by the time I pried them away, the police had arrived.
Arrest them! They're trespassing!
It's not your house. My parents are missing, not dead, so by law, my signatures are invalid. But the evidence was clear, and the police dragged him away. It turns out we weren't the only family he had conned.
He's going to be in prison for a very long time.
A few days later, my siblings and I returned to our parents' home. I invited Kiro, Bree, and my friends to celebrate, but I couldn't sit still. Finally, the doorbell rang, and when I opened the door, my parents were there, alive and well.
My babies!
We're so sorry. We were working with Native communities to stop illegal activities, but we were forced to go underground to save the project.
We left our lawyer a number and a safe message so that you could reach us in case of an emergency.
That's the call you made?
Yes, that arrogant man had written everything down. He was supposed to explain everything and take care of us. Instead, he even told our parents to stay away because we had received some threats.
We should have never trusted him.
But now you're home and you're going to stay, right? Mom and Dad looked at each other, and for a moment I was afraid that they might leave again.
Of course we're staying.
We learned our lesson.
And who are all these nice young people?
I introduced all my new friends to my parents and told them how much they had helped me. But when it was Kiro's turn, I hesitated. Is he a friend? A date? A boyfriend? He doesn't even know I'm the matchmaker. This is Kiro, and I've never been completely honest with him. I turned to him. I hope he understands. Kiro, I'm not one of your matches. I am the matchmaker. I braced myself, expecting rejection, but...
I already knew.
What?
Why do you think I was such a loser with other girls? I've had a crush on you since Bree's wild confession to Darius. But you were so wrapped up in your agency, you never even gave me a second glance. I had to do something drastic to get you to notice me.
Bree's confession? But I squinted at him. Right, he was the guy who stopped Darius from going to the principal. And OMG, you also paid for my brother's hospital bill.
Yeah, I overheard you talking about it at Jasper's party.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want you to go out with me because of money.
I couldn't believe he'd done all that just to date me. I guess this answers my question. Mom, Dad, I'd like to introduce you to Kiro, my perfect match. I grabbed Kiro's hand, and as I saw the happiness on his face, I knew I had made the perfect choice.
Welcome to the family, Kuro.
Hi, I'm Isabel from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. My mom had an accident when I was only 3, and Dad shifted his multi-million-dollar company to our mansion just so he could give me all his attention. But I soon realized he was too much. He fired my favorite nanny just because I fell off my bed. He wouldn't even let me go to the park without wearing a helmet and protective gear. I looked like a freaking astronaut. One night when I was 5, I left a note for Dad and ran away from home. I knew exactly where I wanted to go first, the park. Finally, some peace. But it wasn't long before I heard police cars screeching outside, and Dad came running to me.
Oh, you fool. I'm never letting you out of my sight again.
I looked at the officers and started kicking and screaming.
Please, help me. I've never seen this creepy man before. Help!
Well, Dad had a lot of paperwork to show before he could take me home. Growing up, he and I were constantly at war, but I always found a way to do what I wanted. And in high school, I even joined the cheerleading squad, without telling him, of course. Once in 10th grade, the football captain Jake invited me to his party, and I knew there was no way Dad was letting me go so late. So once he was asleep, I sneaked out of my window. By the time I got back, it was almost 3 a.m. I was walking through my garden when I suddenly tripped over something that looked like a human body. I almost screamed, but just then, I saw who it was. My weird neighbor. Oh my God, what are you doing here?
I was just lying back and watching the stars, till you ruined it. Why can't you just watch the friggin' stars from your garden? I like the grass here better. It's nicer and softer, and the quality is...
Jeez, just shut up and go. As I started walking, he followed me.
You know we go to the same school, right? You don't even know my name, do you?
Of course I do. It's, something with an R or P. Wait. It's Dave. David, okay? You got me. I don't know your name.
It's Scott. You'll remember now because I'm your new boyfriend.
Did I hit your head when I tripped?
No, you just gave me an idea. You're Miss Popular, and I'm just a nerd. Dating a cheerleader is going to be great for my image, and if you say no, I'm going to tell your dad you were out.
Are you seriously blackmailing me?
Yes, I am. Don't worry, it's not forever. We'll date for a month and then break up publicly. So, do we have a deal?
Dating this weirdo would be social suicide for me, but if Dad found out, I'd be grounded for eternity. So, I shook hands on it. I was so not looking forward to school on Monday. I walked down the hall with my face behind a book, hoping to avoid Scott. I didn't find him anywhere, and I felt so relieved. Maybe he was kidding about the whole thing anyway. Later at lunch, Jake joined me, and I was having a great time when suddenly Scott slid right next to me.
Here I am, my lady. Now, what are your other 2 wishes?
Oh my God.
Dude, we're in the middle of something here. Can you go and be weird somewhere else? I'd like to know what you're in the middle of with my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Your girlfriend? Isabel, your friend seems rather stupid. Can you please tell him clearly?
I kicked him hard under the table. Yes, it's true. Scott is my boyfriend.
No way. This is just some stupid joke, isn't it? It is not. I love Isabel, and she loves me very much, and will prove it.
To my horror, Scott jumped onto the table and held out a hand for me. I climbed up very reluctantly, and he whispered,
"You better make this convincing."
I was going to kill him. I kissed him as everyone in the cafeteria watched us and gasped. Jake stormed off furiously, and I dragged Scott outside. What was that? This is not part of the deal.
Well, we have to make it believable. What's the problem anyway? You seemed to be really into that kiss.
I was not. I'd rather kiss a monkey's butt. Now, you listen to me. Just then, a thin goth girl named Irene walked up to us. Scott, are you really going out with this girl?
Yes, I am, Twiggy. Meet your future sister-in-law.
Wait, you guys are siblings? How come she doesn't have a British accent? Because we're both Americans. And my brother's such a loser. Why do you speak like that?
So I can sound more sophisticated. Not all of us just get by in life with a pretty face.
So you settled for a stupid accent? Good job. Also, I wouldn't date a cheerleader if I were you, Scott. She's one of them, and they're all jerks. Before I could defend myself, she walked off.
Don't mind her. She's weird. My friends are coming over for a chess tournament tonight, and I can't wait for them to meet my girlfriend.
I can't. I have things to do.
Like spending the rest of high school in your room? Because that's what will happen when I tell your dad. I'll see you, m'lady.
And with that, he left. Ugh! So, he wanted a girlfriend, huh? Well, he was about to get one. The girlfriend from hell. When I went over to his place that evening, it looked like I'd walked onto some geek planet, and they were all staring at me like I was an alien.
Whoa, we thought Scott was lying.
About us being together? Oh no, meeting this cookie monster is the best thing that's ever happened to me. When they set up the chessboard, I jumped into Scott's lap and started picking up the chess pieces. Babe, what's this horsey thing? And what's this one for? I'm really dumb, you know. I don't understand anything.
Can you please leave those alone? I'll explain to you later.
Why are you talking like that to me, Snookums? You think I'm dumb, don't you?
I never said that. Just watch a game and you'll understand everything, okay?
I smiled sweetly, but I wasn't backing down. I kept distracting Scott by playing with his hair, feeding him snacks, and accidentally dropping a drink in his lap. And then, right when they were in the middle of an intense match, I started doing a cheerleading routine. Give me an S, give me a C, and then an OTT. Go, Scotty! I did a cartwheel next and crashed straight into their table, knocking their chessboard to the floor. They all looked so mad, and Scott took me out of the room.
What are you doing? I know you just think we're a bunch of nerds, but this is important to us.
I'm just giving you the girlfriend experience. If you don't like it, break up with me.
Not a chance. You're my girlfriend for the month. Deal with it.
Of course, everyone in school knew by now that Scott and I were dating, and he was everywhere, in the library, during lunch, at my cheerleading practice. A few days later, he even signed up for a hiking trip I was going to. As we were walking, a cheerleader asked us how we'd gotten together. Oh, it's a really boring story.
Oh, she's just shy. It was quite romantic, actually.
What?
She was walking past my house when she slipped and sprained her ankle. I took my t-shirt off and wrapped it around her foot, and then I carried her home. She asked me out because of my rock-hard abs. Her words, not mine.
Oh, I could bash his skull with a rock. And suddenly, I had a brilliant idea. I stopped back to tie my laces and quickly filled up my backpack with rocks. Then I let out a loud cry. Scott, I sprained my ankle again. I don't think I can walk.
Oh, I got you, my lady. Hop onto my back.
And when I did, he let out a loud groan. What is it, Scotty?
Nothing. Totally, fine.
I almost died trying not to laugh. The poor boy was grunting and sweating as he carried me down the hill. And then finally, he collapsed to the ground.
Gosh, Isabel, you weigh as much as a baby elephant.
Did you just call me fat? I burst into fake tears as everyone glared at him.
No, that's not what I meant, babe.
Don't touch me, you jerk. Just then, Jake shoved him aside.
You heard her. Come on, Isabel. Let a real man carry you.
Oh, I think my ankle is feeling better. I can walk, but I'll need some support. I leaned on Jake's arm and started limping away. Served Scott right for that stupid story. Later, I felt bad for what I'd put him through, so I invited him to come with me to my friend's party. I was having a great time dancing there, but Scott was just hanging out in a corner, and I caught him looking at me more than once. Hey, come dance with me.
Oh, I'd rather not. I don't have your moves. You looked pretty great out there.
Why was my face getting hot?
Well, I'd like to see your moves. Okay then, don't say I didn't warn you.
He walked onto the dance floor and started doing the weirdest chicken dance. Everyone stopped to stare and snicker at him, but he didn't seem to give a hoot. I burst out laughing. He looked ridiculous, and it looked like so much fun. I jumped in and started imitating his moves, and before I knew it, a whole bunch of kids had joined us, and we were all doing Scott's chicken dance. We all clapped for him at the end of it. As we were walking away, Scott accidentally bumped into Jake and knocked over his plate of food on his shirt. Suddenly, Jake grabbed him by the collar.
You're really getting on my nerves, man. What are you even doing here? Dating some cheerleader won't make you cool. You will always be a loser. Why are you so worked up, dude? Is it that time of the month again?
Jake punched Scott in the face. I leapt forward and pushed him away, straight into a fountain. Don't you dare touch my boyfriend. As Jake screamed furiously, I took Scott's hand and led him out of there. We went to his house and I held up an ice pack to his face. Here, this should help.
Yeah, it usually does.
What do you mean?
It's not the first time I've been bullied, Isabel. I'm a nerd, remember? I've had plenty of broken glasses, punches, and insults.
Scott, I'm sorry to hear that. No one deserves such treatment, especially you.
It's okay. You didn't bully me. You just never noticed me.
Are you trying to make me feel worse?
Is it working?
Yeah, a little bit. His eyes were so lovely up close, and my heart was racing. But just then, Irene walked in, and I jumped back. I should go home. It's late. See you around, Scott. And with that, I ran off. Jeez, was I falling for my fake boyfriend? The next day in school, Irene was participating in an art contest, but just an hour before, Scott and I found her crying in the art room. Someone had ripped her painting to shreds with a note stuck to it. No place for losers.
It's Jake. He did this to get back at me. I'm going to kill him.
But what am I gonna do right now, Scotty? I have nothing.
Listen, I'm going to run back home and get one of your other art pieces. You have so much amazing stuff. It'll be fine, I promise.
He was out of there like a bullet and was back just before the contest started. The judges loved Irene's artwork, and she actually came in second place. As we were all walking out of the hall, we spotted Jake and his buddies, and Scott jumped forward to attack him, but I held him back.
That's right, Isabel. Keep that loser in check before I kick his butt again.
Sure, I'll do that. And you should go clear your locker, Jake, because you're about to be kicked out. See, you were too stupid to notice the camera in the art room. I asked the principal to look at the footage, and she'll be calling you any minute now." Jake looked at me in shock, and before we knew it, the principal was dragging him off to her office, and he was expelled. A few days later, Scott and I went to the carnival with some friends, and when we were on the Ferris wheel, it suddenly stopped with us on top. While we were waiting for it to get fixed, Jake suddenly turned to me.
So, have you thought about how we're breaking up?
"What?"
Our month's over tomorrow. We can just break up in the cafeteria so that everyone knows we're not together.
"Oh, yeah, of course. And you are more popular now. Everyone loves your chicken dance. You got what you wanted."
Yes, I did.
Just then the Ferris wheel started working again, and I angrily hopped off when we got to the bottom. He didn't care about me at all? Just then, one of my friends caught up with me and asked where Scott was. "Don't know and don't care. He's just a loser, and I'm gonna dump his sorry butt tomorrow." But the next day, I decided that I didn't want to break up. I liked him, and I needed to tell him. When I got to the cafeteria, I walked over to Scott and said, "Hey, listen, I don't think we should see each other anymore."
Yeah, I agree. You're just a spoiled little princess, and I've realized I'm too good for you.
"Scott, this is not what I want."
Are you begging me to stay with you? Don't embarrass yourself, because I won't change my mind.
As I felt everyone's eyes on me, I just ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could he be such a jerk? Just then, Irene walked in and asked what had happened. "Your brother is awful. Guess he'll do anything for popularity, huh? Dumping a cheerleader makes him look good." "And you didn't want to break up with him?" "No, I didn't. But now, gosh, you guys are idiots. He heard you saying to a friend that you were dumping his sorry butt today, so he decided to do it first. Isabel, he's actually in love with you since forever. This whole deal wasn't about him getting popular. He just saw a chance to get close to you, and he took it." I ran out of the bathroom to go find him and crashed straight into him. "You owe me such a big apology."
I know. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean a word. The truth is, I don't want to break up with you, Isabel. I want to be your real boyfriend, if you'll let me. I love you.
Wow, you really do have rock-hard abs.
Yeah, even nerds work out. So, what do you say?
"I love you too, idiot." And I pulled him in for a kiss. Hi, my name is Hannah, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, it was just me and my mom, and she was my best friend. We watched movies all weekend, baked delicious cookies, and she even homeschooled me so we could spend more time together. But when we did leave the house, Mom had this weird idea that someone was following us. She was always checking over her shoulder and looking around corners.
Shut the blinds and turn off the lights. There was a man with mysterious packages right behind us on the way home.
Mom, that's just our new neighbor, look! And his mysterious packages are just grocery bags. But Mom was always so paranoid, and I didn't understand why. Soon after I turned 13, though, everything changed. Mom got really sick. She was at the doctor every day, but she wasn't getting much better. And soon she had to move into a care center.
Sweetie, you're gonna have to live with your dad for a while.
My dad? But you've never even talked about him. He's a complete stranger to me.
I know, but we don't have a choice right now. I need someone to take care of you. I'll come and get you soon, I promise.
Dad lived in another city, and a helicopter came to pick me up the next day. I felt miserable the entire way there. I already missed Mom to dry it over a heating vent. He looked so hot, I literally wanted to melt.
Are you checking me out?
No.
Liar.
He grinned at me. My face was pretty much entirely red now as I turned to leave.
Perhaps you could continue checking me out over dinner sometime.
I was too shocked to hide my surprise. You're asking me out on a date?
I know, it's a bit fast. I mean, I don't even know your name.
I gasped. That's why he was so chill. He didn't know who I was.
But sometimes you just have a feeling, you know?
I knew exactly how he felt. Just as I was about to say yes, Selena showed up behind us. Lucia, Alex,
You already met?
I nearly passed out. He was Alex? The Alex? Why is he shirtless? Alex answered her while I mentally kicked myself repeatedly, hard. I wanted the one guy I couldn't have tonight, and he wanted me. But that didn't matter. Selena quickly texted me to go away and watch them from a distance because she was gonna ask him out. I made a lame excuse and started walking away when I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was Alex.
Hey, before you go, were you gonna say yes?
I panicked and blurted out, "Yes to what?"
Going out with me?
Sorry, no. I walked away hurriedly and sat with them in my vision. I watched Selena ask him out. I felt Alex's disappointment as he said yes. I was disappointed too. Selena begged me to shadow them for 2 dates, just till he asked her to be his girlfriend. With the crazy money she was offering, I just had to do it. I could retire. On their first date, I was very careful and wore my best disguise. I was watching Alex's face over the top of my book when suddenly he looked at me, like right at me. He recognized me. I could feel his confusion and amusement. He was about to come over. I panicked and slid under the table.
Nice outfit, Lucia.
He walked away without waiting for a reply. I had no answers to give when Selena grilled me. I can't believe he spotted you. Ugh, look, I need you there when I ask him to be my boyfriend. So I'll just do it in a public event, like a party. Unstoppable Selena put together an event faster than I could blink. I went for my last assignment, sulking the whole way there. But then I saw Alex at the party, and he made my heart hurt. Where on earth would I find a boy like him again? Are you ready? I nodded grumpily. She took Alex aside and told him how she felt. The first thing I felt was Alex's polite but firm no. I could sense Selena's anger and disappointment as she turned around and ran away. Just then, Alex turned and walked right up to me.
You're not a very good spy, but you're a very good friend. Helping Selena out like this with your powers when you clearly have a crush on me.
My face was red again. So what? You have a crush on me.
Yeah?
But you know what I do. Why aren't you running like the other boys?
Because I have nothing to hide. Plus, you're just too gorgeous to ignore. Will you go out with me?
Just don't ruin my shirt. I finally said yes. It was so exciting to finally go out on dates with an amazing person. I was blissfully happy till the day I walked into Alex's prom, totally unaware of what was waiting for me inside. All the girls from my school were here. Selena was here too, and she walked up to the stage pointing at me. There she is, girls. There's the awful girl who promised to help me and then stole my boyfriend. The girls began to boo me loudly. Let this be a warning to all of you. Never, ever hire Lucia ever again. The girls began to boo even louder.
I wasn't even dating Selena. She's nuts.
It's okay, Alex. I could feel the hatred of literally 100 girls right now, but I really meant that. I was done helping them. My life at school went back to usual and people quickly forgot I even existed. They left me alone, but this time I wasn't lonely. I had a lot more confidence and an amazing boyfriend by my side who loved me. With Alex and my parents' support, I finished my education in psychology and began to help people as a licensed therapist. I finally started using my powers the way they were meant to be used, to save lives.
Years ago, outside a busy restaurant, there was a 17-year-old girl begging for money. She held a child in her arms. She was too skinny, dirty, and tired. No one paid any attention to her. A few minutes later, exhausted, she sat on the curb, holding her baby, listening to the hungry cries of her newborn. She didn't know what to do. A car pulled up beside her. A lady walked out and took her hand. "Stand up, sweetheart." The young girl stood. "Why are you here?" The young girl told the lady her story. Her boyfriend abandoned her when he knew she was pregnant, and she didn't know anyone else in the city. She didn't know where to go or how to get her next meal. The lady listened to the story without interrupting. "My name's Griselda," she said. "I've got a place that you can go to. I've helped many women just like you. Will you come with me?" Desperate, the young girl joined the woman in her car. She took her to a shelter for women in need. The young girl had heard stories about shelters, but this was nothing like the accounts she'd heard. It was neat, friendly, and warm. It was a place where women regained their dignity and cared for their children. It was blissful. Griselda was a rich businesswoman, but the shelter was her passion. She funded it and searched the streets looking for women who needed help. There were many of these women, and they all seemed to grow healthy again under her watch. In Griselda's haven, women healed from their trauma. Seeing this gave Griselda a sense of fulfillment. Most of these women would leave the shelter only to return a few weeks later, newly traumatized. 9 times out of 10, it always came back to the same thing: men. Men were ruining the lives of these women. Griselda hired lawyers, hounded social workers, and called the police, but it was always the same. Nothing changed. The women continued to return to her, broken and defeated. After years of this, Griselda finally snapped. Every time a man came near her, she would just about spit on him. Within a week, the shelter closed down. Griselda and most of the women disappeared. Some returned to the streets or the homes where they were neglected. Griselda bought acres of farmland in the middle of nowhere, a place so far removed that no one knew about it. She built a giant wall around the perimeter, hidden behind a thick forest of trees. She put female guards up on the only entrance. She cut the internet, satellite, and cellular signals in the area, jamming and confusing these signals so that our community's location didn't even show up on digital maps. When we keep the men outside, we will have a safe place to grow, she told the women. She invited all the women in the shelter to join her, saying that there was more than enough room for all of them. Griselda promised them work and a new life free of pain and suffering. All the women had to do was promise they would never speak about men again. There were many women who weren't willing to part ways with men. They were kicked out of the shelter and excluded from Griselda's plans. But there were many women who had come to love Griselda and saw her as a mother. These women agreed to her conditions. These women were welcomed into her community. My mother was one of them. In fact, I was the baby that 17-year-old girl was holding. And my name is Stephanie. I went to school like all the other girls. Everything taught in the community was a modified version of history. All inventions, discoveries, and breakthroughs were made by women. They told us that there wasn't anything outside the community because the rest of the world was destroyed in a very strange version of World War II. Beyond the forest and the wall that separated our community from the outside were all kinds of scary things: zombies, monsters, etc. These were the scary bedtime stories that all the girls were told. My life in the community was fun and safe. I had lots of friends, and it didn't bother me in the least that they were all girls. The adults gave me tons of freedom and were very open with me. That changed when I was 17. That was when I began to ask too many questions about our history. I loved to explore and push the boundaries. We had grown up hearing stories about the boundary wall not being safe. There were usually patrols that passed through the forest, making sure that none of the girls strayed too far. I waited for them to pass and snuck right up to it. The wall was huge and there was no way I was going to see through it, but I followed the wall for a few days, mapping it out, seeing how far it stretched. That was when I found the guarded entrance. During a changeover of the guards, the entrance was temporarily open. I looked out past the wall and was surprised to see that the world I knew continued. It was nothing like the stories we'd been told, filled with decaying trees and radiated animals. It was alive and beautiful out there. I spent my afternoon sneaking to the entrance and watching from the bushes for any signs of life. About 2 weeks later, a truck arrived at the entrance. I saw the strangest creature climbing out of the truck, like a woman but with short hair and a deep voice. I told my friends what I had seen, but they didn't believe me. The next day, I was called in to see Griselda. She assured me that what I had seen was just a woman who had suffered because of the radiation out in the world beyond the community. But I saw plants out there, I said. Of course, she said. It's only a small patch of loveliness just before it gets really ugly and unsafe. Now I need you to stay away from that wall. It's not safe out there. Maybe she was right. I agreed to stay away from the wall, but unlike my friends, my curiosity continued to grow. Griselda was definitely hiding something. About 3 months later, one of the pregnant ladies that used to babysit me when I was younger went into labor. After 2 days of not seeing or hearing from her, I went to the hospital to see her. She was dazed from all the medication, but when she saw me, she became lucid. "They took my boy," she cried. That was all she was able to say. The nurses burst into the room, ushered me out, and closed the door. That evening, I asked my mother what boy meant. She almost dropped the pan that she was washing. Then she smiled at me and asked me where I'd heard that word. I told her. It must be a name that she gave to her daughter. I didn't feel like I was getting the whole truth, but I let it go. A week later, I went to visit my babysitter in the hospital, but she wasn't there anymore. But Griselda was. She greeted me with a sad look on her face. Unfortunately, she didn't make it through the trauma of her delivery. I was shocked. I'd seen her after she'd had her baby. It didn't make sense. But I came to see... Griselda didn't let me finish. She has suffered enough. Please leave this now. Go and grieve and stop fighting me on this. I spent the next day wandering the community alone, clearing my head. Something kept bringing my mind back to that entrance, so I visited my secret spot in the bushes where I could watch. A car drove by and stopped in front of the gate. I couldn't believe my eyes. In the passenger seat was my babysitter. She looked sad, but she was definitely alive. Griselda was driving the car. After signing the paperwork, the gate opened and the car drove out. I was confused, angry, and hurt. Nothing was making sense. I could tell that people were lying to me, but I didn't know why. Even my own mother was holding back on the truth. I decided not to tell her anything. I wanted to do my own research. After conversations with my friends, I discovered that something strange often happened to the pregnant women in the community. About 60% of their children didn't make it. Most of these women either died or were committed to a wing in the hospital for the mentally unstable. So I put in a request to intern as a nurse at the hospital. It took me a few weeks to earn the trust of the head nurse, but eventually I did. She started to relax around me. When I knew I could take the chance, I asked her about the patients in the mentally unstable wing. "You don't want to go in there," she said. "Just a lot of sedated women." I told her that I wanted the hands-on experience. I asked her if I could just work there for a day. "Okay, but just for a day." I visited the wing and found that these women were still alive. While many of them were heavily sedated, there were 2 or 3 that were awake and willing to share their stories with me. "No boys allowed in the community," one lady told me. "What does boy mean?" She laughed at me and told me the strangest story I had ever been told. It went against all the biology lessons I had learned at school. "There's a whole world out there," she said. "I remember leaving it when I was about 7 years old. It's not a wasteland. They've been lying to us." Obsessed with finding answers, I snuck up to the fence and waited for an opportunity to sneak out. A delivery vehicle arrived. As they were unloading the truck, I slipped into the back. We drove for about an hour. When the truck stopped, the back was opened. I slipped out undetected. I walked into a tall building, bigger than anything that I'd seen in the community. It was filled with stores of every kind. And more than that, it was a mix of people. Lots of women, but also lots of these other strange creatures. One of these strange-looking women came up to me. "Are you okay? You look lost," he said. He was about the same age as me. I told him it was my first time here. He offered to show me around because his friends had bailed on him and he had some time to kill. He took me from store to store, but I barely heard what he said. I was more fascinated by him. "What kind of girls are you?" I asked him. He laughed. "I hear you. I should probably get my hair cut pretty soon." I had so many more questions for this stranger, but I didn't get a chance to ask any more. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around. It was Griselda. "Excuse us, young man," she said to the boy. "We need to leave." He smiled and waved at me, and then walked away. I pulled away from Griselda. "I'm not going anywhere with you," I said. Griselda shook her head. "You have no idea what you're doing, Stephanie. I'm not the villain here, okay? But if you want answers, I'll give them to you." Griselda took me to a coffee shop and we sat down. Griselda specifically asked for a female waiter. "This is a mall," she said, "and those strange creatures that you're seeing are boys. All the stories that we've told you, they've been to protect you and your sisters in the community, but they haven't been the whole truth." "What is the truth?" I asked. "The truth is that boys become men and men end up hurting women." Griselda told me why she had started the community. We spoke for hours. The more she explained, the more I could understand why she hated men so much. "Your own mother was abandoned by a man. Your father. Is that the life that you want to live? One filled with these vile creatures?" "They can't all be bad," I said. Griselda shook her head. "They are, every last one of them." She looked a bit creepy when she said that, but then she took a deep breath and calmed down. "We're going to go back home now, Stephanie, to your family, your mother, your friends, your community. And when we go back, you won't mention a word of this to anyone. Do you understand?" "You can't expect me to keep quiet about this," I said. "They need to know." Griselda slammed her fist on the table. "No one needs to know anything. I've been patient with you, but if you want to infect the minds of my community with what you've seen here today, I'll make you pay for it." She grabbed my wrist and told me that it was time to go. I tried to pull my hands free, but she wouldn't let go. I shouted for her to stop. A male security guard came over to us and asked if everything was okay. Griselda smiled at him and told him that she was my grandmother, and we were just leaving, but I wasn't going anywhere. "Help me," I said. "She's not my grandmother, and I don't want to go with her." Griselda tried to run then, but the security guard stopped her. We were taken to a room and held there until the police arrived. They questioned me in a separate room to Griselda. I told them my story. They couldn't believe what I was telling them. Griselda didn't say anything until her lawyers arrived. There was an army of them. Ironically, some of them were men. "I'm not doing anything illegal," she said to the police. The police said they'd need to investigate. I was kept in a safe house while the police performed their investigation. I watched television for the first time. It blew my mind. I surfed the internet and even signed up for a few social media accounts. I couldn't believe that there was a whole world of information out there, and anyone could access it for free. I also watched the news from all over the world. It was there that I saw regular updates about what was happening with Griselda and the community. It turns out she had broken the law, and she had hurt a lot of women who didn't want to play by her rules. I felt sorry for her, though. I knew that she just wanted to help. Her anger had overcome her. I testified against her in the court case. Griselda's lawyers kept her out of prison, but she had to give up the farmland and the community. The court ordered her to create a rehabilitation program for all the women who lived on her compound. I spent the next year learning about the real world, about real history, real boys, and everything else that actually happened. I have to admit, Griselda was right. The real world was a mess, but it was real, and I prefer it that way. Some of the other girls didn't cope in this new world. They struggled and wanted things to go back to the normal that they remembered. I did my best to remind them about the truth. The world is a harsh place, but running and hiding is not a solution. The best that we can do for ourselves is not wish that things were easier, but rather that we were stronger. Strong enough to take on the challenges that we face. Most of the older women were angry with me. They wanted things to go back to normal. My mother was one of them. She was disappointed in me and barely spoke to me for the first month. Since then, things have become a lot better between us. After my year of rehabilitation, I started college with a few of the other girls from the community. It was great to be in a place where I was free to ask questions and find answers. A place that encouraged me to be curious. It's the reason why I'm studying to become a lawyer. To make sure that the truth has a voice. It's also nice to have boys around on the campus. I haven't had the courage to start dating anyone yet, but one day I will. Although Griselda did the craziest and creepiest thing ever, I've learned something from her. I will never, ever allow anyone to mistreat me.
Hello, my name is Lily, and I live in a hidden village high up in the mountains. My father was from a long line of wealthy traders who built these castles themselves. They built a huge wall around the town to keep us safe, and the kids were forbidden from going outside. Obviously, that meant we tried to leave all the time. We would dare each other to get past the gates, but there were 100 guards ready to stop us. The others laughed it off, but I was mad. My father went out for trades all the time. Why couldn't I? When I was 10, I sneaked into his bags before a trip, and I jumped out once the carriage left town. Woohoo! I'm outside with you, Papa! He screamed, and his guards almost jumped on me. Father made the carriage turn back, but he made a stop on the way and showed me a dark, chilly forest.
This is the outside world, Lily. It's full of horrible monsters and bad people. As the future chiefess of our town, you have to be inside to be safe.
I believed my father completely, and I raced back into the carriage. When I reached home, I told everyone who would listen all about it. Father said there are monsters with giant teeth who chase you, and it's always dark and cold. I'm never going outside again. Suddenly, I heard someone laughing at me. It was Arthur, the boy who delivered milk to the town every day.
There are no such things as monsters. The chief is a liar.
How dare you? Take that back.
Nuh-uh. I live outside and I have never seen any monsters. And it's sunny all the time. You're a fool.
Everyone laughed at me and I turned red with embarrassment. People started asking Arthur what he had seen, and he said there were towns way bigger than ours. There was even something called a school where hundreds of children got together to play games and learn skills. Hundreds of children? Our entire village had 30 kids. I couldn't believe Father lied to me. I demanded that he tell me the truth and let me out, but he refused.
You are my princess. This is the only place I can keep you safe.
His control over me changed everything. Over the next few years, I stopped being the sweet Lily he used to know. I turned into a total troublemaker. I broke expensive vases he got from his travels and tore up tapestries he dearly loved. One time he had an important meeting with big traders, and I let all of our goats run free into the room. It was so funny to watch all the men screaming. Father was furious at my antics, and one night I overheard him talking to my mom about setting my engagement.
If we get her married, I can officially make her the chiefess. Then she can stay here forever.
Be here? Forever? This was my nightmare. I knew that if I wanted to see the world outside these walls, I had to do something drastic. The only person I could think of was Arthur, the milk boy. He rode into our town in a carriage every day, so I packed up some gold and clothes and sneaked inside. I held my breath as Arthur rode out of town, but when we were away from the walls, I couldn't help but scream. Yes, I made it out!
Ah! What are you doing here?
I needed to get out of there. you can take me to a new town, right?
Are you joking? Your father will end me.
Just then, loud bells started ringing through the village. Alarms.
They must know you're missing. I'm taking you back.
No, please, I'm begging you. If I go back, my father will get me married to some stranger, and I'll be locked in there forever.
Not my problem.
I'll give you all the gold I have on me. I showed him the contents of my purse, and he agreed to help me right away. Yes! Arthur's carriage raced away from my village, and I finally got to see the outside world for real. Yes, there were dark, scary forests, but they ended soon, and we reached a bright town that was bursting with people. Arthur tried to leave me in the middle of the crowded square, but I held on to him. No, you have to keep me with you.
Not a chance. There's going to be guards looking for you all over.
I gave you all the gold I had. The least you can do is give me a place to sleep one night, please? He groaned and took me to his house, complaining the whole way there. I got to meet Arthur's family, his mother and his little sister Gwen. When I told them the story of my escape, Gwen and his mother accepted me with open arms. I can't believe you've never been to school.
You're much too young to be engaged. You can stay here until your father sees sense.
Arthur protested, but the ladies shouted him down. They even had a secret basement to hide me in when the guards came to search everyone's houses. Even though they wanted to help me, living here was not easy. Even though I wore an elaborate disguise, Arthur's neighbors noticed I was new, and they were so nosy. One evening, all of them streamed into the house to ask who I was. Is she the lost girl? The one all the soldiers are searching for? No, I'm Arthur's cousin. Arthur doesn't have any cousins. We've known him our whole life. Who are you really? I thought I was done for, but Arthur stepped in and said,
She's my fiancée.
Everyone gasped, and my jaw was on the floor.
She's from another village. She's visiting to see her future home. She's really shy, so please stop staring at her.
People walked away, whispering to each other, and I threw my arms around Arthur. Thank you. Now that everyone thought I was his fiancé, I was free to roam around town, and Gwen even took me to school. I got to play games I'd never even heard of, with more children than I'd ever seen in my life. I was just getting used to being here, when one day horses charged into town with my father's crest. I ran home and tried to get into the basement, but Arthur blocked the door.
I'm so sorry, Lily.
Sorry? For what? Open the door. That was when my father marched right into the house and caught me. His men put me into his carriage and he thanked Arthur publicly.
You must be rewarded for helping me find my daughter. From now on, you work for me, son. I will take care of your education and your family. Pack up your things and follow us. Thank you, Chief.
I was in shock. Arthur had betrayed me. My father yelled at me the whole way home, but I couldn't hear a word he said. I was too busy punching Arthur in my head. Father locked me in my room and put guards to watch me. And the most annoying part? He asked Arthur to be my servant. I was so furious with him that I wasn't going to touch anything he brought me. I sat in my room hungry and thirsty for hours.
You're being childish. You have to eat.
No!
I'm sorry I betrayed you, but my family was struggling every day outside. Your father offered a huge reward. I couldn't turn it down.
The gold you took wasn't enough? Just go away. Because of him, my father was about to marry me off to some weirdo, like the richest boy in my town, who showed up with his creepy smiles.
You're the future chiefess, right? You're even more beautiful than they said. I can't wait to win your hand.
He gave me a flower and he leaned forward to kiss my cheek. Arthur pushed him away.
Who kisses a lady like that? The guy who's going to marry her.
No way was I going to marry this idiot. But my father actually agreed to his offer. He didn't even care when I said no.
He has enough castles to amuse you your whole life, Lily. You'll love it.
The day of my wedding was fixed, and I knew I had to run away somehow, but the days kept passing and I could never get around the guards. There was no way out, and suddenly my wedding day was here. An hour before the ceremony, Arthur ran into my chambers.
You look incredible.
What do you want? I'm freaking out.
You want to run away, right? I can help you.
I will never trust you.
I have a plan. No one will see us. Come on.
I had no other option. Arthur pulled a rope and we used it to climb down the walls. The town was empty. Everyone was in church for my wedding. We ran out of there at full speed. Arthur's family was waiting in his carriage too, and they hugged me tight as we rode off into the sunset. Why did you do this, Arthur? You just lost everything you got from my father.
I felt too guilty for ruining your life. I can't live with that. I'd rather go back to selling milk.
He likes you.
Shut up.
Arthur rode to a friend's place 2 towns over. I'd hidden there for just 2 days when I started hearing the weirdest news about home. People were saying that a sickness was spreading through my town. Many were ill and some were even dying. Arthur thought this was my father's trick to get me to come back, but I couldn't just ignore this. We found some horses and raced back to my town. My worst fears came true when I got there. Our only lake was covered in algae. The water was toxic, all the fish were dead, and anyone who drank the water became severely ill. Father, I'm here.
Lily, you're all right. I thought I'd never see you again.
I saw the lake. We have to leave this town. It's not safe here anymore.
No, we built this place with our own 2 hands. We can't just leave. We have to fix this.
There was no way to fix this. I had to do something. I ran out of the castle and began to rouse the whole town to get out of their houses. All the guards were sick, and there was no one to stop me. We have to leave. You all know it. This place has kept us safe for generations, but we won't last 3 days without water. I'm going to a nearby town, and anyone who wants to live can come with me.
Lily, we can't do this.
Yes, we can. You wanted me to be the chiefess, right? Don't stop me from doing my duty. One by one, the villagers packed up their things and followed me. We all marched to Arthur's old town, and the people there were ready to help our weary and sick. Even though my father resisted, seeing his villagers healing melted his heart. He agreed to merge with this town, and we shifted our gold and our possessions over the next few months. It was the start of a new beginning for our people. Everyone was happier to be out of the walls, especially me. A few months after our town shifted, my father knelt before me with apologies.
If not for you, I would have doomed all of our people.
Yes, you would have.
I was a complete fool. We are all lucky that you came for us, Lily. Can you ever forgive me?
Only if you promise to trust me. Let me make my own decisions and my own mistakes, Father. Can you do that?
I promise. I will.
It wasn't an easy promise to keep, but he tried his best. A few years after that move, Arthur and I fell madly in love with each other. I couldn't wait to be with him and his family. But when I broke the news to my father, he reacted poorly.
I can't let you marry a milkman. You're a princess.
Father, remember your promise? You have to trust me. He grumbled and gave Arthur an angry hug.
Hurt my princess and I will end you.
Yes, sir. Aw, you guys are adorable. Hey friends, so my name might not be Madison, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call me that. I'm a world-famous music influencer, so if you're into music and MSA, you know what to do. Hit that like and subscribe button. Growing up, my dad and I would listen to tons of music. Rock, jazz, hip-hop, rap, everything. Dad worked at a concert arena and told me tons of stories about the shows. One day, I insisted on seeing one, so he took me with him.
I'm telling you, Madison, you'll love it. They'll blow your mind.
Yay! I'm so excited! I watched the entire concert from my dad's tiny office window and was mesmerized by the sound and energy of the crowd. After that, it became routine for Dad to sneak me into his office every other weekend to watch the shows. In 9th grade, I decided I wanted to share my passion for music with the world and dreamed of being a music influencer. So I created an Instagram account and started posting reviews and videos from the concerts I went to. My content quickly gained attention, and soon I had a steady stream of followers. Then one day, a local band contacted me on my Insta and offered me free tickets to their concert if I posted about them. It was then I knew I was well on my way to my dream of being a professional music reviewer. It all felt like a dream. I mean, I went from watching concerts through small windows to getting free tickets. Over the summer after high school, I was obsessed with a rising music superstar who had just left a huge boy band to start his own solo career. His name was, let's call him Barry Skies. I had a crush on him, and I was dying dying to see him perform live. Dad suggested I reach out to him for free tickets, but I wasn't too sure. He's one of the most famous upcoming artists under 20 in the world. I really want to, but I'm not sure they'd think I'm worth it.
Sweetheart, people won't know what you want if you don't ask for it. I say try it.
It was worth a shot, so I sent Barry a message on his Instagram, not really expecting a response. Little did I know that this single action would change my life forever. Cause not only did I score front row tickets, but I also got a meet and greet with him. At the concert, the arena went dark and everyone started screaming. Barry stepped out of the smoke and walked up to me, and before I knew it, he took my phone. Whoa, I was about to get the best live stream of the night. Do you think he's just gonna keep it? Who cares? I'm live on Insta. My followers must be going gaga right now. Eventually, he did give me my phone back, along with a wink, making all the girls in the arena scream. Was he flirting with me? After the concert, I went backstage and was greeted by Barry's manager. Thank you so much for the tickets.
You certainly are an impressive young lady. As soon as you went live earlier, the sales for Barry's new record skyrocketed.
I was honestly flattered. Right then, I remembered my dad's words and had the most awesome idea ever. So, I have like 5 million followers on Instagram and TikTok combined. I can give Barry's fans a behind-the-scene look at life on the road. He's not active on social media, so I can really help him out.
It's certainly an interesting idea. We've never done anything like that before. I'll talk with the team.
As she walked away, I was excited that she was even considering it, but I never knew that this moment would create a domino effect that would lead me to where I am today. Stay tuned to find out how my dad's advice changed the course of my life. While I waited, I spotted candy on the snack table and grabbed a handful. Right then, this dude wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses came up to me.
The food is for the band only, and I don't remember you on stage. Who are you?
I'm Madison.
Ugh, security just lets anyone in here.
Hey, I was invited back here by Barry's manager.
Wait, you're that girl from the front row, the influencer?
The one and only.
Well, I hope you got the numbers you were desperate for.
Hope Barry got the numbers he was desperate for. My fans drove up his record sales, so if you work for him or something, you're welcome. My heart pounded as I faced the jerk. Right then, Barry's guitarist did a slow clap.
Tell him, influencer girl. Stay out of it, Leilani.
No way. I gotta shout out anyone who can take on Barry Sky's massive ego and win. What? He was Barry? Barry Skies? OMG, I didn't recognize him with the glasses and baseball cap. I was horrified. I guess that's why they say never meet your idols. Right at that moment, Barry's manager returned and told how the team wanted me to join them on the tour. Actually, I'm not so sure now.
And this is what we'll be paying you.
When I saw the contract, I had to take it. I could use the money to buy tickets to a music festival, fly first class, get a whole new wardrobe, buy a car. Okay, not buy a car, maybe rent an awesome car. I'm all yours.
No way. She's not on my tour.
Yes way. You need to engage your fans and she'll help you do that. See you tomorrow. Saying that, she walked away, taking Barry with her. At home, I begged my parents to let me go, and once I promised to call every day, they agreed. I packed my bags and was off on my first ever tour with a band. My first night backstage was nerve-wracking. Barry was giving me the stink eye, but then Leilani came over and put her arm around me, making me feel better. Hey, it's nice to have another girl my age here. Yeah, if I can survive Mr. Ego over there. Barry's not so bad once you get to know him. You should watch out for Mrs. Skies, the momager, though. Oh, she's his mom? Mrs. Skies had everybody under her thumb. It was obvious why Barry was so grumpy. Even the sound techs, Leilani, and the lighting guy were all scared of her. I was relieved I didn't have to deal with her. My job was to post videos of Barry performing with great captions, go live on Instagram, and keep everyone updated about what was happening backstage. The tour was going great, and I was getting tons and tons of new followers, and they all had one request. Give us an interview with Barry. Take pics with Barry. But how? I was so frustrated with the guy. He was always in a bad mood.
Leilani, you're playing the tune wrong. Ugh, start it again.
Barry, I am not feeling well today. I am trying. Give me 5 minutes.
Fine. Everyone take 5.
I don't know how you do it. He's such a baby. Well, we've known each other since we were kids. Barry used to be more easygoing. I think he's just overworked. He just needs a little more fun in his life. A little fun, huh? I'd give him fun. That night when Barry opened the dressing room door, fake spiders dropped on him. The guy totally freaked out.
Hey, who did this?
Leilani and I cracked up watching Mrs. Skies trying to pick up the fake spiders. But when he realized they weren't real, he started laughing. Everyone else looked at him like he was crazy, but then they started laughing too. After that day, whenever Barry had a bad day, I'd pull a prank to make him laugh. I'd put a fake snake in his suitcase, fill his dressing room with balloons, have his favorite caramel apples delivered, but with onions instead of apples. Everyone loved hearing Barry's laughter, and it felt like Barry was finally being himself. He was more relaxed, and everyone had a blast on stage. Whilst everyone was having fun, in the background, his momager would be tapping her foot, reminding Barry that he's the star and this is work. I could see why he was so tense all the time. One night, I went to listen to Barry and his bandmates rehearse. As soon as I sat down on a chair, there was a loud fart noise. I was so embarrassed, but Barry just laughed like crazy. Someone had put a whoopee cushion there. Gotcha. What? You thought I wouldn't get back at you? I realized then that he knew I was the one behind the pranks. From then on, Barry and I started a prank war. We kept trying to make each other laugh. We had fun being silly together. His glares turned into smiles, and I felt the butterflies again. His mom, on the other hand, was so mad, always trying to find out who was behind the pranks, but Barry never told her anything. If only she knew, I'd be out of a job. One time after the show, I snuck onto the stage to record a live session at Barry's piano, but stopped the moment I heard Barry's voice.
I didn't know you played so well.
It was nothing. I'll just go.
No, please, play a little more.
As I played, Barry hopped on the piano and joined in. We finished the song, and he smiled at me. I suddenly realized I was live to millions of people. And there you have it. Barry Skies live and unfiltered. See you tomorrow on the road. So sorry. I forgot I was live.
It's okay. Much better than a bunch of spiders falling on my face.
I won't say I'm sorry for that. You needed some fun.
I know. It was good to laugh like that. It's just that Mom
pushes you really hard.
Yeah. I know she wants me to succeed, but sometimes it's too much. I wish I could tell her to just ease up. Give me some time to bond with my band. Give me time to breathe.
Why don't you tell her then? My dad told me once, people won't know what you want if you don't tell them.
Tell me what, Madison?
Before Barry could reply, Mrs. Skies appeared. She must have heard it all.
Oh, we're paying you, so hurry up, Madison. In the van. Barry, you in the limo. Mom, I'm taking the van with the rest of the band.
Barry, honey, you're the lead singer. I don't think it's a good idea.
Mom, I wasn't asking. Come on, Madison.
This wasn't gonna end well, but from there on out, Barry and I got along much better and realized we had a lot in common, like our favorite movies, books, and so much more. We became really good friends. One night, Leilani told me how it was Barry's birthday, but with all the concerts and touring, even he had forgotten about it. We decided to do something special, so we invited Barry to join us for a night of pizza, cake, and our favorite MSA videos.
Wow, thanks a lot. I totally forgot, but
we remembered. Come on, blow out the candles and make a wish.
I so want to party with you guys, but I've got an early interview with MTV.
Barry, you deserve to have some fun.
Okay, just one slice. Maybe 2 or 3.
We laughed, danced, and enjoyed the evening. Before we knew it, we had fallen asleep until the next morning when a loud phone ringing woke us up.
Oh no, I'm late.
Your interview! We rushed Barry to the TV station in his limo, and his momager was waiting, tapping her foot.
Just what are you thinking, Barry? This interview is very important. I'm here, aren't I? Chill, Mom.
Wow, chill? This is all you're doing. You think I don't know? Ever since you got here, Barry is unfocused, undisciplined. You're a distraction. I never meant to get in the way.
You're fired.
Leilani and Barry both looked shocked. I couldn't believe it. My first job and I was getting fired, but I couldn't just stay silent. Fine, I'll leave. But if you think trying to control Barry's laugh is more important than letting him be himself, then you don't deserve to be his manager. With that, I walked away. Once back at the hotel, as I was packing my things, I heard a knock. It was Barry.
I've never had anybody stand up for me like that.
Well, it should be your mom, but you know I'm happy to be here for you.
Don't go.
I just got fired, Barry.
It's my tour, and I want you on it.
I don't know. All I've done is mess things up for you.
The interview today was great. Everything has been lately. It's like I remember how to be a person now instead of just my job, and that's because of you.
Well, you're a great person.
So are you. Shall we?
Barry and I walked into the rehearsal room. His mom saw us, and her face was full of rage.
What are you still doing here? I just fired you. You can't do that.
Excuse me?
Mom, enough is enough. You keep trying to tell everyone how to do their jobs, and it's not okay. Madison's work has been great press for us, and I want her to stay. So I'm done. You're fired. It's my tour, so I'm in charge. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but it's time to go.
How could you cut me out of your life like this, Barry?
I'm not cutting you out. Maybe you're not my manager anymore, but you're always my mom. Can't that be enough? Wow, fine. If that's what you want, no matter the differences, remember, I love you, son. I love you too, Mom.
Later that night, as I was filming Barry's concert, suddenly I heard him call my name. He was calling me on stage. Oh no.
Hey everyone, give it up for my friend Madison. She's the one who taught me to stay true to myself and follow my heart. Believe in yourself, and you can achieve anything.
I waved, then sat down with Barry at the piano and went live. As we played, the audience sang along, danced. It was such a rush, but better than that was playing my favorite song in the world with one of my favorite people in the world. When we were finished, the crowd roared. That was something. So Barry, would you ever consider
Going out with you? I thought you'd never ask.
Later when I went backstage, suddenly my phone started buzzing in my hand. Hello?
Madison, I'm a producer for MTV. I've been watching your channel and just caught your live duet with Barry. What would you say about hosting your own travel and music show with us?
I'd say that sounds great. Today, I'm not just a music influencer, but a top name on MTV. And I am glad I followed my dad's advice to follow my dreams. And you should too. I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid! He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子啊！
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. This is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God!
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time, he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge, at the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间。
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera, and these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures, like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Hatham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
This dome forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing, and what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electro element to activate it.
What do you mean, electro element?
Electroelement. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Hatham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Hatham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself, while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Zinchao Tentoila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Zinloi Bang Kote Chong Toi Duang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Kote.
Xin lỗi, nó ngàn cùng đích chỗ, chúng tôi viết đúng viết vinh, ha lồng đục trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia, sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Hatham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more, so during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope! So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt. My favorite! Hatham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with a corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye aye, Captain! I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Alira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Hatham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Hatham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated.
You deserve to know the truth. My friend Kavi and I were trying to open a domain, but something went with the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense. And no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Alira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess. Boy, bam, bam, eat that monkey butt. All right, Hatham, time for some snacks. Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world, places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
When we finally opened the doors to our cafe, for a minute he was completely silent. But suddenly he burst into tears and kissed my hands. This is food from the heavens, fit for kings. When Grandma took the first bite, she looked like she was having a heart attack. How? When did you learn to bake like that? I've never had something so amazing in my entire life. I'm telling you, this girl is doing witchcraft. wasn't just any ordinary morning. The birds were chirping, the sun was shining. I had turned 16 yesterday, and last night, my first love, Ryan, had finally kissed me. Life was perfect. Well, at least for 5 minutes. Because as soon as I stepped out of my room, Mom rushed to me, crying like a baby. "What's wrong, Mom?" She told me that Aunt Melissa, her best friend, was moving away because her husband got a job transfer. What? Just when we had saved up enough to start our own cafe. As sorry as I was for Mom, I had bigger problems. You see, Aunt Mel was Ryan's mom. I rushed out of the house. I had to see Ryan. He was playing video games when I entered his room, looking completely unbothered. "What's wrong, babe? Why are you crying?" "Because you're going. Please don't." Ryan put down the game and took my hands in his. "I don't really have a choice, babe. But you and I are soulmates. We'll make long distance work." After a few days, Ryan stopped calling or replying to my messages. He said too much screen time wasn't good for either of us. But there he was, uploading pictures on Facebook with a new girl every day. And that's how I had my first heartbreak. Hi, I'm Carrie, and this is the story of how I transformed my life and had boys drooling over me at the same time after my childhood crush left me high and dry. Please click on subscribe and I'll continue my story. Thanks. I'd been moping around long enough over Ryan. I decided I needed a change, and Mom agreed to send me to visit my grandmother in Provence, France. I was glad I was going there. Maybe I'd meet some nice guy. I deserved to meet someone great and move on from that jerk Ryan. Wow, Ryan had nothing on the cute French boys here. My heart was about to be healed very soon. The moment I arrived, I could see this group of boys looking at me. One of them walked up to me and said, "Hey, gorgeous, what's it like looking at the man of your dreams?" Okay, this is going to be easier than I thought. It was Grandma's 60th birthday, and I decided to bake her a cake. How hard could it be? I'd seen Mom do it a million times. The whole neighborhood had gathered on her birthday. When Grandma took the first bite, she looked like she was having a heart attack. Was it that bad? Finally, she managed to say, "What? How? When did you learn to bake like that? I've never had something so amazing in my entire life." She hugged me so hard I could hardly breathe, and the whole neighborhood went gaga over the cake. A fight nearly broke out with people trying to get another piece. I spent the rest of the summer baking like my life depended on it, because there was always a crowd of people outside Grandma's house waiting to try my stuff. Grandma's crazy old neighbor would come over every day to have my desserts, while she'd glare at me and grumble, "I'm telling you, this girl is doing witchcraft." The minute I landed back home, I knew what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. I convinced Mom to take a loan to make up for Aunt Mel's share and start her dream cafe with me. When we finally opened the doors to our cafe, both of us held our breath as our very first customer took a bite of the chocolate eclair. For a minute, he was completely silent. Oh no. He hated it, but suddenly he burst into tears and kissed my hands. "This is food from the heavens, fit for kings." Turns out he was a famous food critic. After his review, word of our quaint French cafe spread like wildfire. People were lining up to the end of the street to try my desserts. But soon enough, I realized they kept coming back for me too. Boys would hang out around the cafe for hours just to catch a glimpse of me. "How are you so perfect? You've got the face of an angel and the hands of one too." By the end of the month, Time magazine had me and my creations on the front cover with the title Beauty and Her Feast. And Cosmopolitan said that at Sweet 16, I was all the sweetness people needed in their lives. My Instagram followers shot up, and my mailbox was getting flooded with love letters. One day, as I was unloading flour sacks out of the van, I saw a group of school kids come around the corner. Among them was the school heartthrob, Sean. As our eyes met, he smiled at me. I turned away when I saw one of the girls with him glaring at me with crazy jealous eyes. I knew she was his ex. Didn't need any of that drama. 5 seconds later, as they came closer, she accidentally pushed me. "Watch out!" Sean jumped forward to catch the sack, and before we knew it, we were both on the ground, covered in flour from head to toe and looking like ghosts. We glanced at each other and burst out laughing. I told him he could come inside to clean up, and he asked his friends to go on without him. His ex looked like her head was gonna explode. Once he'd cleaned up, I made him some creme brulee. He nearly fell off the chair after the first mouthful. Wow, I could eat this every day for the rest of my life. This is even better than I thought it would be. "You're thinking about my food?" Well, not just about the food. Suddenly he leaned forward, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but he said I'd missed a spot and brushed some flour off my nose. My heartbeat went wild. Just then, Mom came into the kitchen and glared at us as I introduced Sean. Of course she wasn't happy. She'd always wanted me to be with Ryan. By the end of the month, Sean and I started dating. After he showed up at the cafe to serenade me, Ryan was just an old heartbreak now, and so yesterday. Meanwhile, Sean was fun and caring and very much in love with me. Life was pretty much perfect. Little did I know, I had spoken too soon. As soon as I entered school the next day, there was quite a commotion. Apparently a new guy was on the basketball court giving Sean a run for his money. It really was a tough match that ended in a draw. But just then, I caught a glimpse of the new boy, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Ryan! It had been over a year since I'd last heard from him. Why had he come back? Sean saw me and came running over.
He's really good, isn't he? We'll be a much stronger team with him around.
Before I could say anything, Ryan jumped to hug me. Carrie, I missed you! And instantly, I pulled away from him. I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong person. I walked away as fast as I could. I needed time to process this. I took a sick leave and went home early. I went running to Mom's room and stopped in my tracks when I saw Aunt Mel sitting with her. She pulled me in for a hug. Did you see Ryan in school? He wanted to surprise you. Surprise me he did. I was just telling Aunt Mel how much you missed Ryan. I did not. Aunt Mel acted like she hadn't even heard me.
It's a good thing we're back then.
Then she said that she and Mom would finally be able to run their dream cafe together. Wait, what? Thanks for helping out when I wasn't around, kiddo. But it's my cafe. It's famous because of me. But I'm sure you have your hands full with school, sweetheart. Don't worry, Aunt Mel is here now. I was so annoyed. Later that day, Sean dropped by to see me. We were sitting on the porch when a car came into my driveway. I didn't need to look twice to see who it was. Ryan walked up to us, completely ignoring Sean.
Babe, I've been looking for you everywhere.
I felt Sean get tense as he put his arm around me.
How do you know each other again? Oh, we go way back. We have a shared past.
Yeah, and that's where I'd like to leave you too, in the past. I told Sean I'd call him later and went inside. Ryan immediately followed, the little leech. The minute he saw Mom, though, he practically pushed me aside and went screaming to hug her tight.
Oh, you're even handsomer than before, and have you grown taller?
Stupid vain boy. He started making crepes along with Mom, and watching him in our kitchen just made me feel angrier.
Thinking about me?
You wish. I'm not going to forgive you just because you're making me crepes once.
Then I'll keep making them till you do. But don't eat too many. We don't want you getting fat.
And he finally left. My mom couldn't stop talking about how wonderful it would be if the two of us got together. Mom, I'm with Sean now.
Well, yes, but you can break up with him. Both Mel and I would be thrilled.
I stormed off to my room. Why did Mom keep forgetting Ryan was a jerk who broke my heart? Come to think of it, Aunt Mel was a bit of a jerk too. And a bossy one at that. She wanted to change everything about the cafe. One day I came home from school to find her painting the beautiful lavender walls an ugly shade of pink. She kept picking faults with the menu, but she still always wanted to know more about my recipes. One afternoon, I came to the cafe and was horrified to see that she had changed the signboard outside. Now her name was on it too. She had even managed to convince Mom to open another bank account. Without me. Another day, I walked into the kitchen to hear her saying to Mom,
I saw that you recently had a couple of bad reviews online. That's what happens when you let a child do everything.
I hated her poking her nose in my business, but that's not all I had to worry about. One Saturday, when I went to open up the cafe with Mom, we stopped short in horror. All across the window, someone had painted, "Take your stupid desserts and leave our town." Just then, Aunt Mel turned up behind us, staring at the view in shock, and then she burst into tears.
Who would do such a horrible thing to me? I bet it's that old witch down the street who keeps complaining our customers are too noisy.
While Mom consoled her, I tried not to imagine what it would be like to punch her, and I couldn't help wondering who would do such a thing to my cafe. As if all this wasn't annoying enough, Ryan had begun to constantly hover around me. He started following me around in school, not leaving me alone with Sean for a second. I was sitting with Sean one day and having French fries when he popped up out of nowhere and took away my plate.
You shouldn't be eating fried food. Sean, how could you let her? I'm not her dad, and neither are you.
Before I could even say anything, he threw the fries in the garbage and put a salad in front of me.
And why aren't you wearing sunscreen? Your skin looks spotty.
After school, he was always over at the cafe, telling everyone he worked there as a waiter. And later, he'd turn up at my place in the evening, sticking to me like glue while Mom and I were watching TV. One evening when Mom was out, I called Sean over to a romantic dinner for two. Just as he was leaning over the table to kiss me, and I closed my eyes, I felt a hand pushing my face away. My eyes flew open, and I nearly fell back to see it was Ryan. Isn't it kind of gross to kiss without having some breath mints first? Man, are you crazy? Yes, crazy in love. Ryan, I've just had it. Get out. Okay, just let me take my phone from under the table. Sean literally had to stop me from throwing a plate at Ryan as he ran out. I was trying to keep my cool, but he was really crossing a line and then some. One night, I woke up to the sound of something being dragged across the room. I sat up in bed and let out a loud scream. Who's there? And then I saw a shadow move and a voice called in the darkness. Hello, Carrie. I nearly had a heart attack. Ryan! He was sitting in a chair staring at me like a creep. He had a box in his hands. What are you doing in my room? I came to give you this. I know it's that time of the month for you and you need some extra love. What the? How do you know? Oh, I just installed the same period app that you use and asked your mom about your last date. Now, use the heating pad and herbal tea and don't eat all the chocolates. Mom! She came rushing in and I told her what Ryan was doing, but she didn't see any problem with it. He just really cares about you, honey. A few days later, Ryan was being his nosy self and helping me serve at the cafe. This old woman smiled and turned to me. He will make an excellent husband. Oh, no. We aren't together. Of course we are. She's just shy and slightly angry with me at the moment. To be young and in love. Seems like it was all the encouragement Ryan needed. He put his arm around my shoulder, and before I knew it, he pulled me in for a kiss. Get your paws off me! Sean came in just then, looking furious. He punched Ryan and knocked him to the floor. Everyone stared in shocked silence. Ryan glared at us, brushed himself off, and walked out of the cafe without a word. Ryan wasn't talking to me anymore, and I wasn't complaining. Mom and Aunt Mel were both really cold to me, though, but we all had more troubling stuff to deal with right now. Someone had complained that our kitchens were filthy and had rats running around. The Food Inspection Authority came to check, to find our kitchens spotless, of course. I was furious. Even though these rumors were false, they weren't good for business. A few days later, Sean came to me, literally jumping with excitement. Babe, I've got brilliant news for you. My dad's cousin is a huge rock singer and he's getting married and he wants you to cater. There will be so many famous people there. I was thrilled. This was the biggest order I'd ever gotten, and it could really make or break me. The three of us spent weeks preparing everything. I was almost glad for Aunt Mel right now. We needed all the help we could get. The entire neighborhood was excited about their local bakery catering for a celebrity wedding. On the day of the wedding, we got to the venue and unloaded the tiered cake onto the trolley. Suddenly, a wheel slipped out, the trolley tilted, and the cake went sliding away. Sean flew towards it and somehow managed to save it just before it hit the ground. Aunt Mel shrieked, "Oh dear God, I feel faint. Someone give me my smelling salts." It's okay, we're okay. I have extra frosting, we can fix it. We carried off the cake to the kitchen and I fixed up the smudged parts in no time. I let out a sigh of relief as Sean and Ryan carried out the cake to the garden. Just then, I noticed some frosting on my hand and I licked it. What? Why did it taste so disgusting and salty? I stared at the scene in front of me in horror. The bride and groom were cutting the cake. OMG, I couldn't let anyone eat this. No! I ran towards the table like a maniac, and just when I was close, I tripped over my own shoelaces. I practically flew and landed straight into the cake, and half of it went flying onto the bride's dress. She screamed in fury while the groom hopped around because some had landed in his eye. He stepped over the bride's dress, and we all heard a loud rip. I looked up from the cake, wishing I could just disappear magically. The bride was wailing loudly while everyone stared at me in horror. I don't remember how we made it back to the cafe. We all sat around in stunned silence. I finally spoke up. Only one way to find out who tampered with the cake. I had a secret camera installed here last month, just to keep a check on things. We waited breathlessly around the TV, looking at the footage, and sure enough, we saw 2 people sneak into the kitchen 2 nights ago with a bag of salt. And those 2 people were Ryan and Mel. We looked around to see the 2 sprinting away, but the 3 of us were right behind them and tackled them to the ground. Mom stared at Mel in shock. I can't believe you would do something like this to your own friend. Were you behind everything else that's been happening too? Aunt Mel looked like a crazy person. The cafe was my idea. All this praise and money should be mine, and this idiot child took away everything. Now that your reputation is down the gutter, you'll both get what you deserve. I looked at Ryan, and he just shrugged. If you'd shown me the appreciation I deserved, I might have stopped her. I was absolutely furious now. You! But before I could continue, Sean was already holding him by the collar of his shirt. If you love your face, leave and don't come back. As the 2 scurried away, we just stood there silently for a moment. Then Mom pulled me in and hugged me tight. I'm so sorry for trusting her blindly. We will fix this, just you and me. Suddenly, she pulled in Sean as well. And you too. Turns out the crazy wedding video went viral. And while I thought that would be a really bad thing, it just ended up making our cafe more popular. We had more people coming around than ever. Last I heard of Mel and Ryan, they left town before word of what they'd done spread around. I still always check under the table every time I'm on a date with Sean, though.
Hey everyone, my name is Tiana from France. Please don't forget to like and subscribe because MSA will give $2,000 to one lucky winner in the coming 7 days. The orphanage is the only home I've ever known. And honestly, it's not as bad as most people think, but I always dreamed of having a family, a real one. I had a big heart, but sometimes I'd say mean things without thinking. Once I saw a girl called Frida and said, "You look ugly with this lettuce stuck in your teeth. Open your mouth now so I can take it out." But she didn't open it, so I grabbed her and made her open her mouth. I just wanted her to look pretty, but she started screaming and everyone was laughing, and the warden came and yelled at me. Since this Frida was small in size, everyone took her side. But then suddenly a girl shouted, "Tiana didn't do anything! Frida is lying!" The warden glared at me and left. The girl came over to me and said, "Hey, my name is Hope. I'm new to the orphanage, and this Frida has already bullied me twice. So let's team up and hate her together." You got it, girl. You have very big, scary eyes. Cool, I like you. But my big mouth kept sending us to detention. I even once told my teacher that her hair looked like poop, and Hope defended me. And boom, detention for us both. The happiest one about this was obviously Frida, but she never dared talk to us because we were stronger than her. But one day when we were 10, she crossed a line. It was adoption day and a nice couple came in looking for a really smart girl. The warden picked me, and while we were still having the interview, Frida burst in. "Help me! I had lettuce stuck between my teeth again, and Tiana pulled my tooth this time. Look, I lost a tooth because of her. Please, do something. I can't take it anymore. God knows what else I'm gonna lose. I don't want to die here. I have dreams." She threw herself on the floor and started to cry like a lunatic. "Why? You think 'cause you're smarter than all of us, you're better?" Okay, Frida had been annoying for years, but this was the height of it. The nice couple was becoming uncomfortable and I had to make Frida leave. I moved closer and took her hand to lead her out, but instantly she fell to the ground and started yelling. "She pushed me." Okay, that was it. I pushed her hard for real this time, and poof, the couple ran out. Why would you do this, you witch? If you think you're gonna get adopted before me, think again. I was so upset. Frida ruined my chance of having a family, and I wouldn't forgive her. One day, Hope and I were playing in our room when we got called to the warden's office. When we got there, we saw this glamorous couple and Frida. The woman was so nice and hugged all of us, but the man just kept staring at his phone. They wanted to adopt 2 of the prettiest girls, and the warden brought us. 2 girls? That meant Hope and I would get to be sisters forever. But the craziest thing happened. You all seem lovely, but I'm going to adopt Tiana and Frida. What? This couldn't be happening. What? Her? But what, dear sister? Aren't you excited? Is something wrong, honey? I don't want... But Hope spoke up instead. She is fine, ma'am. Super excited. We stepped out of the room and Hope couldn't contain her joy. You finally got a family. I'm so happy for you. I can't leave you. Everything is gonna be different now. You have a family. Don't let Frida ruin your dreams again. Hope was right. So I said yes. On the day we left the orphanage, Hope and I cried till we ran out of tears. I would miss her so much. My new mom's name was Wendy. Their house looked like it belonged in fairy tales. It turned out that she was a big-time actress and her husband was a director. I was fascinated by the house and soon began to study it. Mom was happy to show me around the house, and I was excited. Frida, however, had different interests. She loved Mom's clothes and would spend hours raiding Mom's wardrobe. I always wanted a daughter to pass on my wardrobe to. Come on, Tiana. Try some clothes on too. I don't want to. Soon Mom and Frida started having mom and daughter photo shoots without me. One time they were on the cover of a big magazine. I couldn't feel too bad about it, but I still felt left out. So sometimes I made efforts to join them. One time we were having dinner with some celebrities in her home, and as always, Frida knew what to say to please everyone. Oh my, your hair is so gorgeous and your makeup is divine. Oh, Wendy, this one is just like you. Smart and beautiful.
Thank you. Tiana, darling, do you like the food?
Yeah, it tastes nice, but it's ugly and it looks like horse poop. I could feel everyone's eyes on me. Mom laughed and tried to distract the guests, but I knew I'd said something wrong. One person even stopped eating the food. Oh, God. After that day, Mom hardly invited me to come out with them. Not that I blamed her, but Frida couldn't hide her joy at being the favorite. My new dad was never home, and when he was always locked up in his study. One day I was watching TV when I heard a loud argument from Mom's room.
You don't even try to get to know them. They are your kids. I never wanted them. This was all your idea, and I'm supposed to love these kids I just met? They're annoying, and I can't deal with this.
Not long after that, a huge moving truck came to take his things away. He had left us. Mom was sad for some time, but she had me and Frida, and soon returned to her cheerful self. Soon we joined school, and one day when Mom was away, Frida threw a party. I think this party is a bad idea. Not as bad as the idea Mom had when she adopted you. I spit at her and left. Our house was packed full and everything was so loud. I stayed in my room, and while I was reading a magazine, someone barged in.
Oh, I am so sorry. I thought this was the bathroom. Hey, is that magazine about houses and construction? My dad has a lot of them and I read them all the time. Is this the one about the skyscrapers?
Yeah, it is. His name was Tom. We had so much in common and ended up talking all night. A while later, someone kicked down the door. See, Mom? I told you. Tiana planned this dumb party just so she could spend time with her boyfriend. Boyfriend? That's not true. And why would I throw a party? I don't have friends. Then who is he and why is he in your room? We should be asking you. This is your party. Mom, look at her ugly, revealing clothes. These are the clothes of wannabe bimbos throwing parties and smoking all night. Ugh, how I wish I could burn all your clothes. You disgust me.
Stop it. I'm so disappointed in you, bringing strange people in my house. And you, Mr. Boyfriend, get out and never come back.
Told you, Mom. You shouldn't have adopted her. You're a successful actress. You need a pretty, delicate daughter like me. For your image, Mommy. And to my shock, Mom said nothing to that. She just left. Frida had become a full-blown villain. She was always setting me up, and no matter how hard I tried, Mom always believed her because next to me, Frida looked like an ant and I was a giant. But Mom always forgave me in the end, and it drove Frida mad. And soon, she snapped. One day, I was watching TV with Mom when we heard Frida scream. We ran to her room and found her on the floor crying. It's all ruined. All of it. Next to her was a pile of clothes that had been cut up and stained with mud. I've done everything to make Tiana love me, but look what she did to my clothes. She said she'd ruin them the other day, Mom. You heard her. Yeah, but I'd have burnt them, not cut them and thrown mud at them. Ain't nobody got time for that, except you. Immediately, Frida pounced on me and we got into a catfight, till Mom stepped in and separated us.
Okay, I am tired of all of this. If you both cannot live in this house in peace, then we need to change this up. I think you both need a break from each other.
The next day when I got back from school, Mom had moved my things to a room all the way across the hall. I was happy to be away from Frida, but it meant I was far from Mom too. My fights with Frida stopped, but then bigger fights started between her and Mom. One day we were having dinner when Mom said,
Tiana, your teacher called. Your college aptitude test score was amazing. So proud of you, honey.
Thanks, Mom.
And Frida, what about yours?
Oh, I didn't write that. I figured that since I'm just going to be an actress, I don't need it.
You're going to be a what?
Just get one of your friends to cast me. It should be a movie that shows how pretty I am.
No, I'm not doing that. I don't want that life for you. You will go to college, and when you are older, you can make better decisions.
What? You don't get to tell me what to do. I will be an actress.
Actually, I can tell you what to do. I am your mom.
You adopted me just so you could be the boss of me? Frida, shut up. Mom is trying to help you. You shut up. My life would have been better if I didn't end up with a dumb sister and a failed actress as a mom. Before she could blink, I gave her a hard slap. How dare you? If it wasn't for Mom, I'm sure you would have ended up working as a waitress for the rest of your life, you ungrateful brat. Apologize now. I was ready to fight her, but instead, she moved to the mantel and threw down all our pictures. I hate you both. And after that, Frida got worse. She skipped school and was like a tiger ready to attack if anyone talked about it. She failed our last year in high school and wasn't going to graduate with me. What is wrong with you, Frida? I told you, I don't want to go to school anymore. Well, this is my house, and if you're under my roof, you will do as I say. Well, I guess I'll just leave your house then. Frida, stop it. But the next day, she was gone. We looked everywhere, but she just seemed to have disappeared. A few days before my graduation, I walked in on Mom crying in the living room. What's wrong, Mom?
I'm a terrible mom. I think Frida was right. Your lives would have been so much better if I'd never adopted you.
Oh no, don't say that. You're the best thing that happened to me. I'm sure of it.
Funny how things work out, isn't it? I always favored Frida because she seemed more like me, and I found it easier to bond with her. I didn't make the effort to understand you better, and you've been nothing but amazing. I'm really sorry if I made you feel ignored. I should have tried harder.
I did feel overlooked at times, and I wished we had a better bond, but I still love you, Mom.
Well, let me start fixing things. Let's go get you a graduation dress. Whatever you want.
On graduation day, Mom's smile was the widest in the room. I went off to college soon after and graduated top of my class to become an architect. One day after work, I stepped out of the office and noticed it was raining cats and dogs, and I had no umbrella. Just then, a man with the most beautiful smile walked up to me.
Hey, do you need this?
As he got closer, I realized I knew him. Tom?
Oh my God, it's you. The girl with the magazines. I'm really happy to see you again.
We went on a date the next day, and it wasn't long before we were in love. A year later, we got married and moved to another city, and soon I was pregnant. One night, Tom and I were sleeping when we heard a loud crash downstairs. Tom immediately ran down holding a baseball bat, with me right behind him.
Who is that? Show yourself.
Wait, Frida? Tiana, yes, it's me. I'm not feeling well. And she fell with a loud crash. We called an ambulance and took her to the hospital immediately. Throughout the ride, I couldn't help thinking how weak she looked. At the hospital, the doctor told us she had fainted because she hadn't eaten in days and needed rest. Where am I? You're in the hospital, but you're gonna be okay. I'm right here. I'm sorry about last night, but I didn't know where else to go. Oh, Tiana, I've really messed up. I understand why Mom didn't want me to go into acting. It's really hard, but I was foolish and ungrateful, and now I'm jobless and alone. And believe me, I've really missed you and Mom. I'm so sorry. Will you give me a second chance, please? Will you beg Mom to forgive me? She must hate me so much. It's okay. Well, you're really messed up, but everything will be fine now. Of course I forgive you, and Mom could never hate you. I'm sure she'll be really happy to see you. How is Mom? She's fine. Ouch! Ugh, I think I'm having my baby now. Oh my God, really? I'm gonna be here the whole time, Tiana. Yeah, and call Mom. Hi, my name is Leah, and everyone says I do crazy things without thinking them through. My parents thought it was just a childhood thing and that I'd grow out of it, but things actually got crazier and almost cost me my life. Once when I was 5 years old, I woke up startled in the middle of the night. I definitely heard some noise downstairs. I jumped out of bed and crept down the stairs to find a robber in the study. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a big frying pan, and sneaked up on the robber. The minute he turned around, I hit him smack in the face and he dropped to the floor. Seconds later, my parents came running at the noise and called the police. I thought they'd praise me for being a hero, but instead, they lost it with me.
Why did you even go down alone? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? What were you thinking, Leah?
To be honest, I wasn't thinking. My brain just told me to do it, so I did it. See? Crazy enough? Not only that, I also feel rather ugly. I wasn't as pretty as my older sister Amy, who mocked me for being a gingerhead all the time. So one day in the second grade, I decided to do something to look pretty like my sister. I slapped some pink wall paint onto my hair and sprinkled glitter on it. I thought I looked uber cool, but the principal didn't seem to agree, and I got grounded for the 700th time at home. I tried my best to feel bad, but just then, I spotted the cutest cat limping on the street. Oh no, what if a car hit her? Without another thought, I was out the window. Just as I'd picked up the poor kitty, I stared in horror at a bus racing down the road straight towards me. It sharply swerved and crashed into a tree on the side. Just then, a car drove straight into the bus, and before I knew it, there was a 10-car pileup. Suddenly, someone grabbed my hand and yelled, "Run!" We both dashed away and hid behind some bushes. When I caught my breath, I saw a ginger-haired boy my age smiling at me. "Wow, you saved that cat's life. You're a hero. Also, your hair is really cool." And that's the day this boy River became my best friend. He moved into the neighborhood recently, and we became inseparable. Amy was one of the popular girls in school, and she and her friends were always bullying me and River. She wasn't that smart, so she often made me do her homework. One time in the 8th grade, I said I was too busy, and the next day she stole my cat. As River and I marched furiously up to her, we found her making fun of poor Lulu with her minions.
Look, Lulu, Mommy and Daddy are here. Why don't you two get married already and have 100 more ginger cats? It would definitely be an ugly family of losers.
Oh yeah? Maybe we will. And we won't be inviting you to the wedding.
Ew, River, we're not getting married, ever. Now give me back my cat, Amy.
I'll do your stupid homework. And she did, and I did. But I did it all wrong. When we moved to the 9th grade, another drama was added to my life. We got a literature teacher who was an absolute terror. She always brought along a long, thin stick and hid it on our desks randomly. And one fateful day, she turned her wrath to me. You, open your book to page 4, read the first sentence, and tell me what you think. Anna opened her lunchbox and ate her chicken nuggets. That means some girl Anna opened her lunchbox and ate some chicken nuggets? I have 2 words for you. Nuh-uh. The lunchbox represents the working class, chicken represents weakness, and a nugget means small. So it means Anna is a small, poor coward. Buy a brain, please. What? When the lunch bell finally rang, we all got up to run out, but the teacher smacked her stick on her desk and screamed, "I am the bell, and no one leaves until I say so." Suddenly, I snapped. And without thinking, I snatched her stick. Everyone gasped and held their breath. And then I broke the stick in 2 over my knee. No one messes with a hungry girl. Of course, I was sent to the principal right away and given detention for a month. But when I went back to class, I got a hero's welcome. All hail Leah, the new school queen. River picked me up and twirled me around. Then he looked into my eyes and said, "Leah, you're amazing. You've always been the coolest girl I've ever known." And with that, he suddenly kissed me. My head was spinning with shock as everyone around us cheered. What just happened? I didn't have the heart to reject him in front of everyone, so I just kissed him back and smiled. Gosh, I never knew he liked me. That night, he left me a box of chocolates and flowers outside my window with a note. "I'm so glad you feel the same way. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. This was a nightmare." By the next day, word had spread, and I was suddenly experiencing something new to me: popularity. I had people high-fiving me in the corridors, and boys were smiling at me. But there was one boy in particular who sent my heart fluttering. No, not River, Dylan. He was the captain of the baseball team, and I could see Amy turning all shades of green as he joined me at my lunch table. "Hey, I heard what you did, and that was really cool. I was wondering, would you like to go to the spring dance with me?" Would I? Without thinking twice, I said yes. As he walked away, I spotted River, and my heart suddenly sank. OMG, how was I going to tell him I had a date with someone else? Just as I was leaving the cafeteria, Amy suddenly shoved me. A little too hard this time. I wasn't able to stop myself from falling and landing on the ground, hitting my head, and I blacked out. When I woke up, I found myself in a hospital bed. "Hello, Leah. You fell down and hit your head. Tell me if you remember what happened before that." I remembered everything that which Amy was going to pay. And oh God, I still had to break my best friend's heart. But then, the world's best idea hit me. It was like the universe had sent me an opportunity, and I was going to take it. Without another thought, I said, I don't remember anything. After asking me more questions, the doctor diagnosed me with anterograde amnesia. I pretended I couldn't remember anything, except my early childhood. River was devastated that I didn't remember him. He kept visiting me and trying to jog my memory. Don't you remember the first time we met? You saved the cat and named her Lulu? I named her Lulu? That's an incredibly stupid name. River, I'm sorry, but I just don't remember you. It's okay. I'll keep waiting till you do. No, I won't remember you. I mean, I don't think so. Ow! My head hurts. I went to the spring dance with Dylan and had the most amazing evening with him. When he dropped me home, I could see Amy spying on us from her window. On impulse, I pulled Dylan close and kissed him. He kissed me back. And honestly, this kiss felt just right. Also, it made Amy super mad, so life was kinda perfect. Except that it wasn't perfect. You see, it broke my heart to see River look so sad whenever I saw him, and I really missed my best friend. I didn't know how to fix this mess I'd made, but that situation took care of itself soon enough. One evening, when I was getting ready for a date with Dylan, Amy suddenly barged into my room and slapped pink paint onto my head. What are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you liked pink paint on your hair. I was 8 years old, you psycho! Just then, I turned around to see River standing in the door. So you do remember that day. Amy was right. You remember everything. Why would you lie, Leah? The act was up, and I broke down. Because I don't love you the way you love me, River. You're my best friend, and I couldn't bear to break your heart. River just stared at me in shock, then turned away abruptly and left. He completely ignored me at school and wouldn't respond to any texts, and I felt like I'd lost my best friend forever. But a few weeks later, he came to my house and said he forgave me. I can't be mad at you for not feeling the same way, and I respect your wishes. So, can we just start over and be friends? And I gave him the world's tightest bear hug in return. We remained best friends through high school, and even though we parted ways for university, we always stayed in touch. He found an amazing girlfriend, and I was so happy for him. I dated Dylan all through university and graduated with honors. So, studying engineering was the worst decision of my life. Joking, not joking. And the best thing that happened to me in this college is that I'm about to leave it. I would also like to thank YouTube and Google for helping me throughout my studies. And also, of course, my wonderful boyfriend Dylan, who God knows what he's doing right now, but he's coming to me, and now he's on his knees. Wait, what? To my shock, Dylan was holding a ring. Will you marry me, crazy girl? Of course, I said yes. And a month later at our wedding, River was my best man. A year later, I was blessed with a beautiful baby girl, Lisa. When it was time to go back to work after my maternity leave, I couldn't bear to leave her behind. So without another thought, I just sent in my resignation letter and quit. Dylan asked me if I was sure about my decision, and I said, of course, I'm totally ready to be a stay-at-home mom and cuddle with this patootie all day. But it turns out, being with a baby all the time can get really exhausting and sometimes just boring. One day when Lisa was 2, I was busy writing on my laptop when I looked up to see her eating my popsicle. How had she found my secret stash in the freezer? I jumped up and grabbed it from her. That's mine. But when I saw her little baby lips quiver and her eyes well up, I sighed. Fine, you can have it. Watching her turn instantly happy made me really happy. And I thought to myself, wow, this motherhood business really changes you. But I didn't realize how much I'd changed until a year later when Lisa fell really ill. After running all sorts of tests, it turned out that she needed a kidney transplant. And I was a perfect match. And I didn't even have to think about it for a second. Maybe you should try to find another donor first. Life with one kidney can be difficult sometimes. No one can be a better match for her than me, and I don't even have to think about this twice. We both underwent the surgery, and even though it took me a lot of time to recover, I never regretted my decision when I saw my happy, healthy baby playing around. Being a mother has taught me to put someone else above me and making sacrifices without giving it much thought. Hi, I'm Chloe from Oregon. Please like and subscribe. I was born to an activist mom who was so crazy about saving the world that she gave birth to me in the jungle while protesting against the cutting of trees. This craziness was the reason Dad divorced her a long time back, but I had to live with it. Wake up, Chloe. We have to save the dolphins. Let's go, Chloe. The old beggar near the church needs our help. If she could, she'd probably help ants move their food. But that wasn't all. She was so careful about the environment that we lived in a tiny house and grew our own veggies and never used a vehicle to drive around. Even though she was kind of weird, she was a good mom. She was always there for my school functions, baked cookies for my friends, and never forgot my birthdays. Honey, I made you this cake.
Oh, Mom, I love you.
But just as I was about to cut the cake, she whistled and a bunch of kids came storming into the house. These are some kids from the homeless shelter. You can share your cake with them, right, honey? Well, I didn't want to, but I had no option, so I forced a smile. But the next morning, something bizarre happened. My favorite doll, Sally, was gone.
Mom, I can't find Sally anywhere. I think one of those kids took it.
Oh, no, dear. I gave it to them.
You what?
Some kids never get to play with dolls, honey. You must learn to be charitable. Yeah, but not my doll. I was so mad at her, and it just got worse with time. If anyone came asking for help, she gave my clothes and things away without even asking, leaving me with nothing but damaged goods. I knew kids made comments on my appearance in school, and I was tired of it. I started using my allowance to buy clothes and shoes from the thrift store, and I was very creative with changing their designs. Soon enough, everyone was noticing my clothes and coming to me for fashion tips. And the best thing happened in the 8th grade when I got an opportunity to compete in a fashion festival in New York. But when I asked Mom, she outright refused. You're not going anywhere, Chloe. Those airplanes are bad for the environment. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Mom. Enough. I don't have that kind of money anyway. This discussion is over. She was so unreasonable. The next morning, I was still mad at her. So I stormed out of the house, but I was shocked to see tons of reporters gathered outside. Suddenly, a woman pushed me aside and went straight to Mom.
Is it true that you've decided to donate the $1 million you won in the lottery to a children's organization in Africa?
Mom turned and went inside without answering, while I stood there in shock. She did what now? Is this true, Mom? You won $1 million lottery and you're giving it all away? Chloe, think of how many lives I can change. Those kids need it. And what about me, Mom? You said you didn't have money for my New York trip, and you were gonna give everything away without even telling me? I was gonna tell you. I was even gonna take you along. On a plane? Or are you walking to Africa? Gosh, you're really something. I'm not going with you anywhere. You care for every kid in the world except your own. I hate you. But soon after, she dropped another bombshell on me. She was leaving the next day for Africa, and I'd have to stay with my dad till she returned. Mom and Dad hated each other, so I'd never gotten to know him. And now I had to live with him? This was insane. But when I reached his gigantic mansion in California, I couldn't help feeling a bit excited. Our house was a matchbox compared to this. Dad gave me an awkward hug and welcomed me into his home.
I'm running really late for a meeting, but I'll see you at dinner, okay?
And he just rushed off in a car. That wasn't weird at all. Soon after he left, a girl my age walked over to me and introduced herself as Jenny, my stepsister. Dad told me you were coming, and I'm sure we're gonna have a great time together. Come with me. Jenny led me to a huge room and opened a giant wardrobe for me. What do you think? I picked out all your clothes myself. Are you kidding? I love them. You're amazing. I know. I'm the coolest girl in our school, and no stepsister is gonna ruin my reputation by looking shabby. That was kinda mean, but I forgot about it as she showed me around the house. And later we binged on ice cream and talked about fashion and guys. She seemed all right. A week later, I joined school and Jenny introduced me to her friends. They seemed cool, and I was enjoying being part of their girl gang. But one day I was in the library when I got a text from Jenny to come immediately to the schoolyard. When I got there, I saw some kids protesting with banners. And then I spotted Jenny and her friends on the side. And suddenly they started throwing eggs and tomatoes at the protesters. What are you doing? Having some fun with these losers. Join us. No, just stop this. But they didn't listen to me. And when Jenny saw some teachers coming, she ran away with her minions. Such a witch. Later, I was sitting in the cafeteria when a boy joined me, and I recognized him as one of the protesters.
Hey, I saw you trying to stop those girls earlier today. Thanks for taking our side.
He introduced himself as Ben, and I found out why they were protesting. Apparently, my dad was one of the biggest school donors, and he had asked the school to convert the backyard into a space for Jenny's fashion club. The kids were protesting to save all the trees and plants there.
Lots of squirrels and birds live in those trees. Plus, it's a space for everyone to enjoy, and it's not fair to take it away.
But just then, someone pulled me by my arm. Get away from my stepsister, you creep.
Wait, you two are related?
Don't you believe anything he says, Chloe. He's a liar. What's your problem, Jenny? My problem? Are you kidding me? I'm doing you a favor here by saving you from this low-class jerk. That's enough. You and your friends were the jerks today, and I'll decide who I want to hang out with, and it's definitely not you. You'll regret this, sissy. As she stormed off, I turned to Ben. Sorry about that. I didn't know she was so awful.
Oh, I've known Jenny all my life, and she's crazy.
And then he told me something shocking. Dad had adopted Jenny a few years back, and before that, she and Ben lived in the same foster home.
She was always an insecure bully. If anyone else came close to being adopted, she'd mess things up for them by lying to the parents. We were so glad when she finally left with your dad. But now, I'm back in school with her.
I had no idea she was adopted. It's not like Dad told me anything. After that day, Ben and I started hanging out together and became really good friends. And I could see Jenny hating every bit of it. Why can't you stay away from that poor beggar? After everything I did for you, all the clothes I bought, I never asked for it. And why should I care if he's poor? He's a good person, unlike you. You may have changed your looks with money, but from what I hear, your heart and personality are just as awful as always. You witch! How dare you speak to me like that? Just you wait and watch out. Suddenly, she dropped to the floor and started screaming. Save me! My stepsister just kicked me in the stomach! Just then, one of her minions came up with the principal, and he called Dad, complaining about me.
Didn't your mom teach you any manners, Chloe? Why would you hit your sister like a savage person, and then lie about it too?
She's the one who's lying. And don't talk about my mom like that. Unlike you, she's always been there for me, while you haven't even had the time to have a meal with me since I came. I stormed off to my room, and I really missed Mom just then. A few days later, I invited Ben over to study for the exams together, but we just ended up talking about all sorts of stuff, including Mom. She may be a little too much, but her heart's in the right place, you know?
I think you're more like her than you realize, Chloe. You stand up for what's right, and I really like that about you.
Suddenly, he moved in closer to kiss me, and I closed my eyes. But just then, a really loud sound almost made me fall off my chair. What the heck? Ben and I ran downstairs and saw Jenny having a party with music on at full volume. I went ahead and pulled the plug. Who stopped the music? I did. Are you nuts playing music so loud at this hour? Someone's gonna call the cops. I already gave them a tip to ignore any complaints, so shut up and leave. I felt like ripping her hair out, but Ben pulled me away. As I was leaving, I heard Jenny say to her girlfriend, "Ignore her, guys. Her mom's a total lunatic. That's why she's a little, crazy." That was it. I pushed her into the pool, and she looked super mad. The next morning, Dad called me, and I knew I'd get scolded because Jenny must have fed him lies. But to my surprise, he hugged me tight.
Oh, you must be so worried about your mom, Chloe. It's gonna be okay, I promise.
Why are you hugging her, Dad? You're supposed to scold her and ground her.
Jenny, now is not the time for your tantrums.
Dad, what's going on? Why would I be worried about Mom? Dad switched on the TV and I saw something awful. A group of volunteers in Africa had gone missing, and Mom was one of them. Suddenly, I felt my heart sink. I just ran back to my room. I stayed there for the next 2 days, crying and looking through the news every now and then. But then, Ben forced me to come back to school.
I know you're worried about your mom, Chloe, but she'd want you to be brave and not lose hope. She'll come back. I just know it.
He pulled me close and I felt so much better. He was right. I had to get myself together and do good things, just like Mom. I convinced Dad to take back his request for converting the backyard into a space only for the fashion club. I had other ideas for that space, and he agreed to donate money for it. I talked to the members of the fashion club and suggested that we redecorate the school backyard and turn it into an open-air showplace. They seemed to like my ideas, and when it was finally done, everyone was stunned.
OMG, this is amazing. It's like a place for everyone.
Everyone was happy and praised me for my idea, except for Jenny. What rubbish is this? And how could you guys go behind my back and support this good-for-nothing loser? Did she use her mom's sub story to get your sympathy? I was about to tell her to shut up, but all the kids spoke in my favor instead. Chloe came up with the best idea to utilize the space without destroying the trees.
And it's time you stop being a mean witch, Jenny. It's getting really old now.
Everyone seemed angry at Jenny, and I expected her to throw a tantrum. But surprisingly, she turned around and ran away. Something was definitely up, so I followed her and found her weeping in the bathroom. Jenny, are you okay? No, I'm not. Ever since you came, everything's gone wrong. You became close with the kids at school in no time, and even Dad's been favoring you lately and ignoring me. I just hate that everyone loves you and thinks I'm the bad guy. Well, she was, but maybe it wasn't the right time to bring it up. You have it all wrong, Jenny. Everyone likes me because I'm nice to them. And Dad hasn't made any effort to get to know me my whole life. He's just being nice to me right now because of Mom going missing. Otherwise, he'd probably be the same. So, you mean you don't want to snatch him away from me? No, why would I do that? If anything, I'd want him to be nicer and kinder to both of us. Suddenly, she wiped her tears and hugged me. I don't understand this. I've been nothing but a witch to you, but you're still being nice to me. Why? 'Cause that's how my mom raised me, and I'm proud of it. I just wish I told her that.
You can tell me now.
I turned around, and Mom was standing right in front of my eyes. Mom! OMG, am I dreaming? Just then, Jenny pinched me real hard and made me scream. I'm so glad you're back, Mom. I missed you so much. I missed you too, honey. I realized I must have given you quite a scare, so I flew back as soon as I could. You cut your trip short? For me? There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, love. Unless someone else's need is greater. Oh, Mom.
Tilted her head as if considering it, her eyes softening just a little. Then she grabbed the nearest juice cup and threw it in my face and just walked out. Diana, wait! Ladies, it was lovely meeting you. Here's my card. Let's stay in touch. And if the baby's a boy, can you name him William?
No way.
Cool. Drive safe.
I'm sorry, hon. I'm sorry, Mama. Why does the card say he's a babysitter?
Our car ride was painfully quiet. Awkward, too. I didn't dare say anything that might upset Diana, so I kept my mouth shut. At least, until I couldn't anymore. Hey.
Shut up.
I just want to say I'm sorry.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. What more do you have to say? Sorry? Sorry you forgot the so-called love of your life? Her face? Her voice? Sorry you never came back for me? Sorry you didn't work harder on yourself? Even though you knew I was in pain without you? But I did the right thing. I moved on. Look at me. Moving on so well, right? I'm doing great. So don't you dare say sorry to me now.
I was actually going to tell you to turn your headlights on, but Yeah, that too.
What is wrong with you?
She started hitting me. I mean, actually hitting. Then she let go of the steering wheel just to hit me harder. Whoa, eyes on the road! She didn't care. She kept throwing punches and random objects at me until, thud, we hit something. What did you just do? Switch seats. I'll drive in case someone needs to take the blame.
Good idea. It's your fault anyway.
We scrambled to switch places, and just as I opened the driver's door, someone stepped into view. It was dark, but I could make out the shape. Tall, broad-shouldered, built like Thor on a bad day. Then he hit us with a flashlight, straight to the face, just like in a horror movie. The guy looked about 60, with wild hair, a patchy beard, and maybe 4 teeth total. Oh, and he was holding a hammer the size of Thor's.
You hit my animal.
I understand, sir. Let me check on your animal.
Why? Are you a vet?
No, but I am, sir.
You are? Oh, yes, she is, definitely. We got out and walked toward the creature. It turned out to be a horse, and honestly, it looked completely fine. Still, the man gave me the creeps. Kept staring like he was trying to read my soul with his good eye. I stayed close to Diana and slid my hand into my inner pocket, where I kept the gun Rex gave me, just in case.
I've had this horse since he was a foal. That was 10 years ago. If anything happens to him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
He's got baby teeth. No way he's 10, unless he's aging backward.
Are you calling me a liar?
Well...
Sir, his condition's stable. He'll need a shot, but he'll be okay. I'll write you a check to cover the costs.
Who are you?
Someone you'll need 100 years to become half of.
Ouch, Dee Dee. Okay then, all settled. Nice to meet you, sir. Have a great night. The Thor man didn't respond. We headed back to the car. I turned the key. Nothing. It didn't start.
It was working just fine. You're a jinx.
You can spend the night in my cottage, not far from here.
That's so generous of you, sir. But we really have to keep going.
I'm coming.
No, wait a second. We stepped into his cottage, and to my surprise, it was actually kind of cozy. Rustic wood everywhere, a roaring fireplace, and a giant creepy picture frame of him with a woman, presumably his wife, and a young boy. Just then, Thorman was carrying 2 bowls of soup.
Eat.
Oh, no thanks. I'm good.
I said eat.
Yes, sir. Soup is great. Love soup. I pretended to eat, but I wasn't swallowing. Diana, meanwhile, was going at it like she hadn't eaten in 3 days. Psst, what if he's poisoned? What if he's a serial killer?
I'm always ready for death.
Would you want to spend your last few minutes with me?
Good point. But for your peace of mind, don't worry. Rex has our location. Anyway, I have protein bars. Want one?
Yes, please.
Then go get one yourself.
Meanie.
You two bicker like you've been married forever. Got any kids?
Oh, no sir, we're not married. I mean, I wish we were. Well, we were together, I screwed it up, and she'll probably stay mad at me until the end of my life, which might be tonight.
Don't make my mistake. Me and my wife, we were high school sweethearts, married young, found out we couldn't have kids, and we were fine with that. Didn't even want any. Then one day, 12 years in, she tells me she's pregnant. I was stunned. So I got myself checked. Turns out I couldn't have kids. And I got mad. Really mad. One night, she was sitting right there in front of that fireplace, her back to me. I walked up behind her.
And shot her?
What? Why would you say that?
Then strangled her?
Do I look like a murderer to you?
You want the honest answer or the one that might spare my life?
If you said yes, do you think I'd kill you?
Again, the honest answer or the one that keeps me breathing?
Oh my god! Stop it, William! Sir, if this is some emotional metaphor about not giving up on love, great, message received. But honestly, I'm exhausted. I saw there's a bed inside. Do you mind if I use it? We'll pay for the stay. You and William can bond out here by the fire.
No, I'm coming with you. Don't leave me alone with him.
He's not gonna bite you.
It's not the biting I'm worried about.
Man up. You don't sleep anyway, so you're fine. Not everything is a conspiracy. Sometimes things just work. Arya taught me that. She made me feel like I wasn't a screw-up, like I had a purpose.
And just like that, she disappeared into the other room. It stung, knowing she needed someone to make her feel seen. And it wasn't me. I never gave her the appreciation she deserved. Maybe I was even jealous of Arya for giving her what I didn't. But really, I had no one to blame but myself. So you came up behind your wife and
I killed her.
2 seconds of silence. I nearly passed out.
Ooh, look at your face. Nah, she lived and gave birth to a baby boy. I forgave her. We stayed together, happily ever after. She's actually out doing some shopping. She'll be back any moment. Anyway, I gotta return nature's call. It's poop time.
Just then, we heard Diana scream. I rushed inside and found her backed into a corner, frozen. A cobra was slithering just a few feet in front of her, hood spread, eyes locked on her like it had a grudge. I didn't think. I just moved. I grabbed the snake to throw it away, but then I felt a sharp sting in my arm.
William!
Ow! Okay, that was painful. The Thorman burst in alarmed. He took one look at the scene and calmly scooped up the snake.
Whoa there, that's Mini Snake. She's not venomous, just dramatic.
He tucked her under his arm, and I collapsed against the wall, clutching my arm. Ah, she bit me. I saved your life and got bit. That's gotta say something. And just like that, for the first time since I met her again, she smiled, and that made me happy.
Why are you smiling like an idiot? Come on, we've still got a mission to finish.
Just as we were getting ready to leave, Thorman's wife and kid showed up. So yeah, he wasn't a serial killer, allegedly. Just a strange man with a soft spot for reptiles. He helped us get the car started and waved goodbye like we were old friends. On the car ride, I felt lighter, even though we were getting closer to our mission, which should have made us nervous, but it didn't. So when exactly did you stop wanting to be a doctor and join this weird organization?
After you left, I couldn't feel anything for a long time, so I picked something that didn't ask me to feel. Just perform, fix, solve.
She paused, then added,
Aria was the only one who saw potential in me when everyone else saw a quitter. She personally selected me from hundreds of applicants, spent nights helping me understand the research when I was ready to give up. They were doing real work. Quiet, off the grid, but meaningful. That's why they chose you. And yes, I recommended you. Someone who never sleeps, has a near-perfect memory, a high IQ, and the emotional awareness of a toaster.
You just called me a genius and a toaster in the same sentence.
Because both can overheat and explode if left alone too long.
Just then, my stomach growled loudly. Diana pulled a protein bar from her pocket and handed it over. Oh, you're the best.
Oh, glad you finally noticed.
Right then, a familiar song came on the radio. I reached over and turned it up. It's our song!
No, it's not. Why would our song be Smack That by Akon? With your perfect memory, you forgot our song?
Come on, I'm messing with you. Of course I remember. It's Shape of You. We were in 11th grade. You were crying because you hadn't studied for the history exam. So we made a deal. Anytime you needed help, you'd sing, I'm in love with the two shapes of you, which meant question number 2. And I'd cough once for A, twice for B, and so on.
Yeah, that worked until Mr. Clever kicked us out. Ugh, that old bitter man. I always thought he had a crush on me.
Wait, what? If that guy really had a crush on you, there's no way he would have failed us.
Well, speak for yourself.
No way! He passed you? And I failed? Now I'm mad all over again. Ah, whatever. I forgive you. Still wish you'd studied harder though. Just saying.
Hey, you knew how things were at home. Dad was always sick, Mom worked nonstop. I was basically raising my siblings. If I hadn't gotten that scholarship, I wouldn't have even made it to college.
Yeah, things were rough. You had so much riding on your shoulders, more than any kid should have. I'm sorry. She gave me a little nodding smile, and for the first time in a long time, I felt safe. We reached a quiet suburban neighborhood, peaceful, almost too peaceful. We parked at the start of the street and walked a few blocks until we reached the daycare.
She's here.
In the daycare?
It's just a front. No real daycare. This is where our competitor's main facility is. All we have to do is go in and negotiate. Civilly.
We rang the bell. A woman opened the door, skeletally thin, with cheekbones so sharp they could cut glass. Her face was tight and hollow, and honestly, kinda terrifying. But I held my expression in front of Diana, who stood calm and professional. She searched us and took everything. Our weapons, our earbuds, even the tiny snack I was hiding. Then she let us in. The entrance looked like a cozy indoor play area, complete with fake toys and posters of smiling cartoon animals. Real baby photos lined the walls too. Those babies better be from Pinterest. If that's their research group, I'm jumping out a window. She led us to an elevator, which carried us 4 levels underground. It was slow, uncomfortably quiet. Okay, so just putting it out there, I once peed in a ball pit. I was 6. I still think about it.
You also peed in the sink when you were 22.
That was one time! The bathroom bowl was clogged, and I wasn't feeling great, and my medication was out of whack, and why are you like this, man? Right then, the elevator doors opened with a ding. We stepped into a cold, open space, warehouse style, and followed her through a maze of metal doors and narrow hallways, one after the other. This is so creepy, Diana. If I had $1 for for every time I've said creepy since this started, I'd be a millionaire.
I know. Just hold on. It's almost over.
At the end of the maze was one final door. Behind it, a massive, blindingly white lab, giant machines, blinking lights, wires hanging like robotic vines. With bodyguards all around, I recognized one of them who kidnapped Arya. He looked at me and winked. I saw him mouthing the word idiot like he said before. Then an elevator platform rose slowly from the floor, and standing on it was a man. A very hairy man. Hair everywhere. Head, arms, chest. Even his eyebrows were so thick, they looked like they could support a falcon. He didn't greet us, just walked to his desk and began typing on a laptop. I was staring at him, at his hands, at the ridiculousness of his brows, trying to guess what he was even browsing. It came out wrong. Sir, please talk to us and stop eyebrowsing. Diana elbowed me in the ribs.
Let's cut to the chase. Arya is ours.
She's not some object. Let her go. Tell us what you want. We'll do it.
I'm afraid you're too late.
Why do villains always say that? Can't you say something nice like, would you like a mint before traumatizing us? He clicked a button on the remote in his hand. A panel slid down behind him, revealing a thick glass window. Behind it, Arya was unconscious on a mechanical bed, suspended midair by wires like some sci-fi puppet.
Oh my god, Arya! Please, don't hurt her.
We gave her a generous offer. She refused. Said her principles couldn't be bought. Well, I imagine her principles are laughing at her now, from the corner of her dying brain.
We'll do anything. Just let her go.
What we want is William. He's the final piece, our most valuable candidate, the one who completes our collection.
Diana hesitated. Her eyes turned to me, full of panic. It's fine, I'll go. Either way, I was getting poked and prodded. Might as well get it over with. She nodded, sadly. I stepped toward the man, until my stomach turned. Oh, wait, all this chemical air is making me nauseous. I feel like puking.
No, William, no!
Too late. I threw up all over the floor. And there it was, the tiny metal flask, the size of a peanut I'd swallowed earlier as Diana and I planned. She didn't miss a beat. She snatched it up, bit it open, and grabbed Eyebrow Guy, locking her arm around his neck with the open flask right under his nose. Guards nearby started to move.
Don't even think about it. This flask contains a contact agent. One drop on your skin, and you're gone in seconds.
Everyone, stay back! Stay back!
Let Arya go, now.
Understood. Assistant, release her. Diana, she's fine, I swear. She's just sedated. We didn't harm her. You'll see.
A few assistants appeared, unhooked Arya, and helped her walk toward us, weak but alive.
Oh my god, Arya, you're safe. We were worried sick.
Now, let me go.
Not until William and Arya are safe. Get them out first.
No, I'll stay. Just get Diana and Arya out of here.
Aww. What a noble little sacrifice.
And then, bam! Arya snatched the flask from Diana and shoved her away.
What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Oh my god, she's a double agent! She's with them!
He's not them. He's my husband.
The look on Diana's...
Who don't stop, who don't question. Soldiers, spies, servants, engineered for obedience. Minds sharper than AI. Bodies that don't break, and loyalty so deep, they'll do anything we say. Whatever the world needs and the law won't allow, that's the future. And we're not asking permission to build it. The difference is, we're going to win. We'll wipe your organization out, dominate the field, and make billions.
You used me.
Oh, Diana, sweetie, I needed you here. I knew you wouldn't join me if you knew the whole truth. So I gave you a mission, a crisis, a little emotional blackmail to save me.
She glanced at me, then tossed a folder toward Diana.
If you want your little lover boy to stay alive, sign these papers.
Diana didn't move. She was still processing everything.
Relax. They just make you the official owner of our newest facility. Unregulated, covert, and completely in your name.
So, if this all blows up, if the authorities come knocking, you would take the fall, not me.
And not me either, darling. Where are you taking me again when this all works out?
Some island with no extradition laws, 5 jacuzzis, and unlimited shrimp.
Ugh, shrimp makes you fart.
Aw, I thought you didn't mind mine. Just like I don't mind yours. Your farts are my perfume.
Oh, you're disgusting. I love it.
I know you'd love it. They both cackled like cartoon villains. But I wasn't done. I pulled a second metal flask from my mouth, hidden under my tongue when I puked earlier. I cracked it open, grabbed Diana's hand, and ran. We sprinted toward the exit. As we ran, I punched in the passcode I'd memorized earlier, and before the door closed behind us, I dumped the serum all over the handle.
Hey, idiots! I just covered the whole doorknob with that poison! Go ahead, touch it! I dare you!
Then I grabbed Diana's hand, and we bolted.
Do you even know where we're going?
Don't worry, I remembered every turn in that maze, and now that the doorknob's covered in that stuff, they're not getting through anytime soon.
Just then, 2 guards rounded the corner.
That was fast. Don't worry, Diana, this way.
I led Diana down a different path, a narrow side hall. When the guards followed, I quickly shut the steel door behind us and yanked the release lever I'd spotted earlier.
That should keep them busy. If not, we better run faster.
4 hours later, Diana and I sat on a bench outside the FBI building. Diana had told them everything. Turns out the FBI already had some clues about the illegal labs, but they didn't know how deep it went until Diana came clean. Everyone involved got arrested, except Diana, because she told the truth and saved lives. I glanced over at her. She looked tired, like me, but a little lighter. She wasn't hiding behind her glasses or her ponytail. She looked like Diana. They said they'll probably clear your name completely, might even offer you a job.
I'm not sure I want it.
You should. You're amazing at this stuff, but only if you want it, not because you need to prove anything.
Thanks.
I think we broke each other a little back then, and I think maybe now we could help each other rebuild. Better this time. Smarter.
You're still an idiot.
And you're still scary, but I like scary, especially when she brings snacks. That made her laugh, for real.
All right, genius. One condition. We don't fix each other. We just support each other while we figure out how to fix ourselves.
Deal. Oh, wanna hear a joke? An octopus once said to its girlfriend, "Give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand." She chuckled and gave me her hand to hold. And in that quiet moment, I didn't feel like a loser. I felt like someone who could start over and have a life that was worth staying awake for.
Hi, I'm Gwen from Louisiana. Please like and subscribe. I was born to one of the wealthiest families in New Orleans. My dad was a successful businessman and my mother was a pastry chef. But she stopped working when I was born to raise me. My parents threw fancy parties every weekend, and Mom wore the most beautiful dresses. Whenever they went out, people would stop to tell them what a gorgeous couple they were. I, on the other hand, was nothing like my parents. My hair was a mess, and I always had mud and grass stains on my clothes from chasing squirrels and playing in the dirt. On more than a few occasions, people mistook me for a boy, and the kids in school thought I was strange.
You want to meet my friend? His name is Charlie.
Ew, yuck. You're such a creep. Once in 8th grade, I was watching Mom get dressed for a party, and I couldn't help asking, "Mom, how come I'm not pretty like you?" "What? Of course you're pretty. No one has ever called me pretty except you and Dad. And you're my parents, so it doesn't even count. Are you sure I'm your daughter?" "Gwen, why would you say that?" "None of the kids at school like me very much, and I just don't see how I'm related to you two. Was I switched at birth? Am I adopted? You can tell me, I won't be upset." Mom pulled a beautiful gold locket from her jewelry box and put it around my neck. Inside that locket is a powerful secret. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires, you'll find your answer in there.
No way!
It's true. I want you to have it. But you have to promise to wear it all the time to keep it safe. I nodded and opened the locket. There was a mirror inside. I don't understand. What do you see? My face, obviously. Well, that's the secret. Mom, that's really lame. One day, I hope you'll see what I see when you look in that mirror. When I was in 10th grade, things took an awful turn. Mom got really sick and went into a coma, and Dad and I were devastated. Over time, Dad started making bad business decisions and lost most of our money. We moved into a tiny apartment, but Dad was still struggling to make ends meet. Most days, he was too sad to even get out of bed. One day, Dad forgot to make dinner, and as I looked around for some snacks, I found Mom's old recipe book in a drawer. I picked a recipe and made the most delicious meal ever.
What's that smell? It's wonderful.
Dad and I ate together, and he smiled for the first time in months. After that, I started cooking dinner regularly, and it made me feel closer to Mom. A few weeks later, someone pounded on our door one evening. It was our landlord demanding rent.
Please, I just need more time.
This is the last extension. If you fail to pay next month, I'll throw you out.
I really wished I could do something to help. Suddenly, I remembered Mom's words and opened my locket. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires, you'll find the answer in there. I thought of all the recipes I'd been making recently from Mom's book and had an idea. I printed out a menu and went door to door in our apartment building with copies and tasting samples. And to my surprise, orders started pouring in the next day. Soon, I had to make so many lunch and dinner boxes to deliver that Dad started helping me. We were able to make our rent, and over a few months, we were supplying food to other apartment buildings too. We needed more space for our operation, so we soon moved into a small house. At the start of summer vacation, I was busy packing meals one day when I saw a moving truck pull up to the house next door, and a pretty girl my age stepped out of it. I thought I'd welcome her, so the next day I went over with a pie. But just as I was about to ring the doorbell, I heard people yelling inside and then a loud smash. I quickly turned to leave, and a few steps later, I tripped over someone's leg and fell over with my face in the pie. That was hilarious, and I really thought I wouldn't be able to laugh today. Why did you trip me up? Why were you snooping around my house? I just came to say hi, like a nice neighbor. I even baked you a pecan pie. Pecan? That's my favorite. Is there some part of the pie that didn't touch your face? Maybe this corner? That looks okay. I sat down beside the girl as she ate. Her name was Emily, and she told me the people screaming inside were her parents. I can't stand when they fight, which is all the time. They're so busy hating each other, they don't even notice me anymore. What are your parents like? Do they get along? Suddenly, I felt a lump in my throat, and I just couldn't bring myself to talk about Mom. Yeah, my parents are like best friends. They're perfect together. But it's just me and my dad right now. Mom's out of town for a few months. Emily and I quickly became friends, and we spent the whole summer together, watching movies, riding our bikes, and baking cookies in the kitchen. When high school started, I was glad that I had a friend for a change. But the very first day, I saw some cheerleaders talking to Emily by the lockers, and then she came skipping to me. Guess what? The cheerleading captain said I've got a great look, and she wants me to try out. Well, that Candace is a jerk. She's always calling me a weirdo just because I don't paint my face like a clown or act like a bimbo. I don't know. She was really nice to me. It was obvious Emily wanted to join cheerleading, and I didn't want to sound petty, so I didn't say any more. And soon enough, I felt she started changing. Sure, she still hung out with me, but she'd run off the second Candace called her. She even started changing the way she dressed, and I could swear she was trying to imitate Candace's nasal voice when she spoke. One day at lunch, Candace and her gang walked over to us and invited Emily to a party. I'd like to bring Gwen too, please. Hey, why are you begging for me? I'm not dying to go.
Sorry, Em. The party's kind of exclusive, but I've heard some rave reviews about your food, Gwen. Think you could cater for like 100 people this Sunday? I don't mind if you come as a waitress.
I'd be happy to take your order, but I won't be waiting on you.
You could have made yourself loads of tips, but suit yourself.
As much as I disliked her, I didn't want to turn away a big order. I worked hard all weekend, and Dad dropped it off at her place. But the next morning, I was shocked to find the food inspection authorities at our door. It turned out that Candace had made a complaint because she got an allergic reaction from something she ate at the party. She told me she had nut allergies, and I was very careful.
Well, clearly some contamination happened, and we'll be investigating further. For now, we're suspending your business license for the next 6 months.
I was so mad. And the next day when I saw her in school looking just fine, I felt even angrier. Candace, you have to withdraw your complaint. I'll give you your money back.
It's not about the money. You endangered my life. My parents take me very seriously, and they're not gonna back off. Sorry, there's nothing I can do.
You're such a witch. Emily, how can you be friends with someone like her?
Yes, Emily. Why don't you make a decision already? Who will it be? Me or her?
Emily stared at me blankly, then looked away. Candace smirked, and I stormed off. But later that afternoon, I found Emily waiting for me outside my house. Look, about what happened in school, let me explain. It's pretty clear to me, and I have no idea why you're here. I like being your friend, but I also like being a cheerleader. Why can't I have both? I can have those friends there, and we can always be friends outside school. If you can't be my friend at school, I don't want to be your friend at all. What's the matter with you? I just like being popular. I like being noticed and feeling seen. You don't know what it's like growing up in my house. Don't use that as an excuse. Everyone's going through something. It's not a good enough reason to be a jerk friend. You're one to talk with your picture-perfect parents. You wouldn't understand. Well, thanks to your friend, I might lose my business for good, so I have other things to worry about. Just go away, Emily. Fine, have it your way. And the next day, Emily was even worse. She actually joined Candace and her minions in making fun of me. That afternoon, I went down to a coffee shop that I knew was hiring. The owner was a kind man who was also impressed by my baking knowledge, and he immediately offered me the job. One evening, as I was at the cash counter, a cute boy with sunglasses walked in. He ordered some coffee and then dropped a $20 bill in the tip jar.
I've never seen you here before. What's your name?
Gwen.
Nice to meet you, Gwen. I can give you my autograph if you'd like.
Why would I want your autograph?
You don't know who I am?
Hey, buddy, I've got other customers, so if you don't mind getting out of the way, please.
No one has ever talked to me like that.
Well, maybe if someone had, you wouldn't act like the world revolves around you. Please, step aside now. Just then the boy pulled off his sunglasses, and everyone in the coffee shop lost their minds. OMG, Damien, I love you. I'm your biggest fan. Suddenly, a crowd of people rushed towards the boy. Then 2 huge bodyguards appeared out of nowhere and ushered him out the door. That night, I looked Damien up online and discovered that he was a pretty big movie star. I felt like an idiot. The next day, my boss called me in for a special shift at the coffee shop, and I found out that Damien had booked the place for a networking event and was inviting some big celebrities. I want you to make your mom's signature pastries that you had me try one day. I was only too happy to, and the guests couldn't stop raving about them. My boss introduced me as the baker, and I caught Damien smiling at me warmly. It kind of made my toes tingle. After the party was over, Damien asked me if he could drop me home.
I think we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Damien. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Damien and I talked and laughed the whole way home.
This was really fun. I feel like you really see me.
Of course I see you. I'm looking at you right now. Wait, I hope you're not telling me you're a ghost.
You're funny. I mean, most people just see my fame and stardom. They don't really bother to get to know the real me.
Who do you see when you look in here?
Not some famous star, just plain old Damien.
Well, I think plain old Damien is pretty cool. Damien came to see me at the coffee shop every time he was in town, and I had a growing crush on him. One night, Emily and her friends were at the coffee shop when Damien walked in. Is that? No way! Damien came up to me, ordered his usual, and then took a seat to wait for me to get off work. And suddenly, Emily and Candace were waving me over like lunatics. How can I help you? Introduce us to Damien. Come on, give him my number. You can do that for an old friend, right? I'm afraid I can't. I know Damien won't be interested in you. And why's that? Because you're as lame and fake as your jumbo eyelashes. How dare you talk to me like that? I'll complain to management. Go ahead. I only spoke the truth. Now, if you'll excuse me. I turned away, but just then Emily flung her chocolate shake at me. I missed it by an inch, and the shake made a huge mess on the floor. Then Emily charged towards me and slipped on it. She landed smack on her butt, and it was all over her clothes and hair. Everyone laughed as Emily struggled to get to her feet, and the loudest was Candace. One of her minions was even filming the whole thing. And by the next morning, the video was making its rounds at school, and Emily was a joke. She stopped talking to Candace and her gang, and after that, I'd always see her alone. I tried to reach out to her, but she was so mad that she refused to talk to me. And I found out one morning that she and her family had moved. She never even said goodbye. Damien and I started dating shortly after, and he even got help from his lawyer to have our license returned. The coffee shop owner wanted to invest in my business, and before I'd even graduated high school, we'd opened more branches and were supplying meals all over the city. Dad was managing it full-time, and we were doing well. But the best day of my life was when I got a phone call from Dad saying Mom was awake after 3 long years. We hugged and cried for hours, and I was beyond happy to have her back. Her recovery was so miraculous that it was even all over the local news. Late one night, I was locking up one of our kitchen locations when I turned around to see Emily. Gwen, why didn't you ever tell me about your mom? I wanted to, Emily, and I thought I would eventually, but then we stopped being friends, and it was just painful to talk about. Like, saying it out loud made it too real. I'm so sorry. I never knew what you were going through, and I'm sorry for how I treated you. I just wanted to be popular so bad, but I was never good enough, and you were my only real friend. I hope you can forgive me. Emily, you were always good enough. I'm sorry you didn't see that. What's your secret, Gwen? You seem to have an amazing life now. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires. Inside this locket, you'll find the secret on how to achieve it. You want to know what it is? Yeah, absolutely. The secret is you. You just need to believe in yourself. Hi, I'm Mariam from London. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my parents and my grandma on my dad's side. Grandma was a millionaire, so we lived in a mansion with a pool and even a tennis court. But Grandma was also the meanest lady on the planet, except to me. When Mom made dinner, everything tasted wrong. I've never eaten rice this overcooked. I might as well eat bleach for dinner. But one time, I made Grandma a mustard sandwich, and she was blown away. Look at you, already cooking at 10 years old. My granddaughter is the smartest girl on the planet. Grandma also showered me with expensive gifts, constantly. One time, I helped Dad clean the floors, and Grandma bought me a TV for my room. Look at you doing your chores. This is what you get for being an angel, darling. Grandma scolded Mom and Dad for not spoiling me the way she did. Mariam had a fever yesterday. You two cheapskates couldn't hire a singer or a boy band to entertain her. Even though she was a jerk to everyone around her, I loved being Grandma's little gem. Whenever my parents got mad at me, I had my grandma to hide behind. What is this D on your biology test, Mariam?
Grandma, Mom's yelling at me.
How dare you put that kind of pressure on Mariam? Sweetie, you don't have to study if you don't want to. My parents really wanted me to become a doctor when I grew up. They would get me all sorts of medical toys, but all I was ever interested in was paints, clays, and brushes. I often imagined myself as a famous painter and pretended to take a veil off a painting I made. Everyone would tell me I was the next Picasso, and I'd say, "Oh, you're all too kind." One day in 9th grade, I decided to sign up for a painting class, but my dumb parents said I had to take chemistry. It's time you start taking school seriously, young lady. We've had enough of your art nonsense. That was it. I opened my mouth and started to scream. My voice should have shattered the windows. Mom and Dad covered their ears. What is the matter with you? Are you a toddler?
I think I lost my hearing.
Grandma, they're being so mean to me. I don't want to take biology. I want to paint.
You two should be ashamed of yourselves. Mariam is obviously an art prodigy and should be painting as much as she wants. We'll compromise then. You will take biology class, but we'll hire a tutor to give you private art lessons. Really?
Oh, thank you so much.
I knew I was being a little bratty, but if I could take private art lessons, so be it. My art tutor turned out to be a girl from my school. Her name was Layla, and she was in the 11th grade. And I didn't mind having her for my art tutor at all. She was one of the most popular girls in school and looked like a supermodel. I'd always heard about her, but I never got to talk to her before. I'm gonna help you become one of the greatest painters. Soon, you won't even need to go to school anymore. I sure hope you're right. I didn't know you were an artist, Layla. No one ever said anything. Nobody really knows me at all, really. I think I'm only popular because of how I look, but I don't have any real friends. Layla and I spent an hour painting and talking, and Layla was right. She wasn't like most popular girls at all. In fact, she was a little weird. One time, I decided to paint my entire face green just to see what it would look like. All right then, so I guess we're done for today? Actually, I wanted to ask you something. My parents are on vacation for like 6 months, so I'm all alone in my house. Can I stay at your place? I'll help out around the house and give you triple the art lessons. Triple the art lessons? I was gonna make sure Layla could live with us. Oh, for sure. I just gotta talk to my grandma. But my parents happen to be in the same room as Grandma, and they wouldn't have it.
Some stranger living in our home? Are you crazy? Might as well invite a robber to live with us.
You guys are so unfair. She said she's gonna give me triple the art lessons. Grandma, tell my parents to stop being jerks.
Miriam's right. You two are heartless people. Not letting a friend of Miriam's into our home. Not letting her follow her dreams. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
I knew then Layla was gonna stay with us for as long as I wanted her to. But as time passed, I didn't just do art with Layla. I also talked to her for hours. Miriam, how come your grandma's such a bully? She's a bully to everyone, but not to me. Don't you worry one day she'll bully you too? No, Grandma loves me. You know, you're kinda naive, Miriam. Sort of like a kid. I am not. No, it's a good thing. I wish I was more like that. Layla said the most confusing things, but I loved every moment I spent with her. Even at school, being with Layla was an adventure. She would do the weirdest things. Miriam, come with us to the boys' bathroom. We're gonna tape anonymous love letters on the wall. Are you crazy? Why? 'Cause it'll drive them crazy. When no one was looking, Layla leaned over to me and whispered, "Consider this your most important art lesson. How to win over the boy you love. But I don't like any boys. Or maybe boys don't like you. You're too... I don't know what the word is. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know. Boys just maybe aren't into you. Like I said, you're kinda young for your age." Layla taped her anonymous love letter to the wall and left me inside the boys' bathroom. I was mad after Layla said that. I even refused to talk to her after school. Come on, Miriam, don't be so sensitive. I didn't mean anything by it. You insulted me. Maybe you are just another mean, popular girl. I'm sorry, you're right. Sometimes I say stupid things. Sometimes I think there's something wrong with me. What do you mean? Layla didn't answer. Instead, she took me to this gorgeous hiking trail to paint. I forgot all about our conversation. Layla, when will I be the world's best painter and be able to quit school? It doesn't work like that, silly. I was kidding when I said that. Maybe you'll never be a great painter. You don't think I'll ever be a great painter? I don't know, really. But did you know that you're the best student I ever had? Maybe you won't be a famous painter, but you'll be a famous something. Why was Layla always speaking in these weird riddles? And even though she was a mystery, I felt closer to Layla than I'd ever felt to anyone. Then, 10 months later, Grandma started picking on Layla one day. It was totally out of the blue at dinner time. "Dear, I assume your parents are successful painters?" No, ma'am. It's just me who likes to paint. My parents are doctors. But like I said, now they're on vacation. On vacation for almost a year? And you haven't displayed your paintings in galleries, started a business, and made something of yourself? Ma'am, I'm only 17. By the time I was 17, I was already starting my own startup. You're a freeloader is what you are. Grandma? Excuse me, but I think I'll go to my room now. I watched Layla get up from the table as her eyes filled with tears. Why was Grandma being so cruel all of a sudden? I was used to her bullying my parents, but Layla? I could barely stand it. I jumped up to follow Layla. Layla, wait! Don't take what Grandma said to heart. I told you, she can be mean sometimes. Your grandma's right, Miriam. I have to tell you something. What is it? I lied before. My parents aren't on a trip. The truth is, I'm homeless. After my parents died, I tried going to an orphanage, but they didn't take care of me, so I ran away and started stealing food and clothes. Then I got caught and got arrested. No foster parents want a girl with a criminal record. I've been living on the streets. So far, I've been able to keep it a secret at our school, but I'm worried one day they'll find out. Oh, Layla, I had no idea. Listen, if I tell Grandma about your situation, she'll understand. She always agrees with whatever I say, no matter what. But when I told Grandma Layla's story, her face turned white with anger. She looked like a statue.
I want her out of my house, Miriam. I can't believe I ever agreed to let a filthy child criminal into my home. She leaves today, and I'm calling the police.
Grandma, you can't do that. It wasn't her fault. I want her to stay here and teach me art. She's the bestest friend I've ever had. And for the first time ever, Grandma turned her anger on me.
You don't know what you're saying, Miriam. You're just a silly child. Layla leaves my house today. Like it or not?
Then something inside me burst. Grandma, I've had enough of your cruelty. You bully everyone around you, and I'm sick of it. You have no idea what Layla's gone through, and you have no idea what she means to me. Without waiting a split second, I ran back to my bedroom to find Layla, but she wasn't there. Where had she gone? All of a sudden, I saw Layla outside the window with a backpack. She was walking farther and farther away from our house. I dashed outside. Layla, where are you going? Layla just ignored me and kept walking. I ran up to her and grabbed her arm. Layla, please don't leave. You were right about Grandma. She is a bully, and I finally stood up to her. I don't care about what she wants. I care about you. Miriam, I think you better forget about me. It's for the best. What do you mean? I could never forget about you. You're not my family, Miriam. I don't have any family. Nobody loves me. I'm just your art teacher. That's all I ever was. Before I could say another word, Layla left. I tried chasing her. I never knew someone could run so fast. But after miles of sprinting, I collapsed on the ground and I burst into tears. I didn't get home until midnight. Grandma and my parents stood in the living room next to our giant, fancy fireplace. Grandma's eyes looked like they were on fire.
You spoiled, awful child. Yelling at me and then vanishing out into the night? I should have you locked up in jail. Okay, let's go easy.
She made a mistake. She's still your sweet Miriam, isn't she?
She was my sweet Miriam. That was before she became friends with a dirty homeless and spoke back to me. And if she keeps painting, she'll be a dirty homeless too.
I don't care what you say, Grandma. I am going to keep painting, even if I do end up poor.
Why don't you show me a few of your paintings then,
I will. I'm really good. In my room, I grabbed every painting of mine I could find. Grandma was going to see. Here, look at how many paintings I've done. And you know what? I'm proud of them.
Wow, honey, we didn't know you did that many.
They look beautiful.
Oh, darling, let me see.
Then suddenly, Grandma tossed my paintings into our giant fireplace. No!
Mom, how could you?
I threw myself on the floor and cried harder than ever. My beautiful paintings were gone, and Layla was gone.
That's it. That was the last straw. We're moving out of your mansion. We're tired of your cruelty. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. You can't live without my fancy riches.
But the very next week, my parents and I packed up our stuff and moved into a new place. It was smaller, and it didn't have a tennis court. And I still couldn't stop thinking about Layla and where she could be. Then one day, I found a letter taped to my window. It was signed with Layla's name. Meet me at our hiking trail. I took the very next bus to our trail and tried calling Layla's name, but there was no answer. Then suddenly, who should I see but Grandma? Grandma, what on earth are you doing here? Darling, I wrote the note taped to your window. I was afraid you wouldn't come to meet me otherwise, and I remembered this was your favorite place to come with Layla. You mean Layla isn't here? I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to her. Sweetie, I'll do anything to help you find her. But first, I want to apologize for being so awful to you and burning your paintings. I love you, sweetheart. Grandma started to cry and came over to hug me. I've been a bully your whole life, to your parents and now to you. After I saw your face when I burned your paintings, I realized I wanted to change. I love you, Miriam. I love you too, Grandma, but it's gonna take me some time to forgive you. I understand. I don't expect you to ever forgive me, but know that I'm here, and my house is always open to you. And if you do ever find Layla again, you both can move back in with me. I'll adopt her. Grandma left at that moment, and I stood in the middle of the hiking trail. And then suddenly, I saw Layla sitting on top of a rock. Layla! But as soon as Layla saw me, she started to run up the hiking trail. I chased her as fast as I could, but she was just running and climbing higher. Please, wait up. Go away, Miriam. Layla, please, don't run away from me. I raced up the hiking trail and tried to catch up with Layla, but she was so far ahead of me, I couldn't even see her. Suddenly, I heard a loud cry from above. I looked up to see Layla stuck between two rocks. She looked like she was ready to fall. Please, someone help me. Layla, I'm here, hang on. I rushed to Layla as fast as I could and tried to pull her up, but she wouldn't budge. My hand is slipping. Do something. I grabbed Layla with all my might, and she was finally free. Layla and I fell on top of each other and started laughing. But suddenly, Layla looked at me. Miriam, you're all scratched up. It's fine, Layla, I don't care. What matters to me is that you're okay. I couldn't live without you. Really? I mean that much to you? Yes. You're the most amazing friend and teacher I've ever had. I used to be so bratty and babyish. I had my grandma to run my whole life. But you've changed me. Even though we're not related by blood, you are my family. Do you really mean that? Yes. Layla, I talked to my grandma. She apologized for everything, and she said if I ever found you, she'd adopt you. Oh, Miriam, that's the best news I've ever heard. We'll paint up here every day. I'll teach you everything. We will, even if we're never famous. I'll always keep painting with you. I love you, Layla. I love you too. Hi, I'm Samantha from San Francisco. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. I was born with cherry lips and big black eyes. My parents said I looked like a child out of a fairy tale. But whenever Mom and Dad talked to me, I never smiled or changed my facial expression. My parents tried everything to make me smile. Mrs. Rabbit wants to play with you. Come on, give Mr. Mouse a kiss. Dad held a mouse puppet close to my face and made kissing noises, but I just stared blankly and slapped the mouse away from me. That's when my parents decided to take me to a doctor. After a few tests, I found out I had a condition called Mobius. That meant I couldn't smile, frown, or lift my eyebrows. I was too young to understand what Mobius was, but when I was in preschool, Mom and I were at the mall when we bumped into one of her friends who had a daughter my age. She kept smiling at me, but all I could do was stare at her like a robot. Suddenly, the little girl started to cry. Mommy, this girl is scaring me. Oh, sweetie, don't be scared. Our dog ran away yesterday, so Samantha's just sad.
But Mom, we don't have a dog.
Mom pulled me away quickly. That's when I realized she was embarrassed to tell her friend I had a condition, because that meant I wasn't normal like everyone else. And at school, none of the kids really wanted to be my friend because they thought I was strange. So I spent most of my time alone. But several months later, my life took a huge turn. Mom gave birth to my twin sisters, Annie and Penny. My parents worked full-time, so we always had a maid in the house. But even with a maid, I was always the main one to watch my sisters. One day, Annie, the wilder twin, climbed all the way to the top of our backyard fence. Annie, come down right now.
No, I don't wanna. Penny, come climb up and we can fly like birds do.
No flying. Penny listened to me, but Annie was about to jump and my heart almost stopped. But then she started laughing like crazy.
Fooled you.
I was furious and told Mom what Annie did. Mom went ballistic. What is the matter with you, Annie? Why can't you be a good girl like your sisters? Annie's eyes filled with tears. From that day on, she made everyone's life a living nightmare. She hated me for telling on her, and over time, Annie grew jealous of Penny. Penny was what you call gifted and could get straight A's without even trying. One time when the girls were in 4th grade, Mom and Dad threw Penny a huge party for winning the school spelling bee. Our little Einstein. We're so proud of you, Penny. Annie stomped out of the room at that moment, and that night, she chopped off all of Penny's hair while everyone was sleeping. Penny burst into tears, and I tried to comfort her. Don't worry, it'll grow back. Annie's such a mean bully. I won't let her bully you anymore, Penny. I'm here. Penny slept in my room every night after that because she was terrified of Annie. I loved both my sisters, but Annie grew up to be so mean. Then one day in 8th grade, a new boy joined my class. His name was Daniel, and he wore those fat black spectacles. He was really short and really shy. While he was walking to class, this guy bumped into him and his glasses went flying. Daniel started freaking out.
I can't see anything.
I saw Daniel's glasses on the floor and picked them up quickly. Here you go, but it looks like they're broken.
It's okay. It's better than nothing.
Daniel put on his broken glasses. He looked silly, but also kind of cute. He and I ended up hanging out for the rest of the day, and he was super sweet and good to talk to. Over time, Daniel and I became really close, and I even started having feelings for him. But he always just treated me as a friend, and I didn't want to ruin what we had. Life in high school was good, till Penny and Annie joined, and things got a little crazy. Whenever Annie saw me with Daniel, she grabbed the chance to make fun of me. One time, Daniel and I were in the hallway when we passed Annie putting on lipstick.
Hey, Daniel, don't you ever get bored of hanging out with sad face emoji over here?
Of course not. That's not a nice thing to say, Annie.
Yeah, get out of my sight before you regret it.
Okay, but first, I need to do this.
Before I knew it, Annie had pinned me against the locker and drew a smile on my face with her lipstick.
You look so much better now.
I pushed Annie to the ground and she fell on her butt. She dragged me down, but Daniel stepped in.
Cut it out, Annie.
Daniel pulled me up and led me to the girls' bathroom. He helped me rinse the lipstick smile off, and I looked at my face in the mirror. Daniel, do you think I'm ugly? You can tell me the truth.
Samantha, look at me. You're not ugly. I think you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Daniel leaned in and kissed me, and I felt butterflies. A bunch of girls came in just then and started shrieking. Ew! What's he doing in the girls' bathroom? Daniel and I ran out, laughing like crazy. I was on cloud 9 all that week. I didn't even mind that our maid was coming less and I was doing all the chores by myself. But Annie couldn't stop talking about me having a boyfriend.
I just don't get it. How can someone like you have a boyfriend but not me?
I'm way prettier than you. Well, not everything is about looks, Annie. As time passed, Penny started dating a popular jock at school. Her grades were still perfect, and she got much more popular than Annie. Penny's life and mine were getting better and better, but Annie didn't have anything going for her. One morning, I woke up to find everybody at home, including my parents, which was rare. And Penny was super sick. Her face looked super bloated, and she had red bumps all over her arms and legs. My parents left me at home with Annie while they took Penny to the doctor. Annie was surprisingly well behaved and even stayed in to do homework. I decided it was safe to go out and see Daniel for a bit. But as I reached home, my parents and Penny had also just returned. Guys, what's going on? Penny, what did the doctor say was wrong? I have an autoimmune problem. Apparently, every time I get an allergic reaction, this is what'll happen. Penny hung her head and I walked back into the house with her. My parents left for work then, but just as we stepped inside, Penny looked at her phone and started to cry. Oh my God, just look what Annie posted. To my horror, Annie had posted a picture of Penny with her red skin bumps and bloated face on Instagram. Underneath, the caption read, "Even pretty girls have ugly secrets." Just then, Annie came trotting down the stairs all dressed up. Annie, you're a monster. How could you do something like this? I couldn't help myself. It was just too funny. Penny looked totally Instagram worthy. Before I could answer, Penny's boyfriend came down the stairs too.
Here, babe, you forgot your jacket.
Babe, what are you doing here?
Annie invited me over while you and your sister were out. Listen, I can't date you anymore. Not after seeing your skin.
He and Annie walked out the door before any of us could say anything. How could Annie do something so sick? I stayed with Penny the whole day and told my parents everything that had happened. They grounded Annie for 2 weeks. And then the strangest thing happened. Penny became more popular in school, and kids at school started ignoring Annie. Everyone thought Annie was heartless for stealing Penny's boyfriend. She became a total outcast. Penny got a new boyfriend, and Daniel became more and more handsome. By the end of 12th grade, he even got contact lenses. The day before my graduation, my parents pulled me aside.
Sammy, we were thinking, maybe you can apply for an online college.
We still really need you to keep an eye on your sister, sweetie. Are you kidding me? I've been the family nanny my whole life. It's about time you two took over and teach the twins to be responsible. I deserve to focus on my life now. With that, I walked away, and I spent days applying to my dream colleges. But one night while I was reading, Penny ran into my room. "Sammy, come quick! It's Annie! She's gone!" "What do you mean she's gone?" I dashed into Annie's room to find my parents holding a note from Annie. Annie wrote that she's leaving home to live somewhere else. She didn't even write where. Dad called the police and they tracked down Annie's phone. It turned out she was staying with our aunt, who Annie was super close with. We were all relieved, but when we went to pick her up, she refused to come home. I told Aunt I don't want to stay with you guys anymore, and she's happy to keep me. I'm not going home with you guys. You can't make me. Mom and Dad spent hours begging her to come home, but they couldn't persuade her. So we left without her. But my parents were sure she'd cool off and return in a couple of weeks. Except she didn't. She stayed with Aunt for a month. Then 1 month turned into 3 months, and then 6. And Annie refused to speak to any of us. And I left for college soon with Daniel. I kept in touch with Penny, who told me after some time that Annie had moved out of her aunt's place and was now living with some friend. 4 years later, Daniel and I graduated university with honors, and we started a small software company that met success almost immediately. And soon after, Daniel proposed to me. And of course, I said yes. Life was going great. And then one day, I got the most unexpected call. "Samantha, it's Annie. Can you meet me today? I need your help." No, "Hi, hello, how have you been?" "Please, I'm in crisis. I'm texting you the address. Meet me there." Annie hung up before I could even answer. I felt mad at her, but I just couldn't ignore my little sister. I went to the address and found her sitting on a bench outside a small building. Annie had chopped off her lovely hair, and she looked thin. "Annie, what's going on with you?" I started a makeup business, and now I'm in debt. I was wondering if you could lend me the money to pay it off. I'll lose it otherwise." "You shut out your whole family for years, and now you call me out of the blue because you want money? This is not how I wanted to reach out to you, okay? I wanted to make something of myself first and make you guys proud of me. I was just never as perfect as you or Penny, and that just made me jealous and stupid, and I'm sorry for everything. I've been trying to be better. I really believe my business can work. But now I'm in a mess as usual, and I could only think of you. You've always taken care of me." I was surprised at how sincere and different Annie sounded, and it was good to see her trying at something. I wrote her a check and was about to leave, when suddenly I turned back and handed her a wedding invite. "I'm getting married in a few months. I'd like for you to come, and I'm sure everyone else would be happy to see you too." A couple of months before the wedding, Daniel took me out to a special dinner.
"Samantha, I've been saving up some money and doing research for years. Mobius, your condition can't be cured, but it can be slightly corrected through surgery, and I just found this amazing surgeon. I just want you to know that you're perfect as you are, but if you want the surgery, I have the money for it."
My eyes filled with happy tears. I agreed to get the surgery, and Daniel was by my side the whole time. The doctor couldn't completely fix my issues, but I felt like a whole different person, being able to have real facial expressions. On the day of my wedding, my parents and Penny were with me in the dressing room when suddenly the door opened and Annie walked in. Everyone looked shocked to see her, but I was so happy she came. Guys, I know we've all had our issues, but can today be the day we all start to make up? My parents hugged Annie and we all cried, and even Penny joined in. Then my parents turned to me.
"Samantha, we're so happy for you and so grateful to you. We know we always put too much responsibility on you and it wasn't fair. We want you to know that we really appreciate you, love."
And hearing those words from them meant everything. My sisters walked me down the aisle and I could hear people smiling and whispering that I looked amazing. Daniel beamed at me as he took my hand.
"You have the loveliest smile, Sammy."
I'm Delphina from New York. My story starts with the day my parents decided to send me away. But before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. My parents loved me a lot, but I missed them because they were always super busy at work. And I don't have any friends, not even the imaginary ones. At least I had my grandma, my Nona, and I would always ask Dad to visit her in Sicily, but he couldn't afford the tickets for us to go every year. So for my 7th birthday, he surprised me by finally deciding to send me to Nona's place with Mom. I was ecstatic, and it was an amazing place, as was my Nona. I had a lot of fun running around her farm and petting the animals. However, the best thing about Nona's farm was the nearby beach, because that's where I met Giulia.
Wow, that sandcastle looks great. Can I join you? Only if you promise to come for a swim with me afterward. But I don't know how to swim. I'll teach you.
Easy for her to say. Giulia swam like a fish, and I had never even set foot in a bathtub. Even as a baby, my parents washed me in the backyard with a bucket and a hose. Plus, I'm not good at trying new things.
Come on, the fish won't bite. There's fish?
I imagined a gigantic shark coming up from the depths of the sea, eating my butt in one single bite. But before I could chicken out, Giulia pushed me in. I flailed, terrified, but the water barely reached my waist.
See? I knew you could do it. Now take my hands and start kicking your feet. Ouch! Don't kick me. Kick the water.
Oops, I accidentally nailed her in the shin. Giulia backed up a few feet before I tried again.
Yeah, just like that.
And that's how I got over my fear of trying new things. Giulia was loud, sunny, and fearless, just like I wanted myself to be. That summer, we got into all kinds of trouble. We stole the fresh eggs from the chicken coop in the morning, raced after the postwoman, and made her lose all her letters. Giulia was also really good at basketball, so we played until the sun went down and Nona called us home. We also invented a million new ice cream flavors, and because we needed so much milk, we had to milk Nona's cow.
Don't you think she's looking at me funny? She's a cow, and you're pulling on her udders. Of course she looks at you funny.
With Giulia, I felt like I could do anything. So we milked the cow, made ice cream, and then ate so much of it that we gave ourselves stomach cramps. Might this be a lesson for the future? Excess of anything is bad, honey. But like all good things, it also ended in a blink of an eye. I was super sad to return home. I had made my first real friend, and now I had to leave her behind. I promised Giulia that I would write to her every day, and I gave her a necklace made out of seashells that we had collected together.
Wow, this is beautiful. Thank you. I'll treasure it for sure.
When I got on the plane, I realized how much I had changed, and it was all thanks to Giulia. Since I wasn't allowed a phone yet, and I had forgotten to get her email address, I would write Giulia actual letters. Each summer, I promised I'd visit, but in the end, I never did. With time, the letters became shorter and shorter, and when I was 14, my life turned upside down when my parents divorced, and I had to move to a new house with my mom. Giulia kept writing to me, but I was shattered, so I didn't feel like replying, and eventually, her letters stopped. Fortunately, my mom had made a lot of money with her novels and sent me to a new, super fancy school. However, I soon discovered that everyone here was obsessed with their looks. There was this one girl in particular, Olivia, who took an instant dislike to me. Look at what she's wearing. Are your parents in the military? Because it looks like you shop at Salvation Army. It was actually from a flea market, but her remarks were still mean. I wanted to return to my old school, but my mom had no patience with my complaints.
I'll get you new clothes. What's the problem?
There's nothing wrong with the clothes I already have.
Other girls would be happy to have an excuse to go shopping.
In the end, I found new clothes, and when I walked into school the next day, I could feel everyone looking at me with admiration. Maybe this new school wasn't so bad. But, of course, Olivia still found something wrong with me. Is that a pimple, Delphina? Oh, here, take a mint. Your breath stinks. No matter how hard I tried, every day she found something else to make fun of. Look at her hair. Is it dandruff or lice? Ew. And that was the last straw. I couldn't take her nastiness anymore. Let's see how your hair looks now. So I threw my glass of water right in her face. But Olivia dodged, and the water drenched my teacher. She went ballistic and didn't listen to me. Instead, she sent me to detention for a week with that wicked witch. After that, school was hard because Olivia wouldn't stop bugging me. One time, she literally bugged me. She spilled an ant farm on me. It was a whole thing. Somehow, I survived 2 years, and then my life took another turn when Tristan joined my class in high school. The second I laid eyes on him, I felt my heart start to race and my stomach flip with anticipation. Or was that from the lunch in the school cafeteria? Either way, I didn't care. I had never seen anyone so handsome in my entire life. And under Olivia's stunned gaze, he walked straight up to me and extended his hand.
Hello, I'm Tristan. Can I sit here?
I kept staring at him. It was as if we had known each other for an eternity, just like in those romantic movies. Tristan didn't wait for a reply and just sat beside me, and he kept smiling at me. In class, at recess, at lunch. Well, in a matter of days, he became close to me and became the most popular guy in school. He always had the best brands and wore the latest fashion, and he was too good at sports, so he joined the basketball team as well. I was wondering, OMG, he joined it because of me. Well, the more Tristan paid attention to me, the more Olivia got jealous, and her pranks grew cruel. She would drop ketchup in my bag and cut my gym shoelaces. She even threw chewing gum in my hair. OMG, I'm sorry. I was spitting it out, and I don't know how it ended up in your hair.
OMG, you're such a liar. Do you always spit your gum 5 feet across the room when you're spitting it out? This is insane.
I was about to cry, but when I saw how worried Tristan was, I forgot everything, and he gently pulled it out by using the ice from the cafeteria, and I could see Olivia's face in dismay. The other day, the teacher called Olivia up to answer a question on the board when, rip! As she struggled to stand up, her pants ripped apart. Turned out, someone had put glue on her chair. Surprisingly, no one felt bad for her. I guess that's what you call karma. Revenge. Finally, she knew how I felt every day. But who could have glued Olivia's chair? I looked around, and Tristan winked at me. Did you do this?
Yeah, it was about time that someone taught her a lesson.
No one had stood up for me in all that time, and it touched my heart. I discovered that Tristan was a lot of fun, almost as much fun as Julia. And whenever Olivia tried to be nasty to me, Tristan would retaliate with an even bigger prank. Soon, Tristan and I became inseparable. In particular, we enjoyed playing basketball together. Come on, is this all you've got?
Let's play another game and I'll show you.
We played one game and then another one until it started raining, but we still didn't want to stop. But then I slipped, and luckily, I landed on Tristan's strong arm. Our eyes met, and I felt a spark between us. Wow. He's really handsome, isn't he? I was living a dream. After a few days, it was my birthday, and I could hardly wait for him to surprise me. Or perhaps propose to me. I wasn't ready for a proposal, but I did have a David's bridal catalog, just in case. Yeah. You said something?
Me? No, nothing.
What?
Do you want to say something?
No, just focus on work. Jerk. I was so mad that he forgot to wish me a happy birthday. I couldn't even sleep. I kept tossing and turning. Just then, my phone rang, and it was him. I couldn't wait anymore, so I picked it up on a single ring.
Hi, come down, please.
What? I looked out, and Tristan was in front of my house. I got so excited that I tried to jump from the window, but then I realized I wasn't Rapunzel. But I didn't feel any less than a princess that day. My mom was away, so it was easy to sneak out of the house and go with Tristan. We drove to a quiet spot where you could see all of the sparkling lights of New York. He finally wished me happy birthday. And man, it was super romantic. The way he looked at me, perhaps he was thinking the same thing. He leaned in, and I closed my eyes, waiting for a kiss, but
I have something to tell you. I really like you, Delphina, but there are things about me you don't know, and I'm not sure I'm ready to tell you.
You have secrets?
I wasn't always the nice guy you know today.
What did he mean? What kind of dark secret could he have? I don't know if I can date someone who doesn't trust me.
That's okay, I understand, but I still need some time before I tell you.
After that, things between Tristan and me became different. I couldn't look at him without wondering what his big secret was, and my imagination was running wild. I still wanted to be his girlfriend, but I felt hurt that he couldn't trust me with a secret. What kind of couple would keep secrets from each other? The more I thought about it, the more it seemed strange that someone like Tristan could be interested in me. After all, when we met, I was the underdog, and he was the coolest guy in school. Maybe this was all a trick of some kind. My suspicions were confirmed one day when I went to basketball practice and I found Tristan and Olivia playing together. They were laughing and he was teaching her how to shoot three-pointers, which was my specialty. specialty. And when I saw them close together, I couldn't stand and watch it. I stormed onto the court and slapped him. How dare you? You played with me. What? I thought you didn't like her, but it looks like I was wrong. Everything you told me is a lie. Suddenly, Tristan looked super guilty, and I knew I was right. I ran away.
Wait, she told me this was your idea, that you wanted to make peace with her and forget the past.
I didn't believe him. When I got home, I was crying on my bed. I cried so much that I was suddenly sitting in the middle of a small pool. Then I slid onto the floor, and there I noticed an old shoebox under my bed. I pulled it out, dusted it off, opened it, and Giulia's letters. I had almost forgotten about them. I started reading them, and it reminded me how happy I had been that summer. Giulia would have never betrayed me as Tristan had. And since I'm rich now, I bought a ticket to Italy to see my Nona again, and maybe Giulia.
What happened to you, dear? How about school?
It's only for a few days. Can I stay, please? Nona could never say no to me, so I spent the next few days wandering around the places of my childhood. There was so much that reminded me of Giulia, but when I went to see her house, I found it locked. It looked abandoned. I asked around the village, but even if they did remember Giulia, no one knew where she went. Also, one of my teammates texted, confirming that Olivia had really told Tristan that teaching her basketball was my idea. That sneaky witch! Of course she did! I went back to school, ready to apologize, but Tristan ignored me. He wasn't completely wrong. I slapped him, left him, and didn't trust him. Of course, he was angry with me and avoiding me, but I decided to get his attention anyway. I came to school dressed up all fancy, but everyone laughed at me. Then I tried to cook him a fishy surprise and put it in his locker, but it smelled so bad after a few hours that everyone gave him the stink eye. I even tried to dance for him at the basketball game, but I accidentally kicked Tristan as I jumped. But thanks to Olivia, she threw a banana peel on the floor, which made me slip. I was sure I would fall, but Tristan caught me midair.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I know you'd never team up with Olivia.
You know I don't like her.
So, can you tell me your secret now? Tristan looked at me, and he took a big breath. His face got all serious.
Come with me.
Where did he want to take me? But we went to the lockers, and thankfully, the fishy smell was gone. The corridor was deserted because everyone was still at the game. He opened his locker and took out a necklace. It was made of seashells, and I immediately recognized it. I made that necklace, but I gave it to Giulia. How is he Giulia's brother? He must have some connection with her. He was looking at me with a broad, hopeful grin, and suddenly, I remembered where I had seen that smile before. You're
Giulia, but it's Tristan now.
Now that I knew the truth, I was shocked that I hadn't seen it before. That's why Tristan felt so familiar. We had met before. So, this is your big secret?
I was hoping you'd recognize me, but you never did.
You never gave me any clue.
I'm the one who taught you to play basketball.
I walked closer to look at Tristan and compared him to Giulia. Well, this version of him felt right. I couldn't imagine a grown-up version of Giulia that wasn't a boy. Is this why you never got in touch?
Yeah, I was afraid you would reject me, but I missed you too much, so I decided to risk it.
Is the fearless Tristan afraid? Tristan took my hands.
You really don't care that I was born a girl?
Giulia was my first real friend, but you were my first love, and you are perfect just the way you are. Now kiss me. And so he did, and it was the best kiss in the world. Hi, my name is Iris, and till I was 10 years old, I had a perfectly normal childhood with perfectly normal parents. Then one day, Mom suddenly decided to become religious, and she went completely insane. Suddenly, I wasn't allowed to read anything with the word magic in it, so I snuck Harry Potter books from the library and hid them under my pillows. But one day in the 6th grade, I came home to find Mom lighting up a fire, and to my horror, I saw my books on the ground. I told you I don't want you reading these devilish scripts. Come here and throw them in the fire. Are you crazy, Mom? I'm not burning them. Then I'll just have to save your soul. And with that, she shoved them all into the fire. I had to use all my saved up allowance to buy new ones for the library. But in the 7th grade, Mom went completely nuts. Dad had taken us for a party at his boss's house, and sometime later, I noticed that Mom wasn't in the room. I went looking for her and found her in the study, slashing a painting with a paper cutter. Mom, what are you doing? This painting is evil. I can feel the devil's presence in it. It turned out that the evil painting was worth a fortune. Not only did Dad get fired, he also got sued. He said he couldn't stand Mom any longer and left for good. I was furious at Mom, but I couldn't be for too long because the next day she announced that she was pregnant. Dad was unreachable, so I was all she had now. And 8 months later, it was me calling 911 when she went into labor. At the hospital, Mom threw a huge tantrum because there were no female doctors available. There's no way a male doctor is touching me. I made a vow to God, get me a woman, or I'm keeping this baby inside. Just then, a handsome young doctor walked in and Mom screamed, "I'll take him!" She made me reapply her lipstick before I was shoved out of the room. Mom was acting weird. Mom gave birth to a baby girl and I fell in love with her instantly. She's beautiful, isn't she? Yeah, he's an angel. Oh, you're talking about the baby. Well, she looks like a boiled potato. Mom got busy again with her church meetings, and I became Maddie's babysitter after school. But I adored her and didn't mind at all. One night, as I was tucking her into bed, Maddie said sleepily, "Can you tell me a story of ghosts and witches on flying broomsticks?" Shh! Where did you learn about that, Maddie? I saw a cartoon on TV. It was so funny. I wish I could fly. I love magic things. And with that, she dozed off. But I was still thinking about what she'd said. I loved reading the Harry Potter books as a kid. Only a crazy person wouldn't. I sat down and started writing a story I'd had in my head since forever. On the first day of high school, a cute boy came and sat next to me during recess. "I'm Lori. Want to see something really cool?" And then he started wiggling his ears. For the next hour, he kept talking about how he gave ear-wiggling lessons on his YouTube channel, Learn Useless Talents. And just like that, I'd made a new friend. He started coming over to play video games when Mom was away. One time, she came back home earlier than I'd thought, and poor Lori had to hide for 2 hours before he could leave. Mom would have gone nuts if she'd found a boy at home. One evening, I had dinner plans with Lori, but I couldn't find a babysitter, so I took Maddie with me. As she sat in her high chair, she suddenly pointed to someone. "Look, Mommy!" I turned around to see a couple at a table, and I laughed. "That's not your mommy, silly. It's my mommy." I turned again, and this time, I saw the woman's face clearly. What the heck? That leggy woman feeding some guys strawberries was Mom. Oh, you know that guy with her? He's our chemistry teacher. After putting Maddie to bed that night, I waited up for Mom. She jumped out of her skin when she saw me. Holy piece. Why are you still up, Iris? Mom, take off your coat. What? Why are you acting so weird? I said, take off your coat. Don't use that tone with me. The Lord hates rude children. Now go to bed. He also hates liars. And with that, I started pulling off her coat. She pushed me away and we landed in a heap on the ground. You were on a date with my teacher. I saw you. So you just lie about going to church, neglect your kids, and go on dates instead? You're such a hypocrite, Mom. How dare you accuse me? Just then, Maddie walked in and stared at us. Mommy, you look mad, like the evil witch from the book. Remember, Iris? The what? I was grounded for a week for reading such books again. But if Mom thought I was buying her lies, she was so wrong. I was going to catch her again, and this time, I was going to take pictures. 2 nights later, as I was scribbling away my story, I heard a sharp tap on my window. It was Lori, and I let him in. It's been 2 days since I last saw you, and I was going crazy. Look what I got you. I nearly screamed when I saw his gift. It was a brain in a jar with a tag. You've been on my mind. Lori, what are you saying? I'm saying, I think I'm in love with you, Iris. And then he kissed me. Lori, I thought we were just friends. I had no idea you felt this way. Are you freaking kidding me? I hid for hours from your whack job mom. You brought your bratty sister on our date, and I didn't say anything. Why would I put up with your crazy family if I didn't love you? Because we're friends. I didn't even know that it was a date. And my sister isn't bratty. I think you should just leave now. But before he could, the door suddenly flew open and Mom barged in. She chased Lori out the window with a broom. You shameless child. As soon as you graduate high school, I'm sending you to a convent to become a nun. Now take these beads and pray for forgiveness. I haven't done anything wrong, so no thank you. Please get out of my room, Mom. What a crazy night. I felt bad about the way I'd left things with Lori, so when I went back to school, I looked for him everywhere. I finally found him in the cafeteria with a girl in his lap. There was a group of kids around them, and they were all watching something on their phones. Hey, Lori, can we talk? No, you can't talk to him, witch. But he was just telling us that the woman in this video is your mom? I stared at the phone, horrified. It was a video of Mom and the chemistry teacher, and a woman was attacking them while screaming, "You stole my husband, and you're such a cheater!" Some students saw this crazy drama at the restaurant last night and recorded it. Gosh, it must be so embarrassing to have a mom like that. Yeah, look what your mom is up to, and you're not even allowed to have a boyfriend. I'm so happy I came to my senses. And now, I'm with my future wife. As the two started kissing loudly, I threw a glass of juice at their faces. You're only with this girl because I rejected you, loser. And I'm glad you're out of my life because you're a terrible friend. And with that, I stormed off. As if things weren't bad enough, the chemistry teacher burst into tears during class and went down on his knees.
Iris, can I please come live with you and your mom? My wife kicked me out and I'm homeless. I'll do all your homework, I promise.
Mom was ruining my life. When I went home that day to confront her, I found her in the study. You want to explain what happened at your date last night, Mom? She turned around looking half crazy. I'm your mother. I don't have to explain anything to you. But do you want to explain why you've been writing this nonsense under my roof? To my horror, I saw a pile of shredded paper on the table behind her. Mom, did you just shred my novel? I've been working on it for 2 years. I don't have another copy. I'm sending you to a Catholic boarding school. I wash my hands of you. Right back at you, Mom. God, you're crazy. I'll be happy to go far away from you. But there was no way I was going to some boarding school. I had to run away from there, and I was going to take Maddie with me. One evening when Mom wasn't home, I sneaked into her room and started searching the drawers for any money I could find. Suddenly, I came across a paper under her clothes, and when I read it, I was shook. It was Maddie's birth certificate, and the father's name was not my father's name. Oh my God, my dad wasn't Maddie's dad. I delayed my plans to run away and decided to look for Maddie's father. I searched for him online, and it turned out that he was some millionaire businessman. I made an appointment with his secretary, pretending to be a journalist who wanted to write an article on him. Maddie's dad welcomed me into his office, but his smile vanished when I dropped the truth bomb on him. I showed him Mom's picture and Maddie's birth certificate, and it looked like he was having a stroke.
This woman, your mom, she used to work for me as a secretary a long time ago, but she just disappeared. I had no idea she was married or that I had a kid.
He asked if he could meet Maddie, and I invited him to our house. When he came the next evening, his eyes teared up when he saw her. Maddie, this nice guy's your dad. Go say hello, sweetie. As she sat down next to him and gave her some gifts he'd brought, Mom walked in, and when she saw him, she turned paper white.
What are you doing here?
I found him, Mom. Maddie deserves to know her dad, and he deserved to know about her. But you don't care about anyone, do you? Maddie's dad got up.
You've kept her from me all this time, but now I want my daughter to come live with me. I wasn't a very rich man when we met, but I'm a millionaire now, and I can give her an amazing life.
A millionaire? Oh, darling, I'm single, and I'll be...
Just Maddie, please.
Mom agreed to let Maddie go with her dad, but for a monthly allowance. It was breaking my heart inside that Maddie would leave, but I was really happy for her. I bent down next to her. You'll go live with your dad now, but I'll come see you every week. No, You come with me. Maddie's dad was more than happy to have me too, and I was overjoyed. As we were leaving, I turned back to Mom. You haven't been a really good mom to either of us, but I want you to know I forgive you. Oh, and a question before I leave. Is Dad my real dad? She looked straight into my eyes, and with a cold tone, she whispered, no. I attacked her. You psycho, crazy woman! Maddie's dad pulled me away, and to him I said, just take me away. Now Maddie and I are living our best life. I've also started writing my zombie novel again, and I'm sure it's gonna be a bestseller one day.
I was staring at my reflection in the window, challenging myself to make the goofiest faces I could think of. I opened my mouth as wide as I could, stretched my cheeks as far as they would go, and pulled my ears while crinkling my nose.
Carson!
Only I was right in the middle of class, and the teacher had been trying to get my attention. I turned around to find everyone staring at me, laughing.
You're off in space again. What is the answer?
The answer, right. Yeah, come on, Space Cadet, what's the answer? That jerk was Diego, the captain of the wrestling team, son of the coach and class bully. Since we won the national championship last year, he believed he was God's gift to the school, and he never missed a chance to mock me. The only person not laughing was Mara, the girl who dressed like she was from a different decade. On Mondays, she was a flapper from the 1920s. On Wednesdays, a hippie from the 60s, and on Fridays, she was a goth girl from the 1990s. She didn't like me, but she hated Diego more. Anyway, I had absolutely no idea what the question was, so I couldn't answer it. I panicked. The answer is that I really have to pee, and I ran out of the room. Hold on for a quick sec. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Carson, which you already heard the teacher yell. I always seem to do and say things that other people find, well, weird. But I guess you already know that too. I try not to, but honestly, I can't help it. See, even that was weird. Oh, and can you do me a huge favor and hit like and subscribe? So I'm the only boy in an all-girl household, and they all have an opinion about me.
He's just a unique boy, that's all.
He's a total weirdo. I think my aunt must have dropped him when he was a baby or something.
Oh, he's just, a bit strange. I think my sister gives him too much sugar.
That was my younger cousin Brenda and my aunt Peggy. They moved in with us after my uncle left for a vacation and decided to never come back. It didn't matter what I was doing. They always whispered and judged me, whether it was brushing my teeth.
Why is he holding the toothbrush upside down? What's wrong with him?
His mother never taught him right.
Eating dinner.
Why does he take such small bites of food?
His mother never taught him right.
Or just playing video games.
Why does he grin like that when he plays?
His mother.
According to my aunt, it was my mother's fault that I was weird. Anyway, back to where we left off. I ducked into the bathroom for a moment of quiet before I had to face the humiliation of going back to class again. Let me guess, you spaced out again, got called on by the teacher, and you said you had to pee? I looked over to see Finn, the one person in the entire world who understood me. We've been next door neighbors since we were kids, and he has always treated me like a little brother, even though we were the same age. And what makes you think that? Maybe I just came in here to do some push-ups. Right, because everyone comes to the boys' bathroom to work out. I hate that you know me so well, Finn. You think anyone will notice if I hide here for the rest of my life? Diego again, huh? Isn't it always? Buddy, idiots like Diego are so worried about what people think of them, they bully others to make themselves feel better. Don't let him win. Get back in there. Talking to Finn always made me feel better. The big difference between us was that he was super popular and I wasn't. Girls literally hung themselves on him like Christmas ornaments.
Hey, Finn. Did you see my new selfie on Insta? It's with my new Ferrari. My selfie is on my dad's private island. Wanna come? My selfie is jumping out of my own airplane on my dad's private island.
But Finn didn't care. He was always so focused. To be honest, I don't know why he even hung out with me. People don't take the time to get to know Carson. Sure, he's a little odd, but who isn't? Finn was the reason the wrestling team won the national championships. He was the best wrestler on the team, which made Diego furious. Diego hated anyone who was better than him. And the biggest college recruiter in the country was coming to school in a month to see Finn and not him. But Diego had a plan to fix that. He just needed the opportunity. Little did anyone know that he was about to get it. I was on my bike riding home from school singing my favorite commercial jingles at the top of my lungs. Oh, Ozempic, liberty, liberty, liberty. When I heard a voice from behind me. Where are you going, weirdo? I saw Diego and a couple of his friends on their bikes racing toward me. It wasn't enough for him to humiliate me in school. He also liked to do it outside of school by chasing me down and posting embarrassing photos on social media, like sneaking rubber lizards into my backpack, dumping paint over my head, or tossing me into various garbage cans. I pedaled as fast as I could, but they were catching up ahead where the railroad tracks and the crossing gates were coming down. I needed to make it across, but the train was coming. I realized I wouldn't make it, slammed on my brakes, and stopped inches from the tracks as the train came roaring by. I turned to face Diego and his friends. Well. I sense a great photo opportunity here. Get away from me, Diego. Or what, weirdo? He pointed to a pile of dog poop on the ground. Oh man, we need to get a photo of you with your face in that. I looked around. The train was still passing. I had nowhere to run. Diego pulled me off my bike and threw me on the ground. Just as he was about to push my face into the poop, I heard a voice.
Leave him alone, Diego, you jerk.
I turned to see Mara sitting on her bike on the other side of the tracks. Unlike me, Mara never cared about what others thought of her.
Do I think Carson is weird? Yeah, but he should stand up for himself and own it. Insecurity is like catnip for bullies like Diego.
Ooh, looky here, it's Mara, the other weirdo. And you're going to stop me?
No, but my brother is.
And like out of a superhero movie, Finn's bike sped up the road, stopping between me and Diego. He jumped off, standing face to face with Diego. Get out of here, Diego. If it isn't Finn coming to the rescue, why do you even care about him? Because I do. And if you want to get to Carson, you need to go through me first. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of Diego's friends recording all of this on his phone and suddenly realized what was happening. This was Diego's plan all along. I jumped to my feet to try and stop what was about to happen. I'm good, Finn. Thanks so much. I think this was a great bonding moment. Everyone can go home now. No, I'm done letting Diego bully you. Bully me? Don't be ridiculous. I was going to put my face in that dog poop anyway. I'll do whatever I want to your weird friend and your freak sister. And then Diego shoved Finn hard. Finn snapped and punched Diego, knocking him to the ground. Diego started laughing. You get that? Got it! The next day, Finn got called into the coach's office where he was watching Diego's video, carefully edited to only show Finn hitting his precious son. You punched Diego because you're jealous that he's team captain and you aren't? That's not true. He attacked my friend and then he shoved me. My son doesn't lie. You're off the team. Diego's plan was a total success. Over the next week, Finn didn't speak to anyone, including me. I tried to get his attention by jumping in front of him as he walked down the hallway, locking the door of the boys' room as he tried to go inside, and even holding onto his leg so he couldn't walk. But none of it worked. He was so depressed. But something else was happening. Diego stopped bullying me. He wasn't picking on me in class or tripping me in the cafeteria, and I could bike home without worrying he was following me. I had to know why, so I rode my bike up to him as he was leaving school. Why are you leaving me alone? You haven't mocked, insulted, or shoved me once since. Since you helped me get your buddy Finn kicked off the wrestling team. But I didn't. Oh, yes, you did. I couldn't have done it without you, weirdo. And now the recruiter is coming to see me instead of him. So consider my leaving you alone as a little thank you present. And as he walked away, I looked over and saw Mara just staring at me, shaking her head. Since we were kids, I always secretly had a crush on her. She would play rough with me and Finn. In fact, she is the one who convinced him to get into wrestling and even helped train him for the championship. But the older we got, the less she liked me. And now she really hates me after what happened to Finn. I needed to speak to him, so that day I went over to their house, but Mara answered the door.
What do you want, Carson?
Mara, Finn needs to tell the coach the truth, that he was only defending me and you.
First of all, Carson, let's get something straight. I don't need defending. Second of all, who do you think Diego's father is going to believe? His son or Finn? So unless you can get him back on the team before the recruiter comes, then I advise you just let it go. The damage is done.
And then she slammed the door in my face. Finn was my only friend and now he lost his dream trying to help me. I knew I had to do something, but what could I do? That night at dinner, I sat silently as Brenda and Aunt Peggy piled on.
So, how does it feel to ruin your friend's life? If I did that, I would never show my face at school again. I don't know how you live with it.
I agree. That will haunt you forever.
Maybe you should switch schools, but I doubt that will even make a difference. If only you could have stood up for yourself instead of having your friend do it for you. This would have never happened.
As I sat there, I could feel my blood starting to boil, like I was about to transform into the Hulk.
I know what to do. Maybe you could challenge Diego to a wrestling match, and if you win, he has to admit the truth.
I stood up, slammed my fists on the table, and erupted like a volcano. That's exactly what I'm going to do!
Yeah, right. Carson's gonna challenge Diego to a wrestling match? Talk about an epic humiliation.
His mother should have gotten Carson a therapist a long time ago.
But that night as I lay in bed, I knew that's what I had to do. Brenda was right. If I didn't try to fix this, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I stormed up to Diego the next morning as he was talking with his friends by his locker. Diego, I challenge you to a wrestling match 2 weeks from today after school. Sorry, what now? You want to wrestle me? Yes, in front of everyone. The entire school. Diego Diego and his friends burst out laughing, but I was dead serious. Wow, you're even weirder than I thought. This is like a dream come true. It would be my pleasure to embarrass you in front of the whole school. Sure, this is your opportunity to completely humiliate me in front of everyone, but if I win, you have to tell everyone the truth about what happened with Finn. Oh, you've got a deal. 2 weeks from today, this is going to be like Christmas coming early. Now, all I had to do was beat the captain of the wrestling team in a wrestling match. I had 2 weeks to prepare. I just needed someone to train me.
Are you some kind of idiot?
I couldn't think of another way to help Finn.
And how do you help Finn by humiliating yourself in front of the entire school? Diego is going to destroy you, Carson!
Unless you train me, please, I'll do anything to help fix this. I don't care if he humiliates me. My life can't get much worse than it is right now, so I at least want to try.
Well, you weigh about the same as Diego. Okay, I'll train you, but he's still probably going to—
Thank you. And then I made the mistake of trying to hug her. She flipped me over and pinned me to the ground.
Training starts right now.
For the next 2 weeks, Mara and I trained in the mornings, during lunch period, after school, and at night, even in the rain. It was like something out of a Rocky movie. When she wasn't teaching me wrestling moves, I was running or lifting weights in the school gym. And one day as we were practicing, Mara flipped me over and pinned me down. Please, I need a break. I can't take it anymore.
Suck it up, Buttercup. Only 1 week left until you face Diego, and he won't let up, so neither will I.
And for the first time, I saw the hint of a smile, and for some crazy reason, it gave me a burst of energy. I made a move and flipped Mara over, pinning her down.
Yes, that was great, Carson.
Meanwhile, Diego and his friends were putting up flyers all over the school advertising our wrestling match like it was the event of the year. Something strange was happening. For the first time in my entire life, I was feeling a sense of confidence, and people were noticing. People who never even looked at me were saying hello. What's up, Carson?
Hey there, Carson.
And at home, even Brenda and Aunt Peggy were seeing it.
Hey, Carson, why do you put so much salt on your food?
Hey, Brenda, why don't you mind your own business? And no, Aunt Peggy, it's not my mother's fault that I like salt. The two of you sit here every night criticizing me and my mom while living under our roof. If you have a problem, go get your own place and stop mooching off of us. I thought their jaws were going to hit their plates. The day of my match with Diego finally came, and the gym was packed. I think every student and teacher in the school was there, ready to see me get humiliated. Mara was in the front row. Diego made his father the referee, which wasn't fair, but there was nothing I could do.
You've got this, Carson! I believe in you!
And then she gave me that smile that sent electricity through my veins. Diego's father blew the whistle. Diego immediately got me in a cradle and nearly ended the match before it began. It's over, weirdo! But I got out and flipped him. The crowd erupted in cheers. This infuriated Diego, who got me in a headlock. I couldn't get out. I could see Diego's father smiling. The crowd started chanting my name. Carson! 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 I struggled as hard as I could, but Diego had me.
Come on, Carson! You can do this!
And then I looked over to see Finn walk in and sit down. I felt a sudden burst of power, picked Diego up, and threw him back. Yes, Carson! Diego couldn't believe what was happening. I was holding my own and the crowd was cheering for me. I had him pinned. I was going to win. And then I heard Diego's father say something in his ear. Don't you dare let him win. And then Diego headbutted me in the face. The crowd screamed, "That's illegal!" That's my boy. I grabbed my bloody nose. Diego flipped me over and pinned me down, winning the match. Diego's father raised Diego's arm up in victory, but the crowd was booing. Mara and Finn ran over to me. Mara held a tissue to my nose to stop the bleeding.
You did amazing out there. He had to cheat to win.
I can't believe you did this for me, Car. You truly are such an incredible friend. But I lost, and you won't get back on the team. It's okay, buddy. Diego is stunned at the crowd's reaction. He never faced this before. Cheater! 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 The crowd went crazy, and then something incredible happened. The school principal had been watching the whole thing. He walked up to Diego and his father.
Our team was the national champion this year, and I will not tolerate a coach who encourages cheating. You're fired.
You can't fire my dad.
Well, I just did, and you're off the team permanently.
And then the principal raised one of my arms in the air and Finn the other, the real winner of the match. And the crowd went crazy. Mara grabbed my shoulders and hugged me. Finn was back on the wrestling team, and a few days later, the recruiter came to see him and even offered him a full scholarship to the best wrestling program in the country. Car, I don't know how to thank you. None of this would have been possible if you didn't. You deserve this scholarship more than anyone. You truly are the best friend in the world.
Finn, why are you making my boyfriend cry?
Yeah, she said boyfriend. Mara and I finally started dating and became the most popular couple at school. We even ended up going to the same university. Who knew being weird would end up being awesome after all?
Hey, I'm Sakura, and I was born to the coolest parents ever. Before I go on, please hit like and subscribe. My parents were immigrants from Japan who built a successful business in America and gave my brother Dean and me the best life ever. Growing up, I was a straight-A student, and my dad always said I'd be a great doctor someday. It was his dream, only I knew the real reason. He loved Grey's Anatomy. I was too young to know what I wanted, but I loved making different sculptures out of anything I could find around me. When Mom noticed how good I was, she took me to the best workshops. Once when I was 6, we went to Spain for a vacation. I dragged everyone to see the famous Memel sculpture. It was the best day of my life.
Oh my god, why would anyone make such a big spider? Yeah, I'm surprised you like it even though you're terrified of everything that crawls.
I know, but I think it's beautiful. At least that's the meaning of it. It shows how the spider protects her babies even though she looks so delicate because of her thin legs.
People around me who heard me were surprised, and the tour guide told me that my observation was correct. Dad looked so proud at that moment.
See? My Sakura is so smart. And you both thought it was just some ugly spider. You should spend your free time with her and learn facts like this.
While Dad treated me like a princess, we all know who the real royalty was. Dean. And he knew that as well. He was 10 years older than me and always got on my nerves. One time when I was 8, Dean caught me eating cookie dough and started to laugh like crazy.
Your mouth. You stuffed it all in your mouth. You look like the panda from the movie Kung Fu Panda.
Mom, Dean's making fun of me. He called me a panda.
Then stop stuffing your face like that.
And stop blaming your brother for everything. Now help me in the kitchen, will you? He always makes fun of me and you never tell him anything. It's like you don't love me at all.
It's not that she doesn't love you. She just loves me more than you.
Dean snickered in the corner, making ugly faces at me, and I felt so mad. He was annoying, just like every older brother. But he was also very protective of me and cared for me. Once I was getting ready for school when I saw the biggest lizard ever and let out an ear-splitting scream.
Sakura, are you all—
Lizard! Lizard! Big, fat, staring at me! Lizard! It's so creepy! Get it out! Save me!
Really? Did you howl because of a lizard? And you liked that creepy spider statue? Wow.
He did chase the lizard away, but kept making fun of the way I had screamed for days. When I was in the 4th grade, it was time for Dean to go to university, and Mom was a sobbing mess.
I'll keep visiting, Mom, don't worry. And before you know it, I'll be here for Christmas. You better get your gift ready because I already have yours.
Dean and I had a tradition of exchanging Christmas gifts on the roof with a cup of hot chocolate. When he visited for the holidays, I was over the moon. I was so looking forward to opening gifts with my brother. But 2 days before Christmas, I heard something crash in my parents' room. I ran upstairs and saw Dad and Dean having a yelling contest while Mom cried inconsolably.
You have ruined my name, this family's name. You brought him up and this is how he turned out. Don't talk to Mom that way, it's not her fault. You have the nerve to talk back to me? You—
Dad stopped mid-sentence when his eyes met mine. Seeing me, Dean rushed out of the room, but I followed him. Why were you fighting with Dad?
It's nothing, Sakura. I failed my exam, so Dad was angry.
I tried to talk to Dean after that, but he shut himself in his room. I knew what would make him happy, the present. I waited for him on the roof, but he didn't show up. The next day when I went to his room, Mom told me he'd left for his university while I was asleep. I couldn't believe he'd broken our tradition. How could he do this? I immediately called him. You left without saying goodbye.
I'm sorry, Panda. Something came up, but I'll make it up to you, okay? With the best gift ever.
Yay, cool. But what about your gift?
Keep it safe with you for now. I'll take it when I come back home next. Deal?
Deal. But Dean never came back. I waited every year for him, but he missed all the occasions. Every time I called him, he said he was busy. It broke my heart. With time, I got used to not having Dean around and started concentrating on making Dad proud. Soon, I was 18 and going to medical school. I was excited, but not as excited as my dad. He was over the moon. I tried my best, but being a medical student was tough. And before I knew it, I was failing my classes. Dad was gonna be so mad. I remembered how he was fuming at Dean for failing. My fear got the best of me, and I asked my tech-savvy roommate to make me a fake report card with an A+ grade, and she did a fab job. I wish I had this talent. That weekend when I went home, Dad looked at me with a poker face as he saw my result. Dad, look, I'm the smartest in my class.
You could have done a better job, Sakura.
I'll do better and get better grades, don't worry.
No, I mean with this Photoshop work.
Blood drained from my face as I saw Dad looking like he was going to explode.
Your professor called me and told me you failed your semester exams. I got your original report card a few days ago.
Dad, I'm so sorry.
You better be. Do you know how much money I spent for you to get into that college? Not only did you fail, you're also lying. How could you?
I flinched at how loud Dad's voice had gotten and saw Mom run into the room. It's just, medical school is really tough, and I knew you'd get mad at me if I failed. I got stressed out, Dad. I don't think I'm made for this. I want to drop out.
Drop out? Have you lost your mind? Life is tough, Sakura. If I had to quit every time I was stressed, we would be homeless now. And what would you do if you quit medical school?
I could get into sculpting. I'm really good at it. If you could just see that, maybe you'll agree with me too.
You want to make clay dolls? No way. You better get your grades up soon. Listen to me carefully, Sakura. If you decide to leave med school, you will not come back to this house. Understood?
His words really angered me, and I snapped. Loud and clear, Dad. Loud and clear. With that, I packed my stuff and went straight to my aunt's place. Aunt Lexi was my mom's younger sister. She was the cool aunt of the family and lived by herself in a big villa. I told her everything, and she gave me a big hug and sent me to my room. When she called me for dinner, my jaw dropped at seeing Dean sitting in front of me. Dean, what are you doing here?
Hi, Panda. I missed you so much.
Dean hugged me while I cried.
Ew, you're getting your snot all over my shirt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dean. I then told Dean about what happened, and he looked sad for me. But I had only one question for him. Why did you stop coming over?
I told you, I was busy with uni and stuff.
It was because Dad and you fought, right? About your…
What? Oh, yeah, because I failed my exams, yeah.
The following week, Dean helped me get admission into the art college I wanted, and I was finally free from med school. Art school was everything I dreamt of, but I was still upset that I couldn't share this joy with Mom and Dad. Dean and Aunt Lexi always tried to cheer me up with visits to museums or art galleries and yummy food every night, but I still missed my parents. One night, I couldn't get any sleep and decided to get some water. As I tiptoed my way to the kitchen, I heard my aunt and Dean talking, and what I heard knocked the wind out of me.
Dean, did you try talking to your father? I'm really worried about Sakura. She misses both of them so much. I know, Aunt Lex, it's just, you know how Dad can be. He's not answering my calls. I think he still hates me. I hope he finds it in his heart to forgive me someday.
Forgive you? He should be the one to realize his mistake. How could he just kick out his own son for falling in love with a boy? He did what? Hearing my voice, Aunt Lexi and Dean turned to me with wide eyes. You're lying, right? Dad wouldn't do that. He even helped his assistant come out to her family.
That's just for the world to see, Sakura. He's always been like this. He pretends to be this modern person, but he's not. It's just the way he was brought up. These traditions.
My whole world came crashing down. I couldn't believe that my dad was capable of doing something like this. He was a completely different person for me now. I was furious, so I went home with Dean the next day to confront my parents. When Mom saw Dean, she hugged him tight.
My Dean, I missed you so much, son.
Just then, Dad walked into the house, and Dean moved away from Mom immediately.
How dare you come back?
I brought him here. Yes, I know you kicked him out. How can you be this two-faced person, Dad? You go around supporting others and being this modern person, but here you are holding back your own children.
Sakura, you have no right.
But I do, Dad. He's my brother, and you kept him away from his family. How did you have the heart to do this to your own son?
He was ready to ruin the name of this family. He is not my son.
How can you say that?
Why? It's the truth. Ask him or your mother.
When I looked at them, they looked pale.
What are you doing? You promised never to bring it up. He left me with no choice. He is breaking apart this family. I loved him and brought him into this house from that orphanage. And this is how he repays me.
What in the father-freaking world? I looked at Dean and instantly knew that Dad was telling the truth. You're adopted? Why did you never tell me?
I found out the day you were born, and you'll always be my little sister. I couldn't hurt you. And Dad, I never meant to hurt you either. But I won't apologize for being who I am and falling in love. I can't believe you still have the nerve to stand in my house and talk to me that way. Get out.
His words made my head spin, and it was then that I heard Mom yell, for the first time.
You are such a cruel person. Congratulations. You yourself broke this family apart. I'm going with my children. You can have all the traditions and your wealth and business, but we are going to live a better life where we can breathe.
Saying that, Mom took mine and Dean's hands and stormed out of the house. I'd never seen her this angry. We stayed without Lexi for a while until we could figure out what to do. One day, Dean introduced us to his boyfriend, and we loved him. He was kind and yelled at Dean for teasing me and calling me a panda again. I liked this guy. One afternoon, the doorbell rang as we sat down to have lunch. Aunt Lexi entered the room with Dad right behind her. He looked like a mess.
Can I talk to you all, please? We have nothing to say to you, and I doubt we would want to listen to you. Mom.
Dad then began sobbing, and it broke my heart. Dean went and held him. Dad turned and hugged Dean tight.
Son, I'm so sorry. I was rude to you and I shouldn't have done that. I thought what I was doing was right, but it wasn't. You're my son, the future of my house and business. But before all that, you are my son. And then you came along and my world was complete. I hope you'll forgive me. Please forgive me.
I ran toward my dad and hugged him as well. Of course, Dad. We're so glad that you found your way back to us. Everyone in the room was a sobbing mess. Dad agreed to meet Dean's boyfriend one day, and to everyone's surprise, they bonded really well over sports and the fact that they dislike ice cream and loved Grey's Anatomy. Weird. Our family was nowhere close to perfect, but it was much stronger, and that's all I could ask for now. Hi, I'm Sasha. I live in Arizona with my parents and my brother Matt, who's a year older than me. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Dad was a business tycoon, and our lives were just perfect. That is, until one Christmas when I was 5 years old. Dad had invited the whole neighborhood for dinner, and the house was buzzing with excitement. We were all busy with the preps when suddenly Dad cried out,
"Matt, that tree's fallen! Catch it before it breaks my glass table!"
Matt ran to the tree and caught it just in time, but he couldn't hold it any longer than a few seconds. I dived forward and caught the tree, holding it up easily. But just then, Matt suddenly lost his balance and went crashing straight into the table, breaking it now. Oh my God, what a mess! Dad came running to push the tree back in place, and then he lifted me up on his shoulders.
Oh, darling, you're a strong one, aren't you? That was amazing! And you, Matt, you're such a shaky old lady. Can't you watch your own freaking feet? You must be ashamed to be weaker than a little girl. Some older brother you are.
Matt turned red, burst into tears, and left the room. And from that day on, Dad kept singing praises about how strong and tough I was. And Matt just hated me. He built a huge Lego wall between our beds so he wouldn't even see me. Once, I broke the wall by accident, and he immediately shot me using his plastic toy gun. Its bullets hurt my butt so bad. I couldn't sit on it for 2 weeks. One day at school, I noticed Matt wasn't in the cafeteria for lunch, and I went looking for him when suddenly I spotted a crowd surrounding him outside the boys' restroom.
Are you gonna take all day, Maddie? It's so simple. Just use your tongue and lick the doors clean. I want to see my reflection in it when I come back. Come on.
Matt looked close to tears, and I felt so mad.
What do you think you're doing to my brother? Get away from him.
Or you'll do what, little girl? I'll hit you so hard, it'll make your ancestors dizzy. As the boys laughed, I punched one of them and sent him flying. He got up to his feet and ran away like a scared mouse, and the rest followed. I turned around to Matt, and suddenly he pushed me away. Why'd you do that, you moron? Wow, is that your thank you, Matt? I just saved your butt. You just made everything worse. Now everyone in school will think I need my baby sister to fight for me. Isn't it bad enough that I live in your shadow at home, Daddy's little princess? Just stay away from me. And he stormed off furiously. All I'd done was try to help him, but he just ignored me more than ever after that. On my 12th birthday, Dad surprised me with the latest PlayStation. The minute Matt saw it, he flung his plate of food at the wall and walked out of the room.
What the heck is wrong with that boy?
Dad, I think I know why he's mad. He's been asking you for a PlayStation for years, but you didn't get it for him.
And why should I? I got him Iron Man and Spider-Man figures on his birthday, and what did he learn from them? Nothing. He's just a weak, lazy couch potato staying locked up in his room. No, you deserve this. He doesn't.
I felt bad for Matt, but my birthday gift was something new and exciting for me. I placed it in my room, and after dinner, when I went back, it wasn't there. Just then, I saw Matt passing by my room with a wicked smile. I knew he'd done something. I ran out and jumped on him, knocking him down. Where's my PlayStation, Matt? I know you took it from me. Give me back my gift.
I will, if you give me some answers. Why do you spoil everything for me? Why did you get what I asked for? And why's Dad crazy about you? I just can't sit and watch all this.
But it's not my fault, Matt. I didn't do anything to you. Now, where is my PlayStation? Boom! And he ran off and shut his door. Suddenly, we heard a loud explosion from the backyard. We all looked out the window, and it was my new PlayStation. Matt set fire to it? I cried my eyes out, and the next day, my parents got me another PlayStation and a cute kitty, who I named Kit Kat. I adored her, and I spent the whole summer playing video games. I was obsessed with this whole new world. I even discovered that by being a gamer on YouTube, you can earn big money. That was amazing. I started off with a simple game, and things were going better than I expected. And in no time, I started streaming my games on YouTube, and I was getting so popular in school. One evening as I sat down for a live stream, I saw a video had been posted a few hours earlier from my account. I clicked on it, and to my horror, there was a figure sitting at my desk in my hoodie with the face covered, speaking in a weird, shrill voice.
I just came online to confess that I'm a fraud. I made my brother play all these games for me because I'm just a dumb girl who could never be a good gamer. You all are pretty stupid for believing me. Now my brother has left me and I'm done. So go follow somebody else, you morons.
There were tons of hate comments under the video, and so many people had unfollowed me. Oh my God, I was gonna kill Matt. Matt, what's your freaking problem? Your stupid prank could ruin my career as a gamer. My followers are hating me now.
Well, yeah, it's time for you to know what hate really feels like. And it's just a reminder, girls can't be gamers.
Oh, really, Matt? Well, you are so mistaken. I'm gonna get into a big esports team and earn more than you can imagine real soon. So watch out, loser. I ran to my room and recorded a video explaining everything and posted it, hoping to get back my viewers. Later that night, when I went to the kitchen to get water, I saw the light was already on and I heard someone's voice. I peeked in to see Matt holding Kit Kat, talking to her lovingly.
You're so adorable. Who wouldn't love you? Everyone loves you, right?
Aw, was I just seeing Matt's sweet side? But suddenly, he put Kit Kat in a baking dish and opened the oven door.
And that's why I hate you. Your time is up, stupid Kit Kat.
Oh my God! Before he could push her inside, I leapt forward and attacked him, and we went flying into a rack of dishes. Everything came crashing to the ground, and my parents came running at the noise. Mom, Dad, Matt has lost it. He nearly baked poor Kit Kat.
I always knew something was off about this boy. You better behave or I'll send you to an asylum.
Matt left the room quietly, and I just knew this wasn't the end of it. The next night, when I was fast asleep, someone pulled me off the bed from my legs. I opened my eyes in horror to see Matt standing near me with a knife in his hand. OMG, I thought he wanted to kill me. I shouted and hid under my bed, but then, all of a sudden, he started screeching a plate with it. Ow! It hurts my teeth. Stop it, Matt. Are you crazy? I'm trying to sleep here.
No one sleeps when I'm awake, especially you. I'm gonna play this till morning, every night, even if you send me to an asylum.
I screamed and managed to run out of my room, locking it from the outside. Matt kept beating the door with his chairs, almost breaking it. My parents arrived on the scene too, and they were horrified. That's when it struck me. My system, my camera. Oh no, he was gonna wreck everything. I asked my parents to open the door, and the moment they did, he ran out of the house like a maniac. Gosh, he didn't come back all night, and we were all so worried about him. The next day I went to school alone, and when I got back, there was a note stuck on the door from my parents. Sasha, we've left for Chicago. Grandma had a terrible accident. Tell us when your brother returns. We will be back tomorrow. What the what? So they'd left me alone? Oh no. How was I gonna deal with Matt if he came back? You're strong, Sasha. Why should you be afraid of him? And it's just a day. You'll be fine. The whole day went by, and Matt didn't come at all. The next morning, I heard someone at the front door. I opened it to see a courier person. It was a special post addressed to me. When I opened the envelope, I saw the names of other gamers like Sniper Wolf and Gloom. The best part? I was invited for a gaming marathon where Sniper Wolf and other famous gamers would be joining. OMG, I could get all my viewers back. I was dancing around in excitement when I suddenly turned around and shrieked. Matt was standing inches away from me, looking down with an evil grin. When did you come?
Who said I ever left?
And with that, he grabbed the letter out of my hand and ran into the kitchen. And then he switched on the stove. Matt, no, please, don't do that. That is very important.
Yes, everything about you is always important. And who am I? Just worthless garbage?
As he was looking at me and talking, his long sleeve caught on fire. As he screamed and waved his arm around like crazy, I leapt forward with a jug of water and threw it at him. The fire was put out and he was okay.
Oh my God. Thanks. No, don't smile at me. You just saved me from the fire, and I'm thankful for that, but I still hate you.
And he just walked away. Mom and Dad arrived later that night and were shocked to see Matt so quiet in his room. Weeks passed and still, Matt never talked to me. But at least he didn't do anything to hurt me either. A few days later, our school was celebrating World Children's Day, and the chief guest was talking about how we were all lucky to have the love of families, unlike many children. Just then, Matt got up and shouted at the top of his voice,
"Lucky? I wish I was an orphan. Families don't give love or happiness. All my life, they've given me only disappointment and tears. Families suck, and you suck for giving this stupid speech."
The teachers immediately dragged him out of the auditorium, but I couldn't help thinking about his words. Matt wished he was an orphan? I suddenly felt like the most terrible sister. We'd all ignored Matt's cries for help and attention too long. Later that evening, I went to my parents to talk to them about Matt's outburst. Mom started to cry, but Dad, he got really mad.
That stupid boy said we made him miserable? What does he want, huh? He has everything. He lives under my roof and eats 10 times a day. He's just a spoiled, whiny, weak little...
Dad, stop it. Do you think that's all he needs? A place to stay and food? You've never given him love or respect. All you've done is make him hate me and hate himself. You've made him this crazy, Dad, and you should apologize to him. And we should get him to therapy.
I'm doing nothing of the sort, and therapy is for the weak.
Suddenly, Mom rose up from her seat.
That's enough. I kept telling you all those years to be kinder to Matt, but you didn't listen then, and you're being a jerk now. If you can't own up to your mistakes, you're the one who's weak and stupid. You want to pamper that little baby? Go ahead. I'm leaving.
Suddenly, Matt barged in.
You can leave, Dad. That would make me happy. You've ruined my life, and I won't let you do that anymore. I want to change. I know I'm a good person, and I want to say that I'm sorry for all the hurt I caused Sasha and Mom. I'm really sorry, and I
just want to fix everything. Mom and I hugged Matt and said sorry to him for all the hurt we'd caused him as a family. I'm so proud of you, Matt. Asking for help and deciding to make a change needs a lot of courage. I love you.
I love you too.
Hello, I'm Annabelle from Maryland. Please like and subscribe. My parents were both computer specialists who worked from home, so they were always around to shower me with their love. They'd throw me big birthday parties in our backyard and invite the whole neighborhood. Everyone around liked us because my parents were kind and friendly. I looked a lot like my mom, but I took my dad's curly hair, which I loved. But once in first grade, some mean girls started teasing me about it.
Hey, Annabelle, how many birds live inside that nest on your head? Oh, God, you have spiders coming out of your nose again. What? No, I don't. But I made you look.
The other kids started to laugh, and I kind of became popular after that. People thought I was funny. My life in Maryland was good until one day in the 4th grade, I got home from school to find my parents running all over the house and packing. Annabelle, go upstairs and take only your most important things.
What? Are we going on holiday?
Annabelle, just go. I packed my favorite sweater, some gadgets, and my favorite book. I fell asleep reading in the car while Dad drove miles away from our home. Hours later, I woke up in a cabin deep in the woods. Where are we? This is our new home. Huh? Yes. And tomorrow, you'll be starting a new day at your new school. What? I was so confused and angry. My parents had just moved without even telling me. All my friends were back in Maryland, and I left without saying goodbye. When I asked my parents why we moved so fast, they just said